Bukhari. We now know he has been brought in, and he is fully cooperating with the police. Now, we also know that German police tell CNN they've detained a male airport worker. They've brought in a woman for questioning in connection with Tuesday's attack that is in Hamburg. Federal law enforcement in the United States was led to the Hamburg connection by way of information gleaned from a car seized at Logan Airport. It was a Mitsubishi. It was rented by Mohammed Atta, who lived in an apartment in Hamburg that the police have searched. Inside was a flight manual and Arabic language material that law enforcement investigators say was very helpful. Atta's driving records indicated that he lived here at 10,001 West Atlantic Boulevard in Coral Springs. Sources say that, and we have obtained Atta's driving records, and they also indicated that he lived at other addresses in Coral Springs. Police interviewed Charles Voss, who housed Atta, and another man, Marwan al-Shaki. He actually worked at a flight school that they attended.
They were, like I said, students, and they arrived over there a year ago. It was in last July. And when they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced. And so we provided them, for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
Now, they attended this flight school, Huffman Aviation International, a flight school in Venice. Now, we are being told by law enforcement sources right now that Amir Bukhari, the brother of Adnan Bukhari, actually has died last year in a small airplane crash. But originally, there were the FBI was on the lead of the Bukhari brothers from that Portland car that they impounded. Paula?
Eileen, the Attorney General John Ashcroft was on the air earlier this morning and wouldn't really characterize whether any arrests are near. Given this cooperation now that you're describing between Adnan Bukhari and authorities, do you expect, or are you led to believe, any arrests are expected anytime soon?
Well, we know that these people were being sought as material witnesses. They can be detained, Paula, as material witnesses for a while, and then they could be arrested if enough evidence is brought forward on conspiracy charges. We're getting this information that he's actually in custody just seconds ago, and so we do not know what kind of information he is in fact supplying, but everything does look very suspicious. That Portland, Maine car was rented at Logan, driven up to Portland, and it was rented, according to documents that the FBI at least looked at, or law enforcement looked at, that led them to these Bukhari brothers. Also, we know that those two men who took that car to Portland were on a U.S. air flight from Portland to Logan right before the American and United planes took off. And they are convinced that those two men were at least some of the hijackers. Now, they've reviewed cameras at that airport, so now what they're going to have to do is match up pictures of these brothers to those pictures, obviously, and we're also obviously looking at associates of these two men. That's where you're going to see the leads taking place now, with Adnan Bukhari giving up more names of potential pilots, Saudi pilots that were trained here in the United States. Paula?
All right, well, thanks so much for bringing that to us, Eileen. Keep working those telephones, and we'll keep on coming back to you. Thanks so much. And let's go back now to Miles, who's standing by in Atlanta.
All right, thank you, Paula. We're going to shift our sights a little bit toward the Middle East. Yesterday, the leader of Pakistan, the military leader of Pakistan, General Pervez Musharraf, pledged unstinted cooperation with the United States as it tries to seek the suspects involved in this attack. That's a significant point, in as much as Pakistan, at least the allegation has been in the past, Pakistan has offered at least some aid and assistance to the Osama bin Laden organization. Joining us now from Islamabad is CNN's Tom Mintier to give us a sense of further response which may be coming from the Islamabad government today. Tom.
We were notified just a couple of hours ago, Miles, that the government spokesman was going to hold a press conference here at the Marriott Downtown Hotel where we're staying. What we've heard in the last few minutes is that he thought this was going to be a background briefing. The cameras were not going to be allowed in, so they're debating now whether to allow the cameras to stay in. What we heard from the Pakistani president through the American ambassador was, "We are with you," and it was repeated several times. What we're waiting to find out is what "we are with you" really means, and I think the U.S. government government is probably wanting to know what it exactly means. Wendy Chamberlain, the new ambassador to Pakistan, spent more than an hour with the Pakistani president behind closed doors in the discussion. There was a call from the U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell last night to the Pakistani president. He also appeared on national television saying that they deplored terrorism and would support the United States. So we have to wait and see what that support is. As you know, Pakistan is only one of 3 nations that has relations with the Taliban, and I think the U.S. would like to use Pakistan as a mediator to get their message into the Taliban and find some solution to this crisis if Osama bin Laden is indeed implicated in this. So we're waiting to hear from the Pakistani government. We don't know if that's going to be allowed before cameras or not. If it is, we're going to try to bring it to you live. Miles?
Tom, do you have the sense that there are enough moderate forces inside the government in Pakistan to serve in that role? I mean, after all, when you're dealing with the Taliban, you're dealing with a very secretive, difficult organization. I guess obtuse is the word. Is this the appropriate channel, do you think?
Well, you know, it creates a lot of domestic problems if the United States is assisted in this battle. There are a lot of Islamic fundamentalists here in Pakistan who would not agree with supporting the United States in any military effort against Afghanistan. There are even supposedly a couple of training centers inside Pakistani territory that are a real problem for the Pakistani government if they're going to be dealing with the United States in planning for some kind of military action if it comes to that. So domestically, there are serious problems that exist if the Pakistani president decides to side in this with the United States, and we'll have to wait and see what happens on the streets of Islamabad in the coming days as this is more widely known.
Tom, as you've been talking,
there was really no statement on local television.
As you've been talking, we've been looking at some footage we have of Osama bin Laden, who is the leader of this Al-Qaeda group, this widespread, well-funded group that has been linked to terrorist activities for a number of years. Just give us a little bit of context here. How has Pakistan been in any way linked to bin Laden?
Well, Pakistan has been accused for a long time of providing safe haven for Osama bin Laden's group, but not basically on the ground, but across the border, back and forth between Afghanistan, where Osama bin Laden is, and on Pakistani territory, where a lot of his support comes from, maybe some of his financing comes from, some of his volunteers and associates may indeed come from Pakistani soil. So that relationship across the border has been kind of fuzzy over the years, but there has been, you know, some charges and accusations that the Pakistanis have been walking a line on both sides of the border, assisting Osama bin Laden and denying it at the same time. So that question is going to be answered in the next few days about, we're with you, what does that really mean? The Pakistani president saying to George Bush in the battle against terrorism, denouncing it, deploring it, and saying that we are with you. I think you know, U.S. President George Bush is probably waiting to hear what "we're with you" really means, and that conversation is going to be going on behind closed doors on secure telephone lines, back and forth right now between the United States and Pakistan.
All right, and as we look at pictures of Wendy Chamberlain, the new incoming U.S. ambassador to Pakistan, we await your guidance as to whether this is a background briefing or an on-camera news conference. If it is the latter, we will of course bring it to you live as soon as it happens. Thank you, CNN's Tom Mintier, live from Islamabad, and just stay with us on that account. We'll keep you posted on what happens there. Let's turn it back now to the Pentagon. CNN's Bob Franken has been standing outside in the wake of the devastation there. We've been talking an awful lot about those who are missing. We haven't talked as much about those who survived the carnage of the other day. Bob is going to tell us a little bit more about that. Bob?
Well, Miles, we've been hearing so much about the tragedy of this, but also stories of heroism, and we have 2 examples of that with me right now. We have David Theall, who's standing right next to me, and Carl Monken. Both of you were working in an office maybe about 100 feet or so from where the airplane actually collided. Tell me what happened.
We did indeed. We were indeed working about 100 feet from what I call ground zero. I was talking to a friend, a major friend of mine in the Army, who was calling up to ask if I had heard about the World Trade Center, and of course I did. Everybody in the Pentagon did. The whole Pentagon was abuzz that morning with the video footage of that. And she jokingly told me, you know, the Pentagon is probably next. You ought to get out of there. And we sort of chuckled about that. And she said again, I'm serious, David, you really ought to get out of there. And it was at that moment that I've described it as the gates of hell opening up. The wall that was beside me just simply crumpled, much the way that you would crumple a piece of loose leaf paper. And you have a moment there to realize what is happening. And probably because she had planted the seed in my mind, I knew instantaneously what was happening. And I thought, we're under attack. And there was a brilliant flash of light which came from the corners of the wall which had given away. And immediately I was thrown about 25 feet back into the office next door. Still had the phone in my hand. And my response was immediate, again, because she had planted the seed, I'm sure. And I immediately started making my way towards Carl, who was about 25 feet away from me in front in another office. What was going on with you,
Carl? I was sitting there working at my desk. I just got upstairs, or came down from downstairs watching the terrible scene of the World Trade Center. I sit down and my PC just comes and hits me in my face. But it was more than that. It was this instantaneous, this force that in my mind, closed my eyes and I can hear the ripping of the metal, the tearing down the walls, and just this force that knocks me, I don't know how far back, but when I looked up, I saw nothing but just confusion. The walls were down. We were crawling over our studio where we work. And we went to the next room. We found some people. I call him Bird Dog because he was looking for a way out. And he said, Cowboy, let's get out of here. So we did. And we went to the room and said, where are we? I said, we're in Delta 535. And I said, okay, let's keep moving. And we knew that where we had to go. And on the way, we heard people that were crying or were upset. But it was still not a sense of chaos, even though we were there where there was hardly any light except from the fire and from the emergency lights.
When I came to, the walls around me were on fire. One of the walls had collapsed on top of me, and I will believe until the day I die that deflected the fireball which had injured so many people in offices near us.
Well, your offices are on the first floor, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, and so, of course, some of the damage was overhead. The fireball, as you found out, literally went over your head.
It did indeed. I mean, there was obviously a fire source for when I stopped. When I finally landed, everything around me was on fire, and the smoke was just incredible. The smoke was just billowing into our little corridor. Just an incredible rate, and frankly, there is a vacuum that happens on impact, and the air in my lungs were just sucked out, and the first breath that I took was just this intensely hot, thick smoke.
Burning.
You were knocked out. You were almost knocked out.
I wasn't knocked out, actually. I was spring-loaded. Immediately, I was up and over the walls and calling for Carl's.
As I understand it, that once you found that you were safe, you then tried to get other people out.
We did, and we started climbing over the rubble, and it was a matter of there were no floors left. I mean, it was just rubble on the floor that we were walking on top of, twisted desks and filing cabinets and portions of walls, so much so that you can lean on the ceiling at certain points. And I was, in fact, grabbing rebarb that was hanging out of the ceiling. I was amazed at the destruction. It was total. It was complete. Just as far as you could see, just nothing but rubble. And we got scared at one point for when we came up to where I thought that the hallway should have been. There was a cement blockade in our way, and I really got scared at that point because the smoke was so bad that I thought that we were entombed in it. But we were able to pull some cement away and bend some rebar back, and only upon reflection and hearing other stories that I truly believe that it was the floor that fell down, and it simply fell down like a garage door and continued to block sections of the hallway.
Were people following you? I mean, you have the nickname Bird Dog now.
When we had crawled through, I refused to die. I remember making a conscious decision in there. I am not going to die here in the Pentagon today. And when we got to that first cement blockade, and it was just a matter of running my hands along the wall, pulled some cement down, bent the rebar back, and Carl was hot on my tail, and we crawled through that and into another section. And when we crawled into that other section, there was just this eerie white dust on everybody's face, and I think one of the emergency lights had strangely illuminated the entire area. And a few people whose names I don't know, but whose faces I recognize, we pass them every day in the hallway. Everyone just had this look on this face like, did this really just happen? And I buzzed right by them, asking if everybody was okay. Carl was checking on other people, and you can hear people calling for other people. You can hear people making an accountability, an immediate accountability there for their people in their area. And we continued our movement on out of the Pentagon. I knew where there was a door, and I just continued my movement towards that area.
Now, as I understand it, one of the first people who you saw when you got outside was Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld.
It was about a minute and a half or so after we had gotten outside, because as soon as we got outside and we made a run down the E ring, we were on D ring, of course, which is one hallway back from E ring, which is the outside ring, and we ran down E ring calling for people before we'd actually left the Pentagon. But E ring, thankfully so, was vacated because in preparation for the renovation in the Pentagon, E ring was vacated, and there wasn't much left to it, frankly. And at that moment, we saw some emergency people running into the building, and without respirators, we knew that we had to get out because the smoke was so bad. And as soon as we exited the Pentagon, there were people who had simply collapsed outside and gasping for fresh air, and we simply picked them up. And it was amazing to watch how the military just sort of naturally fell in line. There are certain skills that are simply instinctive to you when it's drilled into you. As a former soldier, I didn't even have to think about what happened. As a reserve officer, nor did Carl, and there was others on the spot.
As I understand it, the three-star general automatically started, in fact, organizing things out there.
correct.
We saw a lieutenant colonel out there who was a doctor. She was the first, and I asked her what she needed me to do, and she said, make an IV, and I told her I'm not a medic, and she stretched the IV and said, make it look just like this.
So as I understand it, at about that moment, you saw the Secretary.
Yeah, there was a secondary explosion. There was some confusion, some screaming. Somebody yelled out that it's probably a fuel tank. I remember thinking that makes sense, and we went back to work, and it was probably, I would say, 15, 20 minutes or so after the explosion when we were triaging these people, and we had medevaced one lady away who was burned. We just sort of made our way as these people came out. They would just be laid further down the line, and there was a point there about 15, 20 seconds where I wasn't engaged. Carl was holding an IV bag, and I looked up and there was the Secretary of Defense, and I remember thinking, good for you, this makes sense. And I stood up and just started briefing the Secretary of Defense as to the injuries that we had sustained in this area, describing some of the injuries, describing that one lady had been medevaced away, and some of the other injuries that we saw.
So we want to report now that the Dover, Delaware facility, which is designed to handle casualties, that type of thing, we've seen it so many times used when there have been overseas disasters. It has been activated. It will be receiving those who did not make it, but we've just heard the story, the heroic story of somebody who in fact was able to survive. Miles?
CNN's Bob Franken reporting live from the Pentagon. To say that was a harrowing tale is a bit of an understatement. Let's go back to Islamabad, Pakistan. We had just reported to you a little while ago via Tom Mantir, our person there, that a briefing is about to begin with Pakistani officials in the wake of the U.S. Ambassador Wendy Chamberlain presenting her papers. The person we're about to hear from is Major General Rashid Qureshi. He is Pakistan's presidential press secretary. There he is right there. Let's listen in.
No, sir. All right. Do we need the question again?
What kind of cooperation has the U.S. government asked for?
At present, I don't think there's anything specific that has been asked. The President, General Pervez Musharraf, did make a statement last evening when he came back from Karachi to the capital, and he went into a high-level meeting last night, and he did make a statement. If any of you haven't got that statement, we can give that to you. What happened today was that the American ambassador to Pakistan presented her credentials to President, and there was an exchange of views there also. And I think after that short exchange of views, the American ambassador did talk to, I think, CNN for a short while. And I think she said what needed to be said.
When General Musharraf says that he will cooperate with the United States, what does he mean? In what regard? Will he allow, for example, U.S. troops on his soil? Will he share intelligence? What kind of cooperation will he give?
You see, we cannot go into areas that haven't been discussed or defined as yet. So, and I'll read out his last sentence that he said yesterday, and that was that I wish to assure President Bush and the United States government of our, that is Pakistan's, unstinted cooperation in the fight against terrorism. Now, beyond that, we cannot really answer questions, the knowledge of which we do not have, answers of which we do not have.
A Pakistan delegation is now in Kabul. What is she doing there?
No, that's not true. No Pakistani delegation has visited Kabul yesterday, as was reported.
Today also no.
And today also, no.
Sir, can you tell us about the nature of discussions that General Mahmood has had in the United States, especially with American intelligence officials, on which there have been many reports? And also, can you respond to those who say that this is perhaps the most critical time in Pakistan's relations with the United States, because you have to make a choice. Either you go with the United States, which would then mean taking a position against the Taliban and many groups that Pakistan has supported over the years, or decide to stand firmly against the U.S. What's your response to this overall question?
The first portion of your question, I have no knowledge of what has been discussed between General Mahmood and people in the United States. He is not in Pakistan as yet. I guess one will come to know after he returns. The second part, there needs to be a specific concern or requirement conveyed before a decision can be made. As I said before, there has been no specific demand. As far as your question of support is concerned, Pakistan has always said that the best way to deal with the Afghans is to engage with them. That's been Pakistan's policy, and that's how decisions have been made. In the past, Pakistan has conveyed to the United States and to all other countries that the best way to deal with the Afghans or the Afghan government is to continue to engage with them. Beyond that, Pakistan has always said that it does not support terrorism in any form. Pakistan is against it and has cooperated not only with the United States but with the world on combating terrorism in the past and will continue to do so in the future.
Has the United States contacted Pakistan for the extradition of Osama bin Laden? If they do, what will be Pakistan's response?
I frankly have no knowledge of what you've said.
It's a hypothetical question.
There's supposed to have been several meetings today, certainly, if not in Afghanistan, here in Pakistan, between yourselves and the Taliban. Could you give us some indication of what was discussed?
I don't think there was any meeting today between Pakistan government officials and the Afghans.
Apparently they were at the Foreign Ministry.
In the Foreign Ministry?
Yeah.
Then I'm not aware of that.
Sir, you talked about a high-level meeting last night presided over by the President of Pakistan. Could you give us some details about what that meeting was? And
all that had to be given was given out by the President. Beyond that, I don't think, yes.
General, has Pakistan Intelligence Service picked up any intelligence that they've been able to convey to the United States on any groups or individuals in this region that may have been involved in these terrorist attacks?
Frankly, I do not know. I don't think that there has been any intelligence that Pakistan intelligence sources have picked up.
If you heard reports that the Taliban have detained Osama bin Laden today under house arrest, and do you give any credence at all to those reports?
I read a report in the Times of India, on the Times of India website, referring to what you have said. This was Dateline Dubai, and at the bottom was a very thin line saying that it has been denied by the Taliban. So I really don't know. We have no information about it.
However, there was a report which I saw on the BBC very recently, just about, I think, about an hour and a half back.
They have lifted from, I suppose, from the same source.
General, when President Clinton visited here, he invited the Pakistani government to face the choice, as he put it, between going with the West, going with globalization, going with the developing economies of the world, and choosing another bleaker path. Is there a sense in your government that the moment has arrived at which you're going to have to make that choice?
What makes you think that we are, or have been, or would be on the bleaker path? We are on the path where the entire humanity is. We are on the path where the world would like to be. We are on the path where right is. We are on the path where justice is. We are with the rest of the civilization of this world. This is what the President has said, that we join the world community. in condemning in the strongest possible words whatever has happened 2 days ago in the United States. We are with the world in combating terrorism. So where is the question of being on any other path? No, certainly not.
Are you therefore prepared to make potentially very hard choices involving the change of your government's policy towards Afghanistan, towards the Taliban, and towards Islamic extremist movements in general?
Let me repeat, there is no need for us to change because we are already on the path of justice, on the path of righteousness. We are with the world against terrorism. I mean, I don't understand what the question is. I mean, how can we be against the current? I mean, we are with the world on this. What makes you believe that we are on any other path?
The question is whether Pakistan's actually prepared to match those words with action. I mean, the reality is that this is the closest ally to the Taliban, a regime which most of the world regards to be a sponsor of terrorism, and which is the focus of investigations over the last 48 hours.
We have to, you see, you are asking us to answer, respond to a hypothetical situation. The General just said a little while ago that there has been no specific demand from any quarter. So why should we react or respond to something that is yet to happen? I mean,
General, in future, in the past, I think there's a misperception here that Pakistan, in some way, has hesitated in cooperating with the world, as you put it. I don't think that is true. Pakistan has continuously said that the way to resolve crises is to engage with people, not to drive them into a corner. That's been Pakistan's policy. Nowhere has Pakistan ever prevented, culprits from being brought to justice. I think the amount of cooperation that Pakistan has had with the United States, as well as other countries, in combating terrorism, I think very few countries can match that. So this perception that for some reason Pakistan's been out of line is incorrect.
General Rashid, if the United States were to attack Afghanistan, would you expect there would be serious unrest in Pakistan in certain parts?
A pair of Pakistani officials, the Presidential Press Secretary General Rashid Qureshi and Anwar Mahmood, who is the Secretary of the Ministry of Information, offering defensive replies to reporters asking questions about Pakistan's links to the Taliban in Afghanistan and by inference to Osama bin Laden, the person who is at the top of the suspect list in the wake of these brutal attacks on the United States. Let's turn it now to Afghanistan, to Kabul, where CNN's Nick Robertson has been standing by. I believe he was able to listen to a little bit of this news conference. Nick, I don't want to bury the lead here. They did deny some earlier reports. CNN has not been carrying them, but since they were stated on our air, we'll just underscore the point. Denied reports that Osama bin Laden was being held in custody by the Taliban. I'm just curious, your thoughts on what you just heard, at least a portion of it, and just a general sense of the mood there in Kabul.
Well, if we deal first with the issue of Osama bin Laden's detention, certainly the early indications today from the Taliban were that he was not under detention. Because this has become a more central issue through the day, we've pursued Taliban sources this afternoon, and we expect to hear back from several sources in a few hours' time exactly what the situation is. Currently, from the spokesman's office of the spiritual leader of the Taliban, Mullah Omar, and as well from a spokesman within the foreign ministry here in Kabul, that at the moment they will neither confirm nor deny the story that Osama bin Laden is under Taliban detention. However, the current thinking for analysts here, listening to the earlier reports, is that it would be unlikely. The Taliban have often said in the past that they would be far more likely to expel Osama bin Laden than arrest him. But at this stage, we are waiting to hear back from two key sources within the Taliban about whether or not Osama bin Laden is under house arrest. Now, in 1998, shortly after the attack on the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, the Taliban put Osama bin Laden, as they put it, incommunicado. They said that they were preventing him from communicating with the outside world, and they prevented him from talking with journalists. Now, he was, in fact, at various times able to contact members of his family elsewhere in the world. At that time, that indicated a degree of control that the Taliban said they were putting on Osama bin Laden. But it is very, very difficult here at this time, with very poor communication and a very secretive situation, to find out more definitively about Osama bin Laden. Nobody here knows where he lives or is willing to say where he lives. His whereabouts, we've been told before, often change. He often moves at night. So very, very difficult to get hard confirmation on stories like this. The story came out of the United Arab Emirates, not from here in Afghanistan. So again, further checking needs to be done. As for the mood here in Afghanistan, a lot of apprehension in the city, people concerned about what could be coming next. 3 United Nations flights today took off, taking out the last remaining United Nations personnel in the city. Most of the non-governmental charity aid groups working here, their international workers, have left. And the majority of the workers, international workers from the International Committee from the Red Cross, have left as well. And that's leaving a lot of people here wondering exactly what's going to happen next. For them, that's a bad omen when they see the international workers here packing up and leaving, Miles.
Nick, when you talk about these omens and the rising crescendo of talk about retaliation on the part of the U.S. or perhaps some sort of NATO response even, at what point does Osama bin Laden become just too much of a liability for the Taliban? And I'm cognizant of the fact there is no extradition treaty with the U.S. If that were the case, where might he be sent?
Well, between Afghanistan and Pakistan, there are extradition understandings. Pakistan has told the Taliban before of various individuals they want for crimes committed in Pakistan, who they believe are in hiding in Afghanistan, and some of those individuals have been handed over to Pakistan before. Is that likely in the case of Osama bin Laden? The roots and the ties that bond the Taliban to Osama bin Laden are very, very strong, and one should not underestimate them. And they go back to Osama bin Laden's role here in Afghanistan during the Soviet occupation in the 1980s. He played a key role in helping organize, in helping finance not only the military machine, but also the logistics support of the Mujahideen fighters that were at the time being supported by the United States as well, to help drive out the Soviet occupation that finally ended in 1989. So Osama bin Laden is owed a debt of gratitude in the Taliban eyes by Afghanistan. So when he sought sanctuary here in 1996, the Taliban felt obliged to give it to him. And many of his spiritual ideas would be in keeping and along the lines of the ideas of the Taliban. There are a lot of issues to bind them together. Afghan hospitality is extremely generous, almost to a fault, willing to befriend people that they would see in trouble. The Afghans are a very friendly people, and indeed the Taliban culture. They are ethnic Pashtuns. They come from the southeast of Afghanistan, close to Pakistan, and it is a very friendly and warm, generous tribal spirit that they have that puts out of a hand of friendship to people they see in need. So in those terms, there's a very strong tie between us. Unlikely, it would seem at this stage, perhaps to be moving towards handing them over.
CNN's Nick Robertson offering us some excellent insights and context from Kabul, Afghanistan. Thank you very much for being with us. And we will, of course, stay in close contact with him as events progress. Let's send it back to New York City and Paul is on.
Thanks so much, Miles. As you know, many Americans now are sort of either in this, well, their state of shock or their state of numbness is turning into a state of anger, wondering how this could have happened in this country of ours. And we're going to turn now to William Webster, who is not only the former head of the FBI, but the CIA as well. Good to see you again, sir. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Mr. Webster, you know now are probably sensing some of the anger of Americans. Did the U.S. government let Americans down?
That's a question that I think will have to wait a more reasoned time of judgment. What we're seeing right now is understandable. We see it in our own home lives. When things go wrong, there's denial, there's anger, there's a range of things. What I want to see, and what I clearly think we are seeing, is resolve. Resolve to take care of the victims, resolve to find out who was responsible, resolve to run that. You see the fast-breaking news all over the country and indeed around the world. Resolve, once we have clearly identified them, to have an appropriate response for a great nation determined to protect our freedoms and freedom around the world. So let's not try to make those judgments. The cellular nature of terrorism makes it the most difficult to truly identify plans. We've interdicted countless numbers of terrorist incidents, including Saddam Hussein's terrorist teams out during the Gulf War. What happened here remains, why they were able to keep all of this from somehow breaking loose is a question that deserves to be answered, and it will be answered in time.
Yeah, I think Americans are trying to appreciate just how well orchestrated this campaign was, how well financed it must have been, but it would appear as though law enforcement agents or agencies have been able to get a lot of information and actually driving to the point where they know the identities of some of the terrorists involved in these attacks. Does that mean that our intelligence, that U.S. intelligence, perhaps with intelligence provided by some friendly countries, should have been able to uncover these attacks before they happened?
Paula, that's a judgment that I think we need to wait. I'm very proud to see the fast movement, the picking up of little leads, even the cell phone conversations on airplanes that tragically went down, tracking them down, very much like the speed with which the perpetrators of the Oklahoma bombing were identified from small fragments of evidence by skilled professionals who know what to do with them. In terms of anticipating this kind of event, there were lots of warnings that we were vulnerable to terrorist attacks in the air and bombings. You know the whole debate about protecting the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. The specifics depend. If we have as many people as appear to be involved in this, one may reasonably say, why didn't somebody break loose and start to talk? Apparently some are starting to talk now. But in a cellular activity, often the people who have the responsibility, as in the planes, don't know their full assignment, don't know when it's going to happen, and are carefully sworn to secrecy. It's a tough business, but we'll make that judgment after we've done our duty to bring them to justice.
Mr. Webster, one last question for you. Intelligence officials have intercepted calls after Tuesday's attacks on the United States from members of a terrorist ring called Al-Qaeda, which is supported by Osama bin Laden. Excuse me, I've been talking a long time this morning, I lost my voice. But how much is actually known about this group?
I can't answer that question, and I don't think now would be the time to be outlining the information that is close held. It's clear that the government is acting on every bit of available information. No lead is considered frivolous. Thousands of them are being run down. This particular group, there are others, often called by different names. Often names change. I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't. But we will have an answer, and we will have one soon.
And in fact, I think that the Secretary of State indicated yesterday that if and when they have those answers, that this won't be a campaign that will be over quickly to deal with either the perpetrators of this or those countries or groups that harbored these. Mr. Webster, William Webster, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your perspective this morning.
Thank you, Paul.
I need to tell you that here in New York City, as you can see from this shot, the smoke plume continues to hang over the city. The EPA telling us now they have tested for levels of various dangerous particles in the air. They do not exist. Nevertheless, a lot of folks working in that horrible destruction area are walking around with masks, among them Michael Oku, who has gotten very close to where these rescue operations are underway, and he is wearing this mask for good reason. Describe to us what you've seen this morning.
Well, Paula, of course I'm wearing this mask because I'm just a few blocks north of Ground Zero, what of course used to be the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. And we're essentially standing right underneath this recognizable, what's become a very recognizable plume of smoke that's come to symbolize the aftermath of this disaster. It smells almost as if you're standing in the middle of the burning embers of a bonfire. And what caused this bonfire? What are the effects of this bonfire? You can see it throughout the streets of Lower Manhattan this morning. Cars like this, which were essentially pulled out of Ground Zero away from the site. You can see just behind this car the words inscripted. Somebody wrote in the words "God bless." Obviously, for inspiration for those who survived, and for many of the families who also lost some loved ones. And yet, at the same time, somebody wrote just here in the front window the words "war." And you can understand why people's emotions run so high when you're down here. This car, covered in debris, is absolutely pales in comparison to what's just north of it. These two stacked cars were pulled from Ground Zero, from someplace very near the World Trade Center, by rescue workers, by crews, to make it easier for them to do their job, to get to what they hope might be some surviving life, and to find whatever else they might be able to find there. But you can see just the devastation and the force of this blast by looking at these two cars. You can see here the front of the car, what used to be an engine. And if you look down at this tire, these were obviously steel belted tires. This is what remains of them, just rods. In the back of this car, I want to show you this because this is what struck me as well. For some odd reason, I looked at the back of this car and I thought, my goodness, you know, somebody was getting married. Then I realized, of course not. These are actually ribbons of steel, shards of somebody's previous possession. And what happened to the person who owned this car, we can only speculate. You know, we don't know. And just north of here, another car. I'm going to put my mask on from time to time. Just over here, another car. Again, blasted, completely gutted. You might be able to see inside what was once somebody's comfortable vehicle. Completely looks like it was at the center of a war zone. And in fact, in many ways, it is the center of a war zone. And just across the street, William, if you can pan over to the left here, just across the street, you can see a Con Ed van, or what used to be a Con Ed van. Now, Con Edison is the local utility company that services a great part of New York and New York State. And the people who work for Con Edison often respond to emergencies just like this one. You can only imagine what might have happened to the people who were in that car. Now, we don't know whether anyone was in that car. That car may very well have been here before the emergency, before the disaster occurred. But when you look at vehicles like this one that belong to people who respond to emergencies like this, you can only think of the firefighters and the police officers who responded to this scene. Mayor Giuliani has already said that there are 350, maybe more than 350 firefighters and police who have been unaccounted for. What happened to their vehicles? Did they arrive here moments after the scene hoping to help people and were caught in the blast or caught when the rubble came down? You can only speculate. Paula?
Michael, I think we'd all feel a lot more comfortable if you'd leave that mask on. You know, we're 2 miles north of there, and we are beginning to feel the sting of this smoke. Once again, you are only how many blocks from where the trade centers went down?
I'm about less than about 8 blocks from where the World Trade Center went down, and you can see I'm on a very busy street. They're using this as sort of an artery to go back and forth, supplying equipment. Firefighters obviously still responding to the scene and to other scenes around the World Trade Center. Just moments ago, William, I'm going to ask you to pan back over again. Just moments ago, we saw this truck with what looks like a lot of plywood and other kinds of materials on the back of it. And I am told that they could be using this wood for a variety of reasons. They might be using it to support some of the buildings, some of the existing areas where they're trying to work, to give themselves a little bit of... Sometimes God is smiling on you.
All right, Michael, we're going to leave it there and come back to you later on in the day. Put that mask back on. You need it down there. The EPA is telling us we don't need it up here. Once again, for the first time, many New Yorkers are actually smelling the sting of this smoke because the winds have changed a little bit. And I know last night, from standing up here, it's a little bit better today. But it is a stinging, acrid kind of smell. Let's go back to Atlanta now, where Miles continues to stand by.
Okay, Paula, thank you. We could talk all day and not rival those pictures for telling the story of what has unfolded this week. Let's move now to another borough of New York City, Staten Island, where CNN's Hillary Lane is standing by, unable, at least at last conversation with her, unable to get onto Staten Island because authorities there had cordoned off the area. Hillary, give us an update.
Well, Miles, I'm actually on the New Jersey side where we were turned away from crossing one of the bridges onto Staten Island. The reason for that was that New York, New Jersey Port Authority police had been tracking a vehicle that was suspected of some involvement in the World Trade Center attack, tracking that vehicle on Staten Island, which is one of the 5 boroughs of New York City, an island just like Manhattan. They did locate the car. When they found the car, they found that their lead had been unfounded. And what Port Authority people are saying this morning, they know it was an inconvenience to commuters. There was a backup of at least an hour on these different crossings. But they said at a time like this and at any time, they would not compromise the safety of anybody in the region. Miles, that is what is going on. Staten Island is being reopened, but is turning out to have been a false lead. Back to you.
All right, Hillary, I'm sorry I didn't hear the last part. Staten Island is, in fact, open for business now, so to speak.
That is exactly it. They are reopening Staten Island. They're saying following up on any lead that they can at this point. That is the reason that they shut down the island for about half an hour this morning. But cars are now able to move both onto the island and off of the island to get back to business.
CNN's Hillary Lane, who is now on Staten Island or fast approaching Staten Island. Paula.
Miles, I know you mentioned a little bit earlier on that we are awaiting a news conference that is going to be held by the U.S. Department of Transportation. If and when that happens, we will go to it live. In the meantime, we are now joined by Mary Schiavo, who is the former Department of Transportation Inspector General. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
I wanted to get your quick reaction to some of the new guidelines that are going to go into effect at airports across the nation. I am going to quickly recap some of these new regulations. Among them, no curbside check-in. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed through security. No knives of any kind can be brought on board, and higher standards for security personnel and more federal marshals in place at larger airports. Will any of this prevent the kind of attack that the United States has just endured?
No, this is a piecemeal response, and I think it really gives away how shell-shocked the FAA is. Many of these recommendations, for example, the tighter and higher standards for security personnel, those have been recommendations for almost a decade, and now we're seeing them in the wake of this terrible terrorist attack on domestic aviation. We have had sky marshals, by the way. We have very few numbers, but increasing that is definitely an improvement. But what we need is coordinated law enforcement to run our aviation security at our nationwide airports in a coordinated manner, not a civilian FAA piecing it together with local authorities across the country. And this has pointed up that great shortcoming.
All right, well, what do you mean by that? That you'd have law enforcement agents stationed at every security zone in an airport? They would be the ones overseeing the checking in of luggage and the handling of hand baggage as you head to your airport gate?
No, actually, it's more pervasive than that. It stems from the very top. Right now, our overall coordination of airport security and our policies and procedures are set by the civilian Federal Aviation Administration, which has been highly criticized for well over a decade at being unable to perform this function. The law enforcement function overall, setting the policies, running the programs, telling our airports, our almost 400 passenger service airports, how to do this in other countries is run by law enforcement, not by the civilian FAA. And also we see this incredible patchwork quilt of security. We see, even now, we see the Federal Aviation Administration telling the airports one by one to handle various situations. We see local authorities. We see local security and police forces. And what we need is a national coordinated federal law enforcement oversight of airports, because we are only as safe as our weakest link. If Boston Logan is weak and you can board a plane at Boston Logan and go compromise Chicago or Columbus, then the entire system points out the fallacy of having it on an airport by airport basis.
I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But if you are to believe the reports that have been in the Boston Globe newspaper and the Boston Herald newspaper, or all, most of those reporters recognizing that there have been some security lapses at Logan Airport, the bottom line is, from what we're hearing from sources, that some of the men who hijacked these airliners from Boston actually, the stuff that they carried on them never would have picked up as security to begin with. They apparently carried razors that were embedded in plastic knives. I mean, how would the law enforcement impact have changed this?
Well, for one, we had a spotty policy. It's astonishing that our debate in the wake of this, part of our debate in the wake of this tragedy, is debating what kind of knives were acceptable. And we had screeners unprepared and untrained, literally given the message that some knives are okay and some aren't. And it's a 4-inch blade. Are these 4 inches? Are they not? Do they have ceramic handles? The other problem is, of course, that we now know that at least at one airport they had ramp access, which is not surprising with a coordinated attack this big, and for as easy it is to get a job at an airport. I mean, many of the jobs are minimum wage, low or no screening. We have had convictions for actually lying about security agencies or companies actually doing the background checks. That has even been the subject of a criminal case in this country. So now we know that the system is compromised from within as well, and this is a total failure of the system, saying, oh, well, okay, some screeners missed it, or some screeners, weren't even required to pick it up. We have something far more serious going on than that when we find out that they have ramp passes and literally could have compromised the entire system.
But once again, even if you had had this plan in effect that you're suggesting, with law enforcement basically running aviation across the country from top to bottom, the fact remains that given how martyrdom in some parts of the country, in some parts of the world are honored and promoted, if you want to get onto a plane, you're going to find a way onto the plane, and is there anyone that can stop you from slamming it into a building?
Absolutely, and we have to stop it. See, that's the whole point. I think it's the fear that we can't stop them. Of course we can, and remember, we're not talking one, we're talking 4. And if we are unable through a minimum wage employees to stop 4 airplanes being used as a bomb because we say, well, we can't pick it up on a metal detector, then the answer is actually astonishingly simple. Then don't do it that way. If we do not have the ability to screen this out, I was struck by the fact that people are aghast that they might not be able to carry on the dozens of carry-on bags. If you go into certain department stores, I forget which one it is in New York, the employees come in with little clear plastic bags. I mean, we're willing to subject employees at department stores to protect the designer shoes, and the employees come in clear plastic bags. There are ways around this, and we have to admit that.
Mary, I'm sorry to have to cut you off. We really appreciate the information you've given us today, but we got to cut in and go to a news conference that the mayor of the city of New York is holding right now. Let's drop in there. Thanks for your time.
That's right. Let's go right now to that press conference. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani speaking now.
Process that we're following. That is, when the medical examiner is able to identify the remains as a body, then they'll be identified, they'll be numbered basically for identification. We have 94 of those. 94 where we have bodies for identification. 46 of those 94 have actually been identified. And then we have the gruesome and horrible situation that in many cases we recover only parts of bodies. And we have 70 category. So there's 94 bodies, 70 body parts. And I'm sorry that I have to describe it that way, but that's unfortunately the situation that we're facing. We have 4,763 people on the missing persons list. That's a list that's as inclusive as we can make it. It includes the plane itself, the manifest. It includes people that have been identified to us by family members. It includes the information we've been able to glean from businesses who are looking for people that they believed were working and they haven't been able to make contact with. But that's the list that we're working with right now. It could turn out that we recover fewer than that. It could be more. We don't know the answer to that yet. We have set up now a permanent family center at the Armory on Lexington Avenue and 26th Street. It began operating at 8 a.m. This morning, and it will continue to operate until midnight tonight, and then it will operate every single day. Yesterday we registered over 2,000 families, and therefore if you are looking for someone that you believe is missing as a result of the attack on the World Trade Center, that's the place to come to register, to bring identifying data, and we'll do everything we can to help you. The city is still closed, 14th Street South. Our objective today is to try to get it open, a good deal of it open, for midnight tonight, literally, really for tomorrow morning. And we will be working to open it down to Canal Street, and then to open also other selected areas so we can create corridors into the Wall Street area. We'll continue to keep West Street closed all the way down. We'll continue to keep probably a street parallel to West Street closed, and possibly the FDR Drive. We're not sure yet. But tomorrow the city will be open certainly down to Canal Street, and then selected portions further down. And obviously a lot of the work today will be designed to try to get that done by midnight tonight. There are a number of other things, but I'm sure it'll come up in the questions. Again, I want to thank very much the governor and the state and the federal government. We finished our meeting this morning and were able to coordinate many things that would be impossible.
We have been listening to New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, who has been giving us some updated numbers right now which show the situation that the recovery workers there are now facing. He says that they are working now with a list of 4,763 missing persons. That number includes the people who are on the planes, people who are in businesses, and other family members who have been calling in looking for folks who they believe were in that area. They have recovered 94 bodies, and they have them identified right now, or numbered to be identified. 94
Empire State Economic Development offices at 633 3rd Avenue on the 32nd floor. And we will have representatives from all state agencies, the city's economic development team, the SBA, and others there to help businesses try to get their operations in recovery. Finally, on a more prosaic note, we have agreed on the new dates for the primary and the runoff. The primary will be rescheduled for September 25th, and if there's a runoff in New York City, it would be held on October 11th. Again, I just want to thank the mayor and his team for their tremendous leadership in helping the people of New York get through this crisis, and assure everyone that this effort, this joint effort led by the city with the help of the state and the federal government, will continue, so that everything we can do for the people, for the victims, for their families, and for the future of our great city and state will be done. Thank you.
the governor of New York and the mayor of New York, who we've now become much more familiar with as a nation as a result of this crisis. And the mayor has released the latest figures of those missing in the World Trade Center, and it is 4,763 people actually missing. ABC's Cynthia McFadden reported a short while ago that 2,300 people have been seen at New York City hospitals. This does not include those who were moved across the Hudson River to New Jersey. The mayor also does point out that, and gives us some picture of how difficult the rescue operation is when he says that 94 bodies have been recovered. But the latest missing figure, which is the anticipation of disaster figure, is actually 4,763. We also have the latest assessment on casualties from the Pentagon, and we go to ABC's John McCarthy. John. Just a sec, please, John. We can't hear you. Jack, John, just hang on one sec till we get you plugged in. We cannot hear McCarthy, but the Pentagon, which has been extremely careful about releasing its casualty figures, has now, I think, been forthcoming with some. John? Okay, we have lost a Washington. I think that I can tell you at the moment that that they continue to estimate about 190, 200 members of the Pentagon establishment, or people who were in the Pentagon at the time, are actually missing. About 70 bodies have been recovered at the Pentagon, and that's the latest picture on that. We keep going downtown, obviously, to Ground Zero. Let's check in quickly with ABC's Don Daler.
Peter, I'm here at a staging center very close to 7 World Trade Center, the still smoking, still burning Hulk that you see behind me about 2.5 blocks away. This staging center is where the relief crews are arriving to be given their assignments and to head into the area. It's also where they've been coming out after doing their time in the disaster region, getting coffee, getting refreshments, that kind of thing. Just about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, a group of New York policemen came out after serving a 15-hour tour of duty in what can only be described as a war zone. There were 37 of these men. They were obviously exhausted, and they were looking around asking people what could they do next, where could they go next to help.
Thanks very much, Don Daler, who will continue, has been, like all of the reporters and all the relief workers, just been there constantly, penetrating as deep as they can into this particular zone. It's a continuing story, as we said, in which the whole country is engaged, and it may take us just a few minutes here to get our lines up from Washington. Can I talk to Capitol Hill? ABC's Linda Douglas. Okay, all right, so we've lost our lines to Washington for just a moment. We can tell you that the Secretary of Transportation, Norm Mineta, is going to hold a news conference in a short period of time to give the country some sense of what he has planned in detail about opening up the airspace across the country. He has already ordered that the national airspace be reopened to commercial and to private aviation effective at 11 a.m. Eastern Time today. That's in about 50 minutes from now. And it's all very well to say it on paper, but it's going to be hugely difficult to get this system up and running, as we've told you many times before. And we simply do not know exactly when many of the stranded people in either this country or in Canada or overseas are going to reach their destination, but we do know that there's a huge economic and human dimension to getting the aviation space open. There's been a fairly bitter argument at times between the aviation industry and the Department of Transportation about what constitutes putting in place immediately a new security procedure, how much that will slow down getting the aircraft overall. Remember, 40,000 flights, we've told you many times, go back and forth across the United States on a daily basis. We can also, I think, review for you at the moment, if you've been watching television for a very long period, if you're just joining, it's a new thing, review the current status of the investigation. ABC's John Miller and Brian Ross are here They have both been on it as quickly as the authorities have been in many cases. John Miller, you start, and then we'll come to Brian.
We have some fast-breaking developments in New York right now. Within the last hour and a half, New York City police picked up a license plate of a car associated with a key suspect, Mohammed Atta, involved in the attack on the World Trade Center. They chased that car into Staten Island, and the suspect or suspects were in the car, got out and fled. Bloodhounds were called to the scene, emergency service units, SWAT teams. They're still conducting a search in that area. They don't know who it was who was in the car, but they know that the license plate was associated with a suspect wanted in connection with this attack. While that's unfolding now, FBI evidence response teams are on their way to process that car and see if clues, fingerprints, a hair, a fiber, something can give them direction on who was driving it. One of the key aspects of the investigation today is the primary actors, those who hijacked the planes and slammed them into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, are all dead. Investigators know that, but as the Attorney General said this morning to us, they do believe there are support people still on the ground, logistical support people involved in the plot. That would be the larger number, the so-called 50 potential suspects they're looking for, who are still alive, that they're still seeking in New York, New Jersey, Florida. This car they chased had Florida plates. One other thing developing.
Just before you get to that development, the 50 people that the Justice Department, the FBI, is talking about at the moment are people in the United States, presuming some support system outside the United States as well. But it's this immediate 50 they're focused on.
Exactly, but that counts the 25 suspects who are dead. It's 50 names involved in the investigation. And to not overstate it, having spoken to investigators on the line today, they're saying these are names that have surfaced and then names that have surfaced in connection to them, and we're really not going to be satisfied till we locate them all, find out whether they're dead or alive, meet them, and find out what they had to do with these suspects and if they had any knowledge of this. Also unfolding right now, the evacuation of the Marriott Hotel near JFK Airport. The bomb squad is en route. 2 suspicious packages were found in the basement. That would be part of a spate of bomb scares that have unfolded throughout the city since this incident. The thing that have raised them up about it is that the packages are addressed to a suspect named in connection with this investigation. So it could be a valuable clue or an elaborate hoax. So far, too early to say.
As you've pointed out several times, those people who were actually involved, the 25 suspects who were dead, did not appear to care very much, for obvious reasons, that they left a paper trail. And I think it's been impressive to many people how quickly the investigative agencies have got on this trail. Brian, let me turn to you for a second. We have a very instant almost familiarity with this man Mohammed Atta in Florida, who's named as one of the...
We know a lot about him. We know that he trained back in June of 2000. That was the month, Peter, if you recall, the presidential campaign was underway. Elian Gonzalez was being returned to Cuba. In that time, Mr. Atta and his companion, his accomplice, were training to be pilots in Venice, Florida, went on to take jet training lessons. Atta was on board American Flight 11, the first plane that crashed into the World Trade Center. His accomplice was on United Flight 175, the second plane that crashed into the World Trade Center.
Now, do we believe that these are individuals who've been in the country for a long time? I never did quite get it clear yesterday whether or not they'd come into the country in the last day or so, or they have been in the country. Were they sleepers, in essence?
They were sleepers at least from June of 2000 on, but some authorities believe they had gone over the border into Canada in the month preceding the attack, perhaps to receive instructions, perhaps for any other reasons, and then came back into the country through Canada. It's clear now they had cased out the Boston airport for several weeks before the attacks. It's also clear they had traveled extensively, and Vero Beach, Florida seems to be a major area in terms of the FBI focus now, in terms of where at least 7 of these suspects set up, lived in expensive homes, tried to mingle in the community, as you call them, sleepers. And now as they pulled the string on Atta, they have found connections into Hamburg, Germany, where overnight authorities raided 8 different apartments, arrested an airport worker there traveling under a false passport, and we're told more police actions expected today in Germany.
Do you have any sense, either one of you, that the international law enforcement community has moved quickly to cooperate with the United States in trying to get to this? John?
There have been raids and arrests in Hamburg. They're expecting to see more of that, not just in Hamburg, but in other places. And if you go back to this spring, American and foreign authorities worked together to knock out these cells that they thought were about to pull off a job. So there were raids in Hamburg then, which led to raids in Genoa, which led to raids in London. And in each location they found explosives, chemicals, materials, and plans. Each plan was different. And I remember the feeling of elation they had at the time. This is just last spring in some of the very same cities that they had knocked out a cell. And apparently there were other cells, some in the same places that they didn't know about.
And Brian, it has been unclear for some hours as to whether or not American authorities have arrested, detained, questioned a variety of people here. Can you put a number and a status on that?
They've done all those things except arrest. As far as we know, no one has been charged in connection with the attacks. A number of people have been detained for questioning, held as witnesses. Some have been detained and then released overnight. The people picked up yesterday in the hotel in Boston
have been released.
Were released, seem to have been unconnected to the case. Others have been detained in Florida.
Scared the hell out of those people when the SWAT team went into the Westin Hotel in Boston.
Indeed. Others detained in Florida are still held in custody and are known to have connections or believed to have connections, particularly with the flight school where the training went on. Documents left behind in one of the homes indicate that they got into the flight school claiming they were part of a Saudi Airlines training team, and they received training in the 747 jets.
It's not very difficult to get into those flying schools. In fact, it's been interesting listening to the people at the flying schools in the last 24 hours saying we trained the vast majority of the pilots we actually train overseas. Just before we move on here, John Miller, at the moment, these arrests, these detentions come basically under the laws that the Immigration and Naturalization Service have in order to hold people on a temporary basis.
And this is something the federal authorities have used in these counterterrorism investigations before. I don't know if it's considered fair play, but they certainly have an advantage to be able to stop, detain, and check immigration status. And then once they do that, anything they find in the process, somebody used a different name somewhere else, somebody filled out something on one form that doesn't match another, which has the potential for them to use the charge of lying on an official document, that gives them sway to hold these people for a long time. So it's an advantage in these investigations as long as it's used fairly.
We know how long the INS has been able to hold some people and cause scandal in some parts of the country, holding people for long periods of time without charging them outrageous many Americans. Okay, we'll come back to this if I may. I do want to, we've now reestablished communications with Washington. Now, we've been in many respects very lucky for the last couple of days. John McCarthy is at the Pentagon. John?
Peter, we have some very preliminary numbers, but they're beginning to get a little harder here. Officials say they're likely to go up. An overall total of 190 dead and missing, preliminary estimates. And of those, Peter, we believe about 74 are from the U.S. Army, 42 from the Navy. Thus far, there are no dead or missing reported from either the Marine Corps or the Air Force. The Air Force is located on the other side of the Pentagon. 10 from various other agencies. I read that to be the Defense Intelligence Agency, which was in the area that was struck badly. So 64 passengers and crew on the airplane. You add all those numbers up and you get an idea of what has happened here. They have not recovered anywhere near that many remains thus far, about 75 at this point, we are told. All of the remains from this site are going to be taken to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. That's where the Pentagon, or where the military, has a large mortuary and forensic operation where they can do the body identification. Of course, some of these bodies are terribly charred, and so they're going to have to go there and try and figure out who is who.
Thanks, John. Boy, Dover, Delaware plays such a role in the nation's history. We've seen bodies come back from so many parts of the world, going first to Dover and from the war in Vietnam. From various terrorist attacks on Marine officials overseas. I want to check in quickly with Dan Harris, who is on the west side of New York, just because, as you heard Mayor Giuliani there, there's a real instinct and a push, not only in New York, but everywhere around the country, Dan, to get the country and the city moving again. The mayor said he thought he'd have from 14th Street down closed continuously, but trying to get corridors into Wall Street. What's it like in the rest of the city?
In the rest of the city, we are edging ever so slightly back toward normal. A lot more people in the city today, a lot more life on the streets. That's because the major arteries leading in here, the tunnels, the bridges, the train lines are all reopening this morning. The major cultural institutions also reopening. The Bronx Zoo, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Broadway, and so on, reopening tonight. The mayor, as you mentioned, urged New Yorkers to try to get back to normal as much as possible, and we're seeing that. In fact, we went out and spoke to some people this morning. Let's take a listen to what they had to say. At a time like this, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Streets being cleaned, deliveries being made, trains full of commuters arriving on time. The routine is slowly being restored, and many find that supremely comforting.
I think it's good for us to return to normal and to do the things we need to do to keep going.
The routine is very comforting, so to see, that it hasn't been completely and utterly disrupted is definitely a familiar feeling. It feels good.
It's quite a change from yesterday when this normally colorful, cacophonous city was in a state of stunned silence. Empty streets, closed stores. And while things are now picking up, the reminders of disaster are everywhere, from street-side newspaper vendors to the radio blaring at the deli, and getting through this, to the extra security just about everywhere.
It's a little bit eerie, to say the least.
It's a feeling of, insecurity, basically, so you don't know what's going to happen.
However, as students return to school and stores reopen their doors, there was a sense that getting back to business was the best way to triumph over terrorism.
You can't let a minority of people ruin the majority.
We gotta show them that we're not scared of them.
We have to let them know that we are people that are united. We work together, and we're gonna come out of this thing here clean.
Make no mistake, though, people on the streets of Manhattan are still very jittery. So are police. A perfect example of that going on behind me here, Peter. Between 64th and 65th Street here on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, police say they have found a car, a white Cadillac apparently, that they think might, and I stress might, have a bomb in it. They have cleared off 64th and 65th Street, or 65th between 64th, and they have detonated one device in the rear of the car, and that did not set off any bomb. They are, we are told, going to detonate yet another device sometime soon. But a sign that they are not totally panicked about this, Peter. They have not cleared out this entire area. There are still a lot of people around here, and I should tell you, people are quite jittery. Peter?
Thanks, Dan Harris. There hasn't been much to smile about in the last couple of days, and the only reason I actually find myself, I think almost for the first time, smiling is because I'm reminded this morning how many people we have heard in interviews saying time and time again, well, we're going to come out of this. The country is going to be strong. George Will, the columnist this morning, who like a lot of really wise and intelligent people in the country has thought hard about how the United States should respond, points out that an old Chinese theorist said kill one and frighten 10,000, but in the modern era of technology compounded by the access to disaster that we in the media provide, you kill one and you may be intending to frighten 10 million. But as frightened as people are, and with very good reason in some places, certainly in lower parts of New York City, no wonder people were terrified. But everywhere we go in the country, almost every report we do get this feeling, for this evocation from people saying, we're going to get through this. And we're going to go to Washington several times today to see the government trying to get the business. You hear the mayor trying to get the city back together again. And no question that the whole intent of terrorism is to terrorize, to kill a few and terrorize many more. But the spirit in the country we've been trying to appreciate over the last couple of days, aside from being angry, aside from being very much in the mood for revenge, and that's one of the things we'll talk about at some length today, in many ways being traumatized by the whole notion of this happening here. There is this constant repetition by people that we are going to get through this and the country is going to be okay. Now, can I go to Linda Douglas on Capitol Hill? Linda, on Capitol Hill today, the Congress has been very determined to get on the record a public resolution of its intent, its support for the president, its commitment to providing more money. Where are we on that now?
Well, in terms of the commitment to provide more money, there does now appear to be pretty much agreement on the first request that's going to come from the White House, which is for $20 billion in immediate emergency aid for this fiscal year, which ends at the end of September. So this is just for the next few weeks. And this is money that would be used to help New York. It would help protect against other terrorist acts. It would help fight against those people who perpetrated this act in the first place. This is what some are calling simply a down payment on the vast amounts of money that everyone from both parties agree are going to be necessary. The other development up here, Peter, is that as Terry Moran reported last night, President Bush was meeting at the White House with leaders, it turns out Republican leaders, trying to craft some language that would give him War Powers Act the authority to wage some kind of war, however it is defined, under these circumstances. That draft language has now arrived over here on Capitol Hill, and Democrats are saying it simply goes much too far. Many Republicans are agreeing, comparing it to what President Johnson secured during the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which gave him unlimited powers, essentially carte blanche, to fight any way, anywhere, with any amount of money, anytime he wanted. So this language is now being reworked by Republicans and Democrats, because one Democratic senator told me, we do not want any public disagreements with the president. This is not a big dispute. We disagree with the way he's approached this. We'll work it out and it'll get done, he said today.
Okay, thanks very much, Senator. One of the things we'll talk about at length today with our own correspondents and with a lot of people all over the country, citizens and also politicians and analysts as well, is this whole question of a War Powers Act and what does it mean to commit to fighting a war, and most importantly, I think many people feel frustrated by this at the moment. Against whom does one conduct a war at the moment? We use the phrase in very general terms. There's no doubt, I think, in anybody's mind that this was an act of war against the United States a couple of days ago. But what does it mean in the short term for the United States in terms of leaning forward? And very importantly, what does it mean in the long run? I want to go to Dallas, to Texas now, to ABC's Mike Von Fram. Mike.
Peter, we're at a place in the suburbs of Dallas. It's called South Lake, Texas. It's a town square. It's normally an area that's bustling with people. There's shops, there's workers above, but right now people are, for the most part, at home watching TVs. They've been glued to it, and it's a problem here, Peter, because merchants are reporting there's no buyers. There's a travel agency here where there's no people that are coming in. What we have, though, is one group here, Peter, you're looking at people who have recently lost their jobs in the technology sector. They're out, they're kind of desperate to keep bread on the table and find jobs, but they have been monitoring this. If you want to get kind of a snapshot of where they're, you know, just what the economy is going to be like, where the people, we're going to speak.
I just sure would like to know what people in Texas are thinking.
Good. Sir, you've just recently lost your job with Compaq Computer. Your name?
Bob Sloan.
And what is your feeling about this? You know that the economy has already been slumping. This is really a terrible hit. What do you think now? Is this country going to get through this? What are your feelings?
We're definitely going to get through this. We're going to have a period of tough times, but the attitude of the people that I talk to, my neighbors, my friends, my coworker peers here, we're going to get through it. It's a matter of time.
But this group here is a support group for one another who've recently lost their jobs. Have I got that right?
Yes, it is.
You seem pretty optimistic at a very tough time.
We have to be optimistic. If we're not optimistic, things won't turn around. A lot of it is a question of having a positive mental attitude about what we are capable of doing. And we are capable of pulling through this, of helping others, and of getting back to a normal way of life quickly.
Let me see if I can get some other views. Sir, let me go over to you. Can you tell me what company you work for, what your name is, and what you think is ahead for us?
I was working for a recruiting firm, and the recruiting industry has been hit pretty hard by the economy downturn. And right now, there's not a lot of people even paying attention to anybody looking for jobs, and so this week has been pretty much lost. Frankly, I've been pretty glued to the TV most of the week, watching the events. Almost in disbelief. It's probably a little like the special effects that we've seen on TV or in movies, and it's just amazing that this is real life. It's pretty hard to separate it in your own mind. It just really hasn't sunk in yet.
Right. I can't imagine being, Peter, yes?
I just asked if any of them have any idea what they'd like the country to do.
Sure. Let me just start with you. What would you like the country to do in response to this, both economically and perhaps to, I mean, what should the president be doing?
I think you guys had Madeleine Albright on TV this morning, and her comment was that we need to very carefully make a measured response rather than be just as bad as the people that actually inflicted this upon us. Make sure that we have evaluated all the information appropriately and then attack the targets that are the right people rather than just come a bully ourselves. I don't think that makes any sense. And so we've got to take our time, sort it out, and figure out exactly what the right thing is to do. We've got people in Washington who have all access to more facts than any of the rest of us. So the country needs to be behind those decision makers and make sure that, in fact, that we do the right thing.
Take the time, no immediate response. Let's make sure we do it right.
Can I just I would agree in that perspective that we need to not make a knee-jerk reaction.
Gentlemen, thank you very much, and good luck and fine. Yes, Peter.
Mike, just get a show of hands here. How many, just to widen out the camera and ask a show of hands here, how many of these guys believe the country should take its time and have a measured response to this?
Peter Jennings wants a show of hands. He wants to know how many of you raise your hand if you think the country should take its time and have a measured response. Take its time and make a measured response. It's unanimous, Peter.
Mike, please tell them thanks, and we're thinking of them, and we understand what solidarity means when you're looking for work in this economy, and Bob Sloan's reflection there that that's the way the country's going to get through it as well. Again, you feel the energy and the positiveness in that group, and I thank you very much indeed. The first aircraft that we have seen, I'm sure it may not necessarily be the first one, but my goodness, we've had an airplane that's gone somewhere and has landed somewhere. First aircraft has now just landed at Dallas, Texas. I shouldn't say just now because it landed in the dark, so it must either have been very late at night, early in the morning. But there is one of the really hopeful signs that we have seen today in terms of the country getting back to business. And yes, I know what an extraordinary contrast to the other planes that we have been watching time and time again. You just stay with it for a sec. I'd be curious and I'll see whether we can identify it. No, that's all we had. Okay, but there's a plane landing at Dulles Aircraft, and the Secretary of Transportation has now said that the nation's airspace will be opened fully, easy to say, in about 25 minutes from now, and we'll get Lisa Stark, who covers aviation, up. We'll go to his news conference so that everybody in the country has some understanding of just how much commerce and passenger traffic is going to be able to move back and forth across the country, given the very strict security restrictions the FAA wants to impose on the airlines now, and they to some extent want to impose themselves. Now, the Chicago Board of Trade and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange opened up again this morning, and ABC's Dean Reynolds is there. Dean? Hang on a second, we have a mic problem.
Mic problem.
There you go. Start again, please.
Okay. I think you can hear behind me now the Mercantile Exchange has roared back to life after being dark for the better part of 2 days. There's all sorts of transactions, financial transactions going on behind me, and in an adjacent hall they're trading such things as French francs, Deutschmarks, and below me in another hall it's agricultural commodities, pork bellies, meats, dairies, the kind of controlled chaos you see here where an offhand gesture might make you the proud owner of 10,000 bushels of wheat if you're not careful.
When he's finished, I just want some more.
The real question is whether or not they should have opened today, and in fact they said that they'd sensed in the country a desire to get back to business, and this was the best way to get back to business. There are differences here today, though. As you can see on the floor, there's a lot of American flags sprouting in lapels and along desktops behind me, and there was a ton of security to get into the building. So these are symbolic things. The security is not symbolic. The security is a show of determination against the terrorists. The flags are a show of solidarity with the victims. They're, I think, trying to send a signal that America has regained its stride. Peter?
Hey, Dean, I'd like, we don't, the country doesn't very often get to see the Merc at work. And I'd just like to listen to it for a second while we let the cameraman just stay wandering there in the middle of that crowd, because I think people around the country really find this refreshing. This is so different than the shouting we've heard in the last couple of days.
I agree.
The sound of America getting back to business again at the Mercantile Exchange in Chicago. Thanks very much, Dean Reynolds. We'll come back to you throughout the day for a sense of the country seen from the Midwest. Here's the Secretary of Transportation.
In order to restore our security to the fullest extent possible, we exercise the necessary precautions while assessing our nation's transportation systems. Now I am pleased to announce some good news for travelers, for our economy, and for the restoration of America's freedom of mobility. Effective 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, the airspace system will reopen to commercial aviation. At this moment, the FAA reports that we have airports starting to reopen across the country. Now, this decision was made after a series of meetings throughout the day, yesterday, and late into Wednesday night, with the White House and other cabinet officials, Federal Aviation Administrator Jane Garvey and her great team, aviation industry leaders, as well as intelligence and law enforcement representatives. I must caution everyone that a system as diverse and complex as ours cannot be brought up instantly. And so we will be reopening airports and airlines will be resuming their flights since as they meet the new security measures that we are now imposing. Additional airports will be opened only after they meet the new stringent security measures. Anyone planning on flying today, or not even today, but henceforth, should check with their airlines regarding the level of service and flight schedules, and especially be able to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security precautions. As I stated yesterday, safety is always of paramount importance. And in these extraordinary times, we will be vigilant. Therefore, I have ordered a variety of security measures to be instituted at our nation's airports upon reopening to improve the security of our national aviation system. A thorough search and security check of all airports and airplanes will take place before passengers are allowed to board any aircraft. We have discontinued off-airport check-in and curbside check-in at the airport. All passengers will be required to go to the ticket counters to check in. We must reserve boarding areas for passengers only, and only ticketed passengers will be allowed to proceed past airport screeners.
This list.
And all vehicles near airport terminals will be monitored more closely. We experienced an unprecedented assault on our commercial aviation system. And in times such as these, we will use all available resources to ensure the safety of our travelers. Agents from the Department of Justice and from the Department of Treasury will be deployed to airports across the country. The added presence of these officers will augment our existing heightened security procedures, serving as a visible reminder of our strong commitment to protect the safety of the American people and the traveling public. Again, I strongly urge all passengers to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security procedures and also to exercise patience with airport and airline employees and security personnel.
Norm Mineta, the Secretary of Transportation, laying out some of the details we've actually known he was going to impose for some time, and he does raise some questions, as well as lay out some very stringent security measures. One of the questions they raise is on the question of, for example, curbside check-in or checking in your bag at the airport or checking in the bag at the hotel downtown before you go to the airport, which is now taken as a very serious issue, and some people in the aviation industry, and not to mention some passengers, have asked if that is so efficient and so necessary, why has it not been instituted before? But that's the kind of debate we'll get into a little later on. And Lisa Stark, when she comes to join us in a short while from now, will be able to give us a real sense of how the country is opening up in terms of aviation. Just take a look one more time at this aircraft that has arrived in Dallas today. It turns out, ironically to some extent, to be an American Airlines flight which had landed in Dallas this morning, and well, don't need to say very much, but this has happened all over the country. So many people continue to be divided, as we are primarily and obviously focused on the people in New York City, in New York generally, and at the Pentagon, who are still waiting desperately to find some connection to their missing relatives. We at least have in other parts of the country people reconnecting in a very physical way for the first time. Having seen the Chicago Board of Trade and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange open again this morning and back at work, let me just do a quick rundown here. Is ABC's Betsy Stark around? All right, but she is coming as well. Let me just tell you some of the other things that are happening in the country this morning which reassert that business is beginning to get underway, though not in New York City. The trading of U.S. government bonds resumed at 8 a.m. this morning. These are sold through brokers and not at a market site, so these orders are completed over the phone. Trading is very thin this morning. The Wall Street Journal points out this morning that during the 1991 Gulf War, we have a lesson here that the U.S. economy came to a near standstill. Americans stopped shopping and watched television news instead, the Wall Street Journal reminds us, but Americans will begin over the next couple of days to drift back to regular lives. We certainly hope. Cantor Fitzgerald, you've heard us talk about that firm based in the World Trade Center. They sold a quarter of all U.S. treasuries, and we know that 80% of their employees are still missing, and that is one of the really, truly tragic company stories at the World Trade Center, and they're simply not in a position to do business at the moment. And other firms are not in a position to do business. They've either lost their employees, though not necessarily all their records, for people at home who have been concerned about their records with brokerage houses. Most brokerage houses keep duplicate sets of records in other locations. But there is no doubt that some of these business companies are deeply impaired in terms of getting up and running again, and that in some respects is why Wall Street is not open today. There's been a discussion between Wall Street and Washington in the last 24 hours about whether or not the market should open quickly, should take their time, or should at least not take their time but not open as quickly as some people would like them to. And in part it is because Wall Street in itself is not in a condition to operate in all respects. Hundreds of corporate offices were destroyed, including those of Morgan Stanley, the largest tenants at the World Trade Center. Hundreds of other firms were forced to leave their buildings. We have seen documents all over the streets of New York in the last 24 and 36 hours. And so there's just an enormous dissettlement, unsettling status in the industry itself. But they are in many cases shifting to backup offices located in other parts of New York City and New Jersey. And these larger financial companies, I said, are being backed up in some cases by smaller companies. which are related to them. So it's going to happen, and market officials say they hope to resume equities stock trading by Friday. Terry Moran is now at the White House. Terry, the latest from there, please.
Well, Peter, the president continues to have his day consumed by managing this situation, both behind the scenes with his national security team, and he will be also making public appearances. In just a few minutes, he'll be calling the mayor of New York City, Mayor Giuliani. We should probably see that live as he does it. He's also going to leave the White House in a little while and go to a local hospital where burn victims have been taken to visit with families and to thank doctors and nurses. On the affairs of state, a couple of issues. The administration is working with members of Congress to craft some kind of resolution which would authorize the president to use force. This has been done before, both in Kosovo and during the Gulf War, most notably. But I should say that even before that happens, right now the president, as previous presidents have through his spokespeople, is saying that he has the constitutional authority now to act militarily in defense of the country. That has always been a bone of contention between Congress and the president. They will probably work out some kind of joint resolution to authorize the use of force. The president's also been calling world leaders. He called Prime Minister Koizumi of Japan, Prime Minister Berlusconi of Italy, Lord Robertson of NATO, and Crown Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. Once again, the administration saying they're trying to build a coalition here. Now, that word should mean something. It did in the Gulf War beyond mere rhetorical solidarity. But the administration says to get into what precisely the president is looking for from other nations to do would amount to discussing military options and military planning, and they aren't going beyond that. Finally, on the question of whether or not when the president was under threat during the day of terrorist attacks, the White House is now confirming on the record that the White House received a call the morning of the attacks from someone who said Air Force One is a target and used the code name for that plane. That is not a state secret. It's Angel. It's generally used. Sometimes you hear it in documentaries or feature films. But that was enough, combined with what the White House says was the flight pattern of the plane that hit the Pentagon, which they say was heading for the White House and hit the Pentagon instead. Those two things kept the president out of Washington and convinced Secret Service and other authorities that the White House and the president were targets.
Terry, I think it's probably inevitable we'll get back to this issue, and certainly people in Washington will wrestle with this whole question of the presidential leadership. But my sense is, listening to the rest of the country, the people are just pleased that the president was under no threat whatsoever. It's all grist to the mill in terms of presidential leadership in time, but in fact he's back and he's spoken to the country.
Peter, I couldn't agree with you more. Whether he returned at 3 p.m. or 6 p.m. is irrelevant on a day like we had when these attacks came in. What is significant now is how he responds. That's what the country will judge him on, the proportionality and justice of the response that he determines, and his use of the enormous powers at his command and how he discharges his duties. This notion of when he was back in Washington and whether or not the administration is trying to push this story that the White House was under threat, I think is a secondary or even tertiary issue. But they are now confirming that there was a phone call which they received in addition to the flight pattern of the plane, which convinced the Secret Service that the White House was a target.
I think one quote I actually read and heard was somebody said that Air Force One is next. Is that the precise quote?
Well, according to Mr. Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, he recalls it or heard it told to him as Air Force One is a target, using that code name for the plane, which is Angel, and that was enough to convince them that that he was in trouble, in danger, and they needed to take all measures to protect his safety.
Terry, you said the president intends to make some public appearances today. I know we're going to have an opportunity to watch him and Mayor Giuliani talk to one another. We're quite accustomed to that kind of photo op, as they call it, at the White House. But does he intend to come out of the White House and go anywhere today?
Well, he's going to the hospital. We expect he will make some comments to camera there, probably. They are working. One of the aspects of what the White House is doing right now is finding ways, and they believe it's a very important part of his job right now, to get out in before the public to communicate his leadership and what they say is his understanding of what the country is going through. I should also say in that regard, the president has declared that tomorrow should be a national day of prayer and remembrance, and he will be asking all Americans, he says, to go to wherever they choose to worship during their lunch hours, to prayer services or whatever they choose to do during their lunch hours tomorrow so the nation can gather in prayer. The president himself will be going to a prayer service here in Washington about that time. And that's another way that he is trying to play that symbolic role of president.
But the obvious question is, when does the president intend to come to New York City?
Well, they say that he wants to come very much. There has been talk that he could come perhaps for a memorial service up there. They are being very careful about the president's movements, as you can imagine. He will be meeting with the congressional delegation from New York State and from Northern Virginia, and I believe Pennsylvania as well, where these attacks and disasters occurred. But they are not giving us advance notice on his schedule. Once again, they say he knows what a burden he would be on an already strained city. The arrival of the president, all of the security, especially at this time, that would accompany him. He does not want to get in the way, but he does want to be on the scene.
Okay, thanks very much, Terry Moran at the White House. We'll come back to Terry any number of times today, and to people associated with the administration, because this whole debate about coalition, interesting that the president called the Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia this morning. You may recall yesterday the the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the United States made a very unusual appearance to give a public statement and took no questions, a public statement on how the kingdom felt about all of the concern that these acts had been perpetrated on the United States by Muslims. And he's a powerful and influential figure, but he came out on this one issue to say to the United States, as Saudis very often have to do under certain circumstances, to say that we're an ally of the United States, a difficult ally at times, a restless ally at times, one that has an enormous amount of authority because of its oil power over the United States, or with the United States, but was certainly very much a very active member of the coalition in the Gulf War. And the debate about the president trying to put together some coalition now to fight terrorism is much more complicated than it was at the time of the Gulf War, and in some respects may divide Europe from nations in the Middle East. One of the things that is clearly missing so far from the Middle East today are truly public declarative statements from some of the leaders in the Middle East, not all, but some, as to where they stand on this particular issue. While we're waiting for the president to have a chat with the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, why don't we go back to Washington and Claire Shipman. Claire, what else are you picking up today? Claire Shipman, I know, is there, and we will get to her in just a moment, but that's why we're vamping here for just a moment, because we do not want to miss the president talking to the mayor today. So we get to Claire Shipman in just a moment. Do you hear me, Claire?
Yes, I can hear you, Peter. Can you hear me?
I can. We're just getting the bugs out in this particular phase of coverage. Okay.
I know we are. Well, it's, you know, one of the things you were talking about earlier, Peter, that a lot of people are now talking about today with the meetings between Congress and the president is just what sort of authority the president does have to act on his own. As Terry Moran made it plain, the White House says the president believes he can do whatever he wants without congressional authority, but of course he would like congressional authority because nobody wants to take any sort of major step, no president, without the support of Congress. But what everybody's talking about essentially, which you mentioned, is the War Powers Act. And it's an interesting thing to look at because most presidents hate it, of course. It was passed in 1973, I believe, over President Nixon's veto, but most presidents try to ignore it whenever they can. It essentially compels presidents to consult with Congress, even get permission before sending combat troops anywhere if Congress hasn't declared war, which is, of course, a congressional prerogative. What is interesting about the War Powers Act, though, is there's a big glaring exception that does allow presidents to act, and that is if there is a state of emergency, if the United States has been attacked. And so it would seem fairly clear that the president can walk right through the Wars Powers Act should he choose to, given that exception. And many presidents have chosen to ignore it on far lesser grounds. But again, this is a time when I think everybody would like to see a big joint resolution, because it's clear President Bush wouldn't want to act on his own without congressional support, and there's little doubt from everything we've heard this morning from many members of Congress that he will get that support, Peter.
Great, Lynn. Claire, thanks very much indeed. The White House, I think, believes that the House of Representatives, according to our political unit, is going to take this up first. The administration, as Claire Shipman does point out, wants language that is broader than what President Bush got. President Bush number 41, not 42, of course, for the Gulf War. But they think that some of what has been proposed by what are described by our political unit as the more hawkish Republicans, though everybody in the country at the moment everybody in the country is certainly somewhat more hawkish. Well, I shouldn't say everybody, but a great many people in the country are more hawkish than they were a couple of days ago. The flag at half-mast over the White House, obviously. But they think that the proposal needs to be narrowed down. The Democrats, as Linda Douglas reported, are divided about how broad a resolution they will support. They certainly don't want to be seen in a fight with the president over this at this very delicate moment. So Bush advisors are also working hard on this and thinking, too, about whether the president should ask to address a joint session of the Congress in the not-too-distant future to talk about the resolution. In part, this would be for the symbolism of it, and it's one of those perfect opportunities for the president not only to talk to the political arena in Washington but the country as a whole. But they feel at the moment that the president is pretty effective in terms of talking to an audience. Terry Moran. Terry?
Yes, Peter.
You wanted to say something.
This is right now really the nub of the argument or the discussion between the administration and members of Congress. The resolution authorizing President Bush's father to use force in the Gulf War carried with it an important condition. It was conditioned on the Bush administration at that time showing the leadership of Congress that diplomatic efforts had been exhausted and that the steps taken were appropriate. Obviously, Republicans in Congress do not want to tie this president's hands in that way. And the whole question of the War Powers Act, it was never signed by a president. It was passed over President Ford's veto, and it has never been confirmed in court. The courts won't take it up. They say it's a dispute between the president and Congress that the courts can't referee. So it's a very murky area of law, and as Claire pointed out, it is generally, as it seems to be in this case, worked out by way of accommodation and comity rather than some kind of negotiation and confrontation.
Yeah, in many respects, Terry, it is emblematic of the constant struggle between the executive branch and the legislative branch about who has authority. And with the president having been so narrowly elected, and still some people, perhaps not this week, but some people thinking the president is not legitimately elected, well, you know how it'll go on.
Well, I think
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. President. Yeah, thank you all very much for taking my phone call. First of all, I can't tell you how sad I am and America is for the people of New York City and the tri-state area. I want to let you know there's a quiet anger in America that really is real. And also, though, I can't tell you how proud I am of the good citizens of your part of the world and the extraordinary job you all are doing. You're doing really a great job on behalf of the citizens of New York City, New York State, and in the tri-state area. So I want to thank you very much for your leadership and dedication. Thank you, Mr. President. Secondly, I've been in touch with you all, and you've extended me a kind invitation to come to New York City. I accept. I'll be there tomorrow afternoon after the prayer service at the National Cathedral. I look forward to joining with both of you and thanking the police and fire, the construction trade workers, the restaurant owners, the volunteers, all of whom have really made a huge display for the world to see of the compassion of America and the bravery of America and the strength of America. Every world leader I've talked to in recent days has been impressed by what they have seen about our nation and the fabric of our nation. And I want to thank everybody when I come. So thank you for your hospitality.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for coming to New York. I'm sure that's going to be a great inspiration to all of us, and particularly those thousands of men and women still downtown trying to help us with the rescue efforts. I also want to thank you for all the help we've gotten from the federal government. It's been tremendous, and for your words. You are right. Our nation is united as never before, and we will triumph over this evil with your leadership and your inspiration. And I also have to congratulate the mayor for the tremendous effort he has made. Mr. President, you would be proud of the leadership and the cooperation we've seen here. The city has taken the lead. Your people have been enormously supportive, and we're very grateful.
Well, thanks, George and Rudy. Thank you all. I know you've put in a request, and I've directed the Attorney General to expedite any payments of benefits for those fallen public safety officers to their families, any benefits to their families. And the Attorney General, as I understand, will be making a formal announcement of your request today. I've told Albaugh anything it takes to help New York. I have been in touch with the Congress. They are expediting a supplemental. We've had great cooperation with members of the Congress in both political parties. So just keep in touch. I know you will. This isn't the first time we've talked, and I really appreciate the fact that you all are in charge. And I know the citizens of New York and the tri-state area, people of New Jersey and Connecticut, are appreciative as well.
President, the uniformed officers, the police, the fire, the emergency service officers, their families will really appreciate this. We're going to sustain a tremendous loss of our bravest and our best people. And the relief that you're now making available to the families is going to mean a lot to them. They're going to be able to think about the fact that their children are going to be taken care of, that they're going to be able to go to college, that they're going to be able to carry on. So I can't express to you how appreciative we are of your acting so swiftly. And also, on that terrible day when our city was being attacked, you were in immediate communication with us, Mr. President, and helped to secure the city. And the work you've done for us, we all eternally appreciate. You've been a terrific leader, and we're taking direction from you, and we're following your example. You've done a terrific job, Mr. President.
Well, thanks, Rudy, and thanks, George. Let me make it clear to you all, as my close friends, that my mindset is this. One, I'm weep and mourn with America. I'm going to a hospital right after this to comfort families. I wish I could comfort every single family whose lives have been affected. But make no mistake about it, my resolve is steady and strong about winning this war that has been declared on America. It's a new kind of war. And I understand it's a new kind of war. And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure this act, these acts, the people who conducted these acts and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions. Make no mistake. And as we do so, I urge, I know I don't need to tell you all this, but our nation must be mindful that there are thousands of Arab Americans who live in New York City who love their flag just as much as the three of us do. And we must be mindful that as we seek to win the war, that we treat Arab Americans and Muslims with the respect they deserve. I know that is your attitudes as well, certainly the attitude of this government, that we should not hold one who is a Muslim responsible for an act of terror. We will hold those who are responsible for the terrorist acts accountable and those who harbor them. You'll see, and I look forward to visiting with you in person tomorrow, about the resolve of this government. And so I thank you very much for your leadership on the ground. I wish I was visiting under better circumstances, but it will be a chance for all three of us to thank and hug and cry with the citizens of your good area.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We really appreciate this very much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
President, we're looking forward to your visit. It will inspire us all, and we will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Thank you all very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
God bless. Mr. President. Bye.
Mr. President, is it safe to fly, specifically, would you want a close member of your family to get on a commercial air flight today?
We have taken every precaution to make sure that it is safe to fly in America. There are beefed up security at our airports. There's increased presence on the airplanes. Yes, I would, if a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
Mr. President, how close are you, sir, to finding out, to nailing down who is responsible for these acts? And what kind of international coalition are you trying to build? Is it similar to the one your father built for the Persian Gulf War?
I am, first let me condition the press this way. Any sources and methods of intelligence will remain guarded in secret. My administration will not talk about how we gather intelligence, if we gather intelligence, and what the intelligence says. That's for the protection of the American people. It is important as we battle this enemy, we conduct ourselves that way. Secondly, I've been on the phone this morning, just like I was yesterday, and will be on this afternoon on the phone with leaders from around the world who express their solidarity with this nation's intention to rout out and to whip terrorism. They understand, fully understand, that that an act of war was declared on the United States of America. They understand as well that that act could have easily been declared on them. These people can't stand freedom. They hate our values. They hate what America stands for. Many of the leaders understand it could have easily have happened to them. Secondly, they understand that unlike previous war, this enemy likes to hide. They heard my call loud and clear to those who feel like they can provide safe harbor for the terrorists, that we will hold them responsible as well. And they join me in understanding not only the concept of the enemy, that the enemy is a different type of enemy. They join me also in solidarity about holding those who fund them, who harbor them, who encourage them responsible for their activities. I'm pleased with the outpouring of support. Jiang Zemin, Vladimir Putin, had a great visit this morning with His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. I will continue to stay on the phone. And there is universal support for the American people, sadness in their voice, but understanding that we have just seen the first war of the 21st century. And there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes. Yeah, Stretch.
Mr. President, if this is a different kind of war, it might require perhaps a different kind of coalition. Many people believe that for a real war on terrorism to work, you'll need cooperation from governments that haven't necessarily done so in the past, specifically Pakistan and Afghanistan. Have you made any progress on that front?
I would refer you to the statements that the Pakistani leader gave about his, I don't have the exact words in front of me, but his willingness to work with the United States, and I appreciate that statement. And now we'll just find out what that means, won't we? We will give the Pakistani government a chance to cooperate and to participate as we hunt down those people who committed this unbelievable, despicable act on America.
Mr. President, how confident are you that Osama bin Laden is behind these attacks? Do you know what his whereabouts are? And secondly, what kind of support are you looking for from Congress in terms of your willingness to act?
We will not discuss intelligence matters, how we gather intelligence, and what we know. Secondly, I am about anybody. When our government acts, you'll be informed. Secondly, we had a great meeting yesterday here in the cabinet room with leadership of the House and the Senate. I was touched by their response, their encouragement, and their willingness to work together. And I would be very pleased to see a strong resolution come out of Congress supporting the administration and what we intend to do, and we're working closely with Congress. Secondly, progress is being made on a supplemental. I thought that was very swift action, and I'm most appreciative again of Senator Daschle and Representative Gephardt, as well as my Republican colleagues, for really showing solidarity again and uniting the nation. Now's the time for the country to be united. And you know, through the tears of sadness, I see an opportunity. You know, make no mistake about it, this nation is sad. But we're also tough and resolute. And now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable. The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. We will be very much engaged in domestic policy, of course. I look forward to working with Congress on a variety of issues. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory. To victory.
Mr. President, what is your understanding of the threat to Air Force One, and do you believe that the terrorists attempted to assassinate you, sir?
I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered.
Do you believe they tried to assassinate you?
I believe I took the, I know I took the appropriate actions as the Commander-in-Chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis. You didn't hear the end of the phone call with the mayor and George Pataki, both of whom thanked me for the fact that we were immediately on the phone with them from Air Force One, and our government responded quickly.
How did you feel knowing you're under personal threat?
Could you give us a sense as to what kind of prayers you are thinking and where your heart is for yourself as you work on that?
I think about myself right now. I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the President talking first to the Governor of New York and the Mayor, George Pataki and Rudolph Giuliani, and then going on at quite some surprising and detailed length about his view of the world at this particular moment, what he believes is the relationship he is establishing with other equally disposed to fight terrorism leaders in the world. And when asked at the end there, what are the prayers for himself, saying very quickly the prayers are not for him but for other people. I'm a loving guy, he said, but I've got to do my job. And he leaned into the camera there, at least leaned into the camera that we had there. And I think you saw clearly precisely what we saw. Terry, what strikes me about this is that we have, as reporters, seen many instances in the past where politicians set up photo opportunities of themselves talking to other people because it's a good thing to do. That's one of the most relaxed ones I've ever seen. The President talking to two men who are friends of his about a subject in which they are all so intimately involved.
Well, that's a great observation, Peter, and obviously a time like this, the nation learns about the man who's president. Ultimately, they will judge him by his course of conduct in the affairs of state, but what they learned today was in part that. This is a man, as people noticed during the campaign, whatever his level of experience or his policies, this is a man who's very comfortable in his own skin. He was talking to two fellow Republicans and longtime associates, but he was deeply relaxed. He's also an emotional man. This is a man who I remember when I first started covering him, and he was introducing his cabinet in that series of press conferences. At each point that one of the members of his cabinet had a particularly affecting story to tell about an immigrant background or thanking a spouse or a parent who had helped, the president always blinked back tears. That is what is the nation learning about him? They're learning that in this moment he's an emotional man and yet also obviously very determined. I thought that was a very big moment.
I do too, and I got an immediate answer to the question I asked you, which was, when is he coming to New York? And the answer is tomorrow afternoon after the National Prayer Service in Washington. And my guess is, though, that we're accustomed to seeing the president travel with so much security that it absolutely stuns people. Presidents come to New York City and they tie this city up to the absolute irritation of New Yorkers, no matter which particular party it is. Well, this city's already tied up, and my sense is that the president of the city and the state will organize this. He will not have to come with this huge entourage in order to see what he wants to see and say what he wants to say.
Well, that's hard to say. He does not, he makes the final decision on that, but he takes very strong guidance from his security people. And we were told again today in our briefing that the president, while he considers these attacks to have been executed and concluded, does not believe that the risk to him and to Americans has been completely eliminated, part of a function of the world we live in, but also a part of a function of these days in particular.
Two other things stand out to me, and I wonder if they stand out to you, and that's the president saying very clearly, as Mayor Giuliani has been very insistent for the last couple of days, that Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, love the flag like everybody else does, and that we do not hold Muslims or Arabs in America responsible for terror. This is surely, I think, a response to the pressure on many Arab and Muslim communities in the country and the sensitivity they currently feel.
No question about it, Peter. That message was communicated to us all day yesterday by administration officials. This morning at the briefing, this is something on the president's mind, and perhaps because of the precedent. People have called what happened the other day the new Pearl Harbor. Subsequent to Pearl Harbor, obviously, this country interned in concentration camps its Japanese-American population, and one of the things I think the president and the administration want to get out in front of is any kind of prejudice that might lead to drastic actions privately or publicly. And it was the kind of thing that people expect from presidential leadership at this moment, moral leadership as well as taking the tough decisions.
And the other thing that jumps out at me, but it was indeed prompted by a question, and that is Pakistan. The president said we're going to give the Pakistani leader or Pakistan a chance to cooperate in this campaign against terrorism. I don't think we can tell the audience too many times that this is a deeply troubled country, a very divided country in terms of the United States, an uncertain country ruled by a military dictator who overthrew the civilian government, as bad as the civilian government was in many people's minds. And for the United States to make a deep impression on Pakistan, and it's going to be very difficult.
Absolutely, Peter, and we have been told by senior administration officials over the past couple days, watch Pakistan. We are sending them a message. Watch their actions. What the president was referring to is that General Musharraf, who was the led the coup that took over Pakistan, did come out and say, condemn the act. He said that he pledged support to United States efforts, but the Pakistani government is one of the only governments in the world to recognize the Taliban. General Musharraf did not mention the Taliban or Osama bin Laden in his remarks, and there have been persistent reports from the American intelligence community that the Taliban got their arms in the first place with which they took over Afghanistan from Pakistan, although that has never been confirmed or acknowledged by the Pakistani government. And so Pakistan right now, as the president said, is being judged by the United States at a very critical juncture.
Okay, thanks very much, Tamaran. We'll come back to you throughout the day, but the news there is of course. And there's, of course, by the way, one other thing which you all, I'm sure, noticed at home. The president picking up perhaps on a lot of advice, perhaps following his own instinct, but certainly very much of a mindset with the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, says he will not discuss intelligence matters whatsoever. We saw that yesterday when Mr. Rumsfeld came down suddenly to the briefing room at the Pentagon and made quite a speech about members of the government who talk about security matters, even raised the issue of the fact that they could face criminal investigation. It doesn't stop it, mind you, in government, but and a lot of it is regarded within government as legitimate to talk about. But the president picking up that note today saying he will not discuss intelligence matters. But he's going to come to New York tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. I'm Darren Kramer. We break in here for a moment with ABC News and Peter Jennings live coverage. You saw the president there. It is 11:22 a.m. now, and at 11 o'clock this morning, the federal government opened up air flight on a somewhat limited basis, but opened the door for commercial planes to get back into the air. News Channel 8's Jody Latina is out at Bradley. And Jody, is there activity out there yet? Are the planes getting rolling?
Actually, Darren, we've been open for about 20 minutes now. We were able to get inside the terminals to see folks trying to get their orders into their airlines, trying to get their plans prepared, but no commercial flights have come in yet and none have gone out yet. The only air flight that we did see was presumably a military jet. We've been seeing military jets, military helicopters, but no commercial flights yet. We did have a chance to talk to a couple passengers who were trying to get out, a family from Naugatuck going down to Florida for a family wedding. They seemed very anxious to get going, but at the same time, they do understand that they will have to go through some security checks that are now put in place. They said it is a small price to pay for what other Americans have given up this week, obviously talking about the attacks. Some of the security measures that we were seeing that are already in place inside, we did see some bomb-sniffing dogs. They were taking them up and around the concourse, back and forth. Also, that 300-foot buffer zone we've been telling you about. No cars, trucks, or any sort of vehicle 300 feet from the terminal out. Only the state police are allowed to park in there. But business is getting back to normal. There are some shops inside and some restaurants that are now open. So people are starting to filter in, get in line, and get prepared for their planes. They're telling us that there will be some delays because of the security checks that you have to go through. So you do want to call ahead, talk to your airline, find out what the schedule looks like for the day. Those are some of the concrete barriers you're seeing that they put in place during the past few days. You will notice a significant amount of police presence. Not only are the state police here, but the airport police. We also saw there's a special group here that is in charge of the bomb-sniffing dogs. So you will see a lot of armed men and women, but they are here for the safety of the passengers. They're also telling us that American Airlines, TWA, and Southwest are not flying out of here today. You can come in and make arrangements with their ticket agents, but those would be some of the airlines that are opting to choose different flight paths, so to speak, for the day. But again, we are open. There are some things you do need to consider. No curbside check-ins anymore. Also, they're going to be sweeping the planes along with the bomb dogs. They're going through checking baggage compartments and also cargo. Luggage has to be matched with your passengers. No longer can you bring something on for one of your relatives. Everything needs to be with you, and they will check it. Also, they're going to be asking for no visitors to be allowed past the security checkpoints. Only passengers are allowed on that gate ramp that you go to and you wait for your plane to arrive and to get on board. So you cannot wish your family goodbye anymore in there. Random ID checks. You must have a photo ID on you. They will be asking you for those not only at the counter, which you normally do, but they could be asking you randomly from the counter through the security check and even out into the gate where you will be waiting for your plane so that you can leave and go to your destination. So again, Bradley International Airport, one of many airports across the nation that are now open for air flights, but again, we have not seen any as of yet. Darren?
Jody Latina, live at Bradley. Thank you, Jody. We're going to go back to ABC News now. We will have an update from here and what's going on in Connecticut and your weather forecast coming up right about at 12 noon today. Now we'll go back to ABC.
Person in the airports in the United States of America with commercial traffic have been rescreened to make sure they have had the obligatory background checks and that every person in the sterile areas has had those background checks. That has been a big sore spot in the past. We know that many people have not had the required checks. That would be the first thing I wanted to hear from him. Second of all, if we want to take the security measures possible to completely physically secure the airport, it is possible, but that is going to mean, and other nations have done it, that is going to mean inspecting all of the baggage, all of the parcels, keeping, for example, mail and other non-passenger items off of planes, and fully inspecting every parcel and every passenger. That will take time. It will take personnel. We could use additional law enforcement and military personnel to do it. Those would be the two ways we could absolutely secure every airport and every plane, but it will take time and money.
Well, you say you know of another nation has done it. It seems like a monumental task, harder to do in a democracy than anywhere else.
Well, that's right, but I can remember in the early 70s I had to go to Paris in the wake of the Orly airport bombings. Not only was every flight into Paris scrubbed like this, but every passenger was actually even strip searched and patted down. I had to go into Korea during the tensions in Korea. Same thing there, every one of us, every item inspected. It took a ton of personnel and a ton of time, but they were securing.
You make your own point. They did it at a time of crisis. They don't do that in France at the moment. They don't do that in Korea at the moment. They do maybe a bit more in Korea, but not much.
That's right, but we're in a time of crisis, and to talk about taking steak knives off of airplanes when we need to assure the American public that we have scrubbed the system, this is the time to do it. Scrub that system now and then start over with all the measures in place. I want to hear a scrubbing is occurring.
Okay, let me bring in Mr. Flynn here from the Council on Foreign Relations. Mr. Flynn, first of all, I'm sure you'd like to comment on what you've heard, and secondly, would you just, well, comment first of all on what you've heard.
Well, I guess let me respond to a couple of things. As I listen to the President, the thing that I'm most struck about is, of course, this recognition that this is a new kind of war. And then that the very first question that we got from the press was, would you feel, Mr. President, safe in advising your family members to get on an airplane? What we have really, of course, is this reality that war now is coming home. You know, we built our whole national security apparatus after the Second World War for an away game, to basically be able to detect and intercept and deal with threats far away from our shores, so we could do a pursuit of happiness essentially here at home, to go about our business with great freedoms in facilitated movements and so forth. What we're struggling with right now is the fact that, of course, that the bad guys aren't playing by that rule. They want to bring the war home, which they certainly have done on Tuesday, and that, in addition, what makes this so audacious is the fact that they essentially blended into the civilian landscape. That's part and parcel of our day-to-day life. Renting cars, buying tickets in a domestic flight, getting on a plane, and turning that into a weapon of incredible terror.
Mr. Flynn, forgive me for interrupting you. I think to some extent you're saying what most of us already feel and understand. I wonder if I could get from you some specific notion, and perhaps in response to Mary Schiavo, what you think can be done to make the country safer at the moment, and in the first instance, air travel.
Sure. What specifically we need to be able to do is what we really have to be struggling with is how do we identify legitimate travelers and cargo as legitimate? Because this is, again, that the terrorists were able to essentially look legitimate. They were able to blend into this real escape well. Now, there are, in fact, new ways to do that beyond just simply open every single bag, stop every single car, stop every single passenger,
For example?
And strip them down. Well, there are things that are being now done in Heathrow Airport that, as an experiment of using iris scan as a way to check into the airport. Iris is something that cannot be tampered with.
You want to explain what iris scan is?
Okay, the retina of our eye.
Right.
The iris basically has a fingerprint that's that only one person has. I mean, you just can't duplicate it, you can't forge it, you can't do anything. So in order to check on the plane, the notion here is you're pre-cleared, you're checked, you verify who your business are, what you do. You step up to a, not very close even, as several feet away can be, it shoots a picture of your eye and says, yeah, you're who you say you are.
Let me just
proceed without a passport, get on the plane.
Let me stop you there for a second, because I'm always curious about this question. If people can fake identification on a variety of levels, why can't they fake iris scans as well? Why can't someone get their eye scanned into the system as illegitimately as they can get fake IDs?
Really, because we're now dealing with the biology of our cells, which is distinct, and the retina and the iris is able to, it can't be forged. I mean, that's what's special about it, and everybody has one. And so it's a special technology. What's clear, Peter, though, is that we're not going to put in place fail-safe systems ultimately here. This is a part of a layered approach. I mean, we've talked a lot, and clearly the country is focused very heavily on who are these bad guys and how, to some extent, we have retribution. There is obviously an intelligence breakdown that obviously put this thing through. But we also need another layer, and the layer is how do we detect and intercept when these folks get through, regardless of our attempts on the ground, into our transportation system, across our borders, and so forth. How do we enhance the odds that we are in fact going to detect them?
Let me ask
and
you
intercept
both.
them?
Let me ask you both. You first, Mr. Flynn, and then Ms. Schiavo, because you're supposed to be, you are specialists in this. Are there any specific measures that you know of that could have been realistically in place in this country which could have prevented what happened on Tuesday? Mr. Flynn?
None that we can have real confidence with, I'm sorry to say.
Ms. Schiavo?
Yes, there are. First of all, that these were known associates. On an international flight, there should have been at least some checking to see if they were on the list and to pre-screen the passengers.
How do we know they were known associates?
Well, apparently from the news reports yesterday, at least one of these individuals was known, one of the pilots was known as an associate. That was one of the news reports yesterday.
And an associate of whom?
Reportedly Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, but how would anybody at an airport know that?
Well, that's the point. We had screening processes. There are lists to check if activities are flagged on an international flight. We do have additional screening processes and questioning. Those aren't in place on domestic flights. And additionally, had we had other measures, for example, we know they had passes to scout out the airport from the inside, ramp passes.
Right.
That is a tremendous flaw in security, and that needs to be coupled. What we now have is real-time passes. That needs to be coupled. And there are additional scannings besides retinal scans, which, as you mentioned, they can be faked, because what happens is you would fit into society. If someone had a retinal scan as a frequent flyer on American Airlines, they probably could have been on that plane. So that is not fail-safe either. And finally, one thing the NTSB has called for literally since the Egypt air tragedy is onboard video in the cockpit that would have given air traffic control more of an idea what was going on much, much sooner. And that was called for after the tragedy of Egypt Air, the suicide pilot bringing it down.
Let me stop you there for a second on that one, because there's been tremendous resistance from many of the pilots about putting onboard video, about putting cameras in the cockpits. Tell me in any way, shape, or form how a camera in the cockpit yesterday could have prevented any of that.
Well, it would have given a clue as to what's going on. The air traffic controller said we knew something was going on, but we didn't know what. We had indication of a hijacking, and we got reports from cell phones, which was very, very fortunate to tell us what was going on. I think the mere fact that a camera in the cockpit, which could not be shut off, like the transponder, would have certainly, one, added a level of surveillance, would have at least let people know what was going on, and after the first one started, it would have been much clearer what was going on. I think it would have added a level of deterrence.
Thanks very much, Ms. Schiavo, for answering that. Mr. Flynn, my reaction to that is, and I apologize for being so blunt about it, I think that would have just enabled us to watch people die.
Well, I think that's probably the case, again, because it's only one part of the layer. I mean, I can't disagree with anything that Mary has said. I mean, all those measures are things that should be on the table, we should be looking at here. But here's the core challenge, people. There are 489 million people who crossed U.S. borders last year. There were 120 million automobiles. There were close to 11.5 million trucks. I mean, we could go on and on with these numbers. How do you filter bad from good, giving those volumes? And we are the powerful, successful society we are because we're an open society that deals with the world. And so our challenge really is to think, in this time of tragedy, we have to be willing to think creatively about how we do a better job at identifying legitimate things as legitimate.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Flynn, very much, and thanks, Ms. Schiavo, very much for joining us. We look forward to talking to you again about this subject. You in the control room can take me officially anywhere you like. Lead me there. The President has left the White House after that conversation with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki, in which, as our two guests, Stephen Flynn and Mayor Schiavo, have pointed out, the very first question he was asked about whether or not it was safe to fly. Let's just keep an eye on the door, if we may, please. That way I'll know what's going on. Whether or not it was safe to fly, and he said yes. If he was asked by a member of his family, was it safe to fly, he would say yes. And they both point out that there is indeed more that, that countries can do in terms of security. It's not the president there. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. So we missed things. The president has actually gone inside the hospital, which he said he was going to do, go to the Washington Hospital Center today and talk to people who have been hurt and talk to people who have done so much in terms of volunteering their time and their services to help others. Just to finish that thought, both those guests give us a very good insight into the fact that more can be done, but the consequences for any society of doing more are a restriction to some measure on people's freedom. And it may be easier, quite frankly, to do it in South Korea than it is in France, easier to do in France than it is in the United States. Those countries are subtly all democratic countries, but with different levels of tolerance for people's freedoms. Steve Osunsami is at Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta, where he's been for the last couple of days. Steve, as you've been listening, have a look at you. Thanks very much. Yes, Steve Osunsami, who's there at Atlanta. Have you been hearing this recent conversation, and how do you think that might ring in such an important airport as Atlanta?
Well, today, people aren't too concerned about the security measures. They actually welcome them and say that it's sort of the price that we have to pay to ensure our safety. Most of the people we talked with say that they're ready and willing to tolerate the additional inconveniences, no curbside check-in, the check of IDs, the fact that they can't actually linger throughout the airport. The other thing that's important to note, though, is that, you know, we're sort of at the beginning of all this, and it'll be interesting to see 6 months from now if people still say the same things.
Exactly. Now, give us the general status, if you would, Stephen, what's going on down there today. Is there any sign that the airport, has anybody landed at Atlanta yet or taken off from Atlanta?
We've seen 2 planes land, and the first flight to take off is scheduled to leave at 12:15. It's a Delta codeshare flight to South Africa. There were about 100 or so people who got the lucky phone call this morning that they were able to leave their hotels and actually come towards the airport. The airport manager described it this way. He said that the airline system is a great engine. It is finally starting up, but it will take a while to get that engine up to full speed. There are a limited number of flights that are going in and out of the airport over the next few days, and they're encouraging passengers who don't have a ticket to not come here. If they do, they won't have much place to stand.
I'm just also curious, just plain personal curiosity, where did the first 2 flights come from? We can hear the sound of engines in the background. Where did the first 2 flights arrive from?
We understand that the flights are international flights, but we're not sure where they are from. We were told that there would be a flight from Canada, one from Bermuda, that would be arriving early this morning, and it's possible that those 2 flights are from those 2 countries.
All right. Now, let me just ask you a couple other questions of security. By the way, the one from Canada, the one from Bermuda, both sound to me a bit like diversions a couple of days ago. And can you see, and have you got some comment from folks on these new security orders from the Secretary of Transportation?
Definitely. We talked to many people this morning about them, and again, the general consensus among people we talked with is that those security issues, however inconvenient, are necessary because it helps passengers feel safe and basically makes people feel comfortable enough to rest assured that the airlines are safe.
Okay. I very much appreciate it, Steve. Check in with us anytime. We want to get a sense of the country on the move again. And I now want to talk to ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us in the fullest sense, which means she covers government as well as the industry itself, and it's a huge subject. And she's the one at the very outset reminds us of the magnitude of the flying, 40,000 aircraft on the move on a good day in the United States. Those of us who travel know something about the consequences of that in the best of times, and she is still in Seattle. Let me just ask you the idle question. Have they told you in Seattle when you can go anywhere?
Well, we know SeaTac Airport is reopening, so that's a good sign. When we'll actually be able to get anywhere, I'm not really sure.
Well, the only difficulty about letting you go anywhere, and I know you'd like to see your kids, is that we'd have you out of pocket for several hours, and I'm not sure we want that. However, did you listen to Mary Schiavo and to Steve Flynn talk about this?
I did.
Some of it just as a travelers struck me as a little bit unrealistic. How did it strike you?
Peter, and I think Mr. Flynn sort of made this point, we are talking about such massive numbers. The aviation system moves about 2 million passengers a day in the United States. Can you imagine trying to do extensive screening on 2 million people a day? It's just a mammoth task. And so I think, while I think some of these measures have been called for and perhaps do need to be put into place, I think there's the realistic assessment that you would, in a sense, defeat your whole purpose. You grind the system to a halt, and the airlines and even the government will say that there does need to be somewhat of a balance. We need to be able to move somewhat unfettered, even while we do put security systems in place.
And yet Mary Schiavo, as the former Inspector General for the U.S. Department of Transportation, is one very serious person, very committed to this, and she believes the system, in her words, needs to be scrubbed.
But she probably is not the only one that believes that. I do understand that while all the discussions were underway about what security measures to undertake, one of the things that was raised apparently was whether they would cancel out every single pass, security pass, that is now held by employees who have access to secure areas, and in a sense recertify every single one of them. That, I understand, was not ultimately decided on, but that's certainly something that a number of people would say might be called for under these circumstances.
Okay, now can you give us some sense of how the nation looks from an aviation point of view at this moment today?
Well, the system is open for business, as we say, but Norm Mineta, the Secretary of Transportation, indicated today that you just don't start things up instantly, as we have said. Things will begin very slowly. A number of airlines, including Continental and Southwest, for example, have already indicated they will not resume flights today. And the other airlines that are starting up very, very slowly, and some of them may not even begin until very late this afternoon or into the evening. So again, it's going to be a very, very slow process.
Is it conceivable, do you think, that the country will be back to normal by, say, the weekend? Here we are at Thursday.
Absolutely not. I would find it very hard to believe that we'll have any normalcy in air travel even by this weekend. I think it will be into next week before we can see any sort of a resumption in a large number of flights.
And where do airlines go? It's a little difficult to understand at the moment who's going to take up this burden of security. Excuse me, whether it's going to be the federal government or whether it's going to be the airlines.
The airlines,
go ahead,
sorry,
please.
go ahead.
Please,
I would say the airlines have proposed, as you know, that the system be, in a sense, federalized, that all security at airports now be undertaken by the federal government. Many passengers may not know that the folks at the screening machines, all of those folks, that is airline security. They are the ones responsible for making sure those folks are trained and are doing their job. Norm Mineta said today that this is under consideration. They're looking at it. I think it would be a massive task for the federal government, and very expensive, as you can imagine, for them to take this over. And I want to add on that score, I did have a long conversation today with the former head of security for the FAA, Irish Flynn. He only retired very recently. One of the issues I brought up was this idea of federalizing security. He's against it. His point is, no matter who runs it, you have to train the people very well. And he makes the point, not to denigrate anyone, but he made the point to me that when he would go up to Capitol Hill to testify on security issues, he would do a little testing of his own. He would sneak a fake bomb into the Capitol to see if he could do it, to see if those federal security officers would catch that explosive device. They did not always do so. So his point being that the idea is that you have to increase the training, you have to perhaps increase the wages, you have to do all you can. It's not necessarily who runs it, but the standards that you set.
All right, I just one other question. The Secretary of Transportation said this morning they want federal officials in airports as a visible reminder. Can Americans look forward to their airports now looking like European airports, where soldiers walk around with guns basically at the ready all the time?
It is astonishing. I remember being in the Rome airport and seeing that, and coming from U.S. airports, it always sets you back a little bit. I think in the short term, yes. We understand that hundreds of officers from the Department of Justice and also the Treasury will be deployed to at least 17 airports nationwide. So at key airports, you will see armed officers patrolling. And I believe the Secretary of Transportation also said today that they have asked the military whether they might use Delta forces to go on airplanes, actually to ride airplanes to augment the Sky Marshal program. I think the question's still open about whether that's going to happen, but apparently the request has been made of the military.
Okay, Lisa, thanks very much. We'll let you get back to work on...
Peter, can I add
yeah,
one other
please,
thought?
Sure.
Just from talking to Irish Flynn this morning, I asked him while he was at the FAA whether they had ever considered a scenario like what happened on Tuesday. And he said to me, first he said the FAA in a sense doesn't consider these scenarios. We consider them when the intelligence community comes to us and we talk about threats. But he said, really, this had never been considered. When you think about traditional hijacking, you think about people taking a plane, demanding to be put down somewhere, and then taking the passengers hostage to make their point. He said what had been considered is folks stealing or renting a small plane, a private plane, and crashing that into buildings. But he said what we had seen on Tuesday, that sort of a scenario, really, that had not been anticipated or considered by the FAA.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa. Very much appreciate your help. And a real reminder, as several people have said, the people with whom the United States is now in confrontation are smart. Now, we're joined by one of the survivors of the World Trade Center, and as we talk about the future, as we talk about security, we want to keep our focus on the struggle to find survivors at the World Trade Centers. Marlene, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You're in a hospital bed at Bellevue, are you?
Yes, that's true.
Is somebody told you to hold your head up so you can talk to me? Are you uncomfortable?
No, I'm okay. I'm feeling a lot better.
Yeah, okay, because if you want to put your head back, please do.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so tell me how you're feeling. How did you get there? What happened to you?
I worked for the Trade Center, one of the carpenters, and I was going to go do a job. And I got on the elevator, and the freight elevator, and I heard the first explosion, and the elevator blew up, the doors blew up, and it dropped, and I was lucky that the elevator got caught in between two floors.
Which floors?
The B levels, the basement levels,
right.
where all the all the mechanics are.
Right.
And with the screaming and yelling, other co-workers pulled the elevator guy out, and myself. I was laying there for about 40 minutes, and my boss couldn't wait for the EMS. He went crazy. He says, "Get her out of here, get her out of here." And he was able to get me out through Barclay Street to the parking lot, and I want to thank him for saving me, because if I would have stood down there, I wouldn't have been here today.
At what point did you actually get out of the building?
When everything first started, according to the hospital, I was the first trauma patient that walked in here. So I was lucky to be one of the first, but after the first explosion, I was laying on the floor about 40 minutes.
And how well do you know that subterranean part of the World Trade Center?
Well, I worked for the building for 15 years. I think I know it from the back of my hand. Really, I didn't expect this bombing to occur after the first one, since I was in the first one also.
Right.
But when I heard that explosion, that's the first thing I thought was, here we go again, another bomb.
And as you lie there, and we're very glad that you've survived, obviously, how hurt are you at this point?
Well, I'm doing much better. My body feels like a truck fell on me, but I'm hanging in there. My leg is sprained. They thought it was broken, but lucky it's not broken. So I just need some therapy, and I'll be okay in a week or so.
So you were incredibly fortunate. Now tell me.
Yes.
As you lie there thinking about the investigation and the attempt to find other people in that subterranean world of the World Trade Center, on which so much of the Trade Center collapsed, are you hopeful?
I am hopeful, yes, especially after 15 years working there. It's not just co-workers you worry about, but all the people you work among with, the companies, the people you know after so many years. I pray and hope that, as much people possible survive.
Do you think it's possible that people have survived in the underground tunnels there?
Well, I hope, and then anything's possible. If I made it out, a lot of people in worse situation, they made it out. I'm hoping, praying that they do too.
But are there underground tunnels, just because I haven't asked this before, which are strong enough in which people might have been protected from the force of this collapse?
I would say so. You know, you're talking down 6 levels below. So the point is to get them out.
Tell me, how's your friend Arthur Del Bianco?
He's doing great. I was very emotional when I saw him. I'm happy to see him. You know, like I said, when I first got hurt, he was still fine. When I saw him, he was looking for other people because we heard the screams, and he was going around doors trying to break them through to see who he found. And just to see him that he got hurt, but not that severe, I'm happy to see he's okay.
Because he's with you, I gather, is there in the hospital, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. I'm just really curious, just one thing. This is really a very trivial thing. That's a nice Bellevue sign they put up behind you. That poster they put up behind you saying Bellevue Hospital, where you are?
Right.
Somebody come along and put that up?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. I don't see what's behind me.
There's a Bellevue Hospital sign. Well, we're very glad to hear from you, Marlene, and thank you very much. You've been in touch with your family and your friends?
Yes, everybody knows I'm okay. I've gotten phone calls from everybody. The hospital's been great.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It's Marlene Cruz, who survived the 1993 explosion, survived this, working in the basement. And it just happens. Bellevue is one of the great hospitals in the United States in so many respects. And when you go somewhere to do an interview, somebody always thinks they'd like to have something saying exactly who it is behind the people who are being interviewed. Absolutely appropriate. Let me just move on to a couple of small pieces of news. There's a little bit of confusion about the football schedule. The National Football League said today that it's not going to play all 15 games this weekend following these attacks in New York and Washington. And the league president, Joe Brown, did not say whether the games were canceled or postponed. But the games have, at the very least, the NFL, all 15 NFL games this weekend have actually been put off. It's actually been said that the NFL very much regrets not having canceled games after, and some of you will remember this, after the Kennedy assassination. And so all 15 NFL football games, East-West, have been canceled for this weekend, but we cannot tell you whether or not they have actually been postponed. And you know today that the president has said that he's going to come and visit this that we're looking at tomorrow. He's going to visit New York City tomorrow. There's going to be a national prayer service in Washington tomorrow. We saw there was a very moving vigil on Capitol Hill last night, not to mention any number of private in and out of church vigils that were held in Washington, certainly in New York, sometimes under very difficult circumstances given the polluted environment here, and all over the country. And I think, not ever attempting to speak on behalf of New Yorkers, the people in New York very much feel the sympathy and support and the attention the people in the rest of the country are giving them. But on this third day, well, just about to get into the afternoon in the east, beginning just before 9 o'clock in the west, getting into this third day of this crisis for the country, there are, in New York City, 4,763 people missing. We know that in the fire department and in the police department, we're talking about several hundred. More firefighters than police, 300 firefighters missing, according to the mayor of New York. And I think it's very hard for all of us to grasp just what it means to an institution as proud and as bonded as that one. 300 firefighters are missing and unaccounted for. 30 New York cops who are officers are missing, or should I say 30 New York policemen are missing, and so are 30 police officers from the Port Authority. The New York, New Jersey Port Authority has offices in the World Trade Center. And at the Pentagon today, ABC's John McWethy has given us the official figures from the Pentagon today. They say that the current estimate is approximately 190 people dead and missing, 74 from the Army, 42 from the Navy, and none, at least at this moment, apparently from the Air Force nor from the Marines, and 70 bodies have been discovered. As we said at the outset, one of the things we want to try to do today, as well as staying on top of the issues of the day, which is the search and the investigation and the government attempt to, well, everybody's attempt really to get the country running as normally as possible, is to talk about the variety of challenges which are clearly very present for the country. And paramount beyond the investigation is what to do about terrorism and how to fight this war that everybody in the political arena and a vast number of individual Americans out of it believe now should be fought more vigorously against terrorism, both here and overseas. And so I am joined again by three people we have relied on very much for this conversation, and I'm not quite sure which order they'll pop up on the screen, but our own Universal Military Analyst Tony Cordesman is with us in our Washington Bureau, and so is our very regular contributor on matters of intelligence and national overseas security, Vince Canestraro. I'm not sure that, yes, Vince is there as well. And we're joined again by retired General Wayne Downing, who is the former Commander-in-Chief of the Special Operations Unit, who's been responsible for making recommendations about making U.S. citizens safer, and by Bob Blitzer, the former domestic terrorism chief at the FBI, who has worked every major case since 1989, including the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. Let me start backwards. Mr. Blitzer, this conversation, I think we all know, could begin now and just go all afternoon and all night as well, and probably does in your community. But you start us off, if you would, in terms of the investigation. Tell us what's most important for us to focus on.
Well, what's most important is exactly what is being focused on right now, and that is the intense investigation of everything surrounding the aircraft and everything surrounding the individuals that have been identified to date. And of course, that's just a massive undertaking, and I'm certain that every field office in the FBI, I'm certain that many state and local law enforcement agencies and the intelligence community are working 24/7 on this and putting everything they have into running down the thousands of leads that I'm certain have been developed over the last few days.
Do the agencies get overwhelmed by the thousands of leads, some of which are legit, some of which are cranks?
Well, I'll tell you, Peter, there's a lot of solid leads, at least in the news coverage I've seen, and you're going to follow the hot leads. Certainly you're going to ultimately follow all of the leads, but let's face it, at this point they've got telephone records, they've got some residences. I don't know what's been recovered from those residences, but this has to be the focus. I think in addition to that, I'm certain that there's a lot of interest in securing the black boxes from the aircraft to see what that will tell us also.
Is it your experience? We're maybe some of us not surprised, but have certainly taken note of the fact. By the way, I want to just, if I may, advise all of you that we're coming up at the top of the hour, which will be noon in the East, and we're going to pause to reset the program. But then there's going to be a minute of silence in many parts of the country, so this conversation will obviously be interrupted. But Mr. Blitzer, is there, are you surprised to see that the people who indulged in this terrorism apparently left as many clues as they did?
I'm really not surprised. If you think back to just about all of the major cases that we worked over the years, including the Trade Center case, we were very quickly able to make a determination as to where some of the individuals were, and of course from the initial determination the thing just mushroomed out, and I think it's the same thing here.
Just pause for me for a second, would you please, Mr. Blitzer and my others?
Sure.
We're going to pause for a few seconds to allow some stations to join us, and here is a moment of silence at the Mercantile Exchange in in Chicago, and I assume at many other places around the country.
Kramer live at News Channel 8. We're going to break away from network coverage for a couple of moments to bring you up to speed on everything happening both here in Connecticut and around the country today. Special coverage of the attacks on America. Today, rescue workers still digging through the rubble at the World Trade Center collapse site. Their hope is dwindling now of finding more survivors, but they are still going at it. More than 4,700 people have been reported missing now. The city is preparing for the worst. They have gathered about 11,000 body bags. We do not have an estimate yet. Meantime, the recovery effort is underway at the Pentagon as well today. Officials now say 190 people are presumed dead there, but they stress those numbers are still preliminary. Investigators say overall 50 people may have been involved in these attacks, and so far there have been some detainments but no arrests. Well, the scene is still grim in New York. As we mentioned last night, the mayor asked FEMA for more body bags. News Channel 8's Leon Collins is live in Manhattan, as he has been for us for the last couple of days. And Leon, fill us in. What's happening now?
Well, Darren, over the last 2 days and a couple of hours, this mission to sift through the rubble of what was once the World Trade Center has transformed from a rescue almost completely into a recovery mission. What Mayor Rudolph Giuliani has done here in Manhattan is he has set up this armory you see behind me. I'm on the corner of 26th and Lex, and what is happening now at this armory is you have anyone who feels that they've lost a loved one or might have lost a loved one in the World Trade Center disaster is asked to come here to this location. They are bringing information such as dental records, health records, anything, pictures that might help to identify victims or even possibly the human remains that are still there where the 1,500 or so rescue workers are digging through that rubble. If you take a look behind me, you can see the line stretches from mid-block on Lexington Avenue between 25th and 26th up to the corner of 26th and about halfway down the block on 26th Street in the direction of Park Avenue. They've told us that they have served 500 people here already today. The initial plan was to keep this open from 8 a.m. this morning when they opened it up until midnight, and they realized that the process is slower than I guess they at first thought it would be, and they're saying now that if we have to stay open past midnight, we will. There are so many people you see walking down the street here in Midtown Manhattan carrying pictures of family. And we thought what we would do this afternoon was just focus on one family, the Howell family from Bayside, Queens and Jericho, Long Island. And we're going to let them tell the story for thousands of others.
My dad was a network engineer, and actually he was the director of MIS.
We have faced that grim reality that most likely he will not be a survivor.
Just from where that plane impacted the building, you know, that's in direct line with that, you know, where he would be located, and we're hoping for a miracle.
My husband Michael worked at the One World Trade Center on the 93rd floor, and his entire company, no employee from his entire company has been heard from.
What company was that?
He worked for Fred Alger Management. So we're assuming that they all perished, or that they're hopefully safe maybe somewhere in the basement.
I just feel lost and confused because there's like actually no closure.
Did you get any communication from him the morning that the jets hit the towers?
No, because my husband is usually at his desk at about 8:15 in the morning, so he was definitely there.
With what you've been trying to, what your family's been trying to do as far as finding out information, tell me the difficulties that you've had, because you've had quite a few.
We're not getting through. I get a lot of busy, and one particular number, it keeps telling me that I have reached an unworking number at St. Vincent Hospital to recheck my number.
We're hoping against hope that maybe because he parks his car in the trade center, that maybe he never made it upstairs and he's some way holed up downstairs.
A lot of hope there, a lot of frustration here in Midtown Manhattan, along with the frustration being felt by the firefighters, police, and other volunteers who are working to sift through the rubble downtown. Here inside the armory, there are doctors, there are mental health counselors for people who have any sort of maybe a grievance issue, not handling this very well. They are willing and ready to help you here at the Armory on 26th and Lex. There are clergy inside. There are also detectives. But the really sad part about this today is all the information that they are taking is being forwarded to the medical examiner, because during the past, what are we talking, 50 some odd hours here, they've only come up with, last count I heard was 82 bodies, only 5 survivors. Just not looking good here. And I know that the line in the last 2 hours has just grown. And I imagine by 5 or 6 tonight, when all these people, they have gone to work, maybe some of them, and I think the evening this intersection will just be jammed. Darren and Kristen, back to you.
All right, Leon Collins, live in Manhattan. Thank you, Leon. So many families going through this horrible day today. It was just about an hour ago now that the federal government gave commercial planes the okay to fly again. Air traffic is moving again across the country now, but it is still fairly restricted and light. As the planes go back up, there are some new, tougher security measures in place today, too. News Channel 8's Jody Latina is live out at Bradley, as she has been since this all started. Jody, have we had any planes in or out of Bradley yet?
Darren, about 5, none of them being commercial. That is basically what we've been told to expect, not until at least dinner time, possibly even after that, to see any commercial flights leaving here. What we have seen are a couple military helicopters, a couple private corporate jets. Those are the folks that are obviously easier to get out. It's easier for them to get out than it would be for a commercial flight, because then again, they have to get all the folks back on board that are supposed to be there. They have to check with other airlines across the country, other airports, to make sure that they can get the go-ahead. A lot of air traffic has to get situated here. We do want to show you some of the safety measures that we saw earlier today already in place here at the airport. We saw these bomb-sniffing dogs making their sweep throughout the terminals. They went from one side to the other, all the grounds, checking even restaurants and little side kiosks that you would see. Businesses are open and they are checking everything. Folks lining up at the airline ticket counters to try to get flights out. Folks do have scheduled flights for this afternoon. They are being told, however, that some of the planes are full, so they might have to get bumped. They might have to wait till another flight. One gentleman told us he's got a reserved seat for tomorrow, but that he may have to wait until they can give him clearance because the planes are so full. We're also talking about a buffer zone out in front of the terminals there. It's about 300 feet. That is also a new FAA rule. It looks like an empty parking lot because that's what it is, but not for you to park into. It needs to be empty. Again, ticket counters are open for folks to try to make their reservations and to also try to get what they can as far as information is concerned to fly out. But as folks are increasing delays and finding out that this will be a huge delay for them to go through security checks and all of this hassle, they say it is a very small price to pay.
Families have been broken, and for me to be a few days late is a small inconvenience, and I know we'll get back to normal and we'll learn from this tragedy.
That man from Naugatuck on his way to Florida. Again, here are some of the restrictions. No curbside check-ins. That is being banned. Also, they're going to tell you that you need to be prepared. All planes will be searched numerous times, cargo bays and overhead bins. They're also asking for folks to make sure you are with your baggage. If you do take a carry-on, if you are even allowed, that is up to each airline, then your bag needs to be checked with you. No longer can you take a bag on for a relative or a friend. And also have an ID with you. Visitors not allowed into the gate area where you would board your plane and wait at that last very moment before you hit the tarmac. Random ID checks, that is going to be very important. You need to keep a photo ID with you at all times, for they will be checking that numerous times. Again, no commercial flights that we've seen yet. A lot of folks are saying they're getting into some delays. Call ahead to your airline, expect the delays, give yourself that buffer zone of at least 2 hours, we're being told. Again, Bradley International Airport open for service. And again, an hour has gone by. We haven't seen any commercial flights, so clearly the rest of the nation all trying to get on board with open air. Darren.
A slow start so far. Jody, Latina, live at Bradley. Thank you, Jody. Well, also about transportation now. A lot of lower Manhattan is still a mess today, but transportation into and out of New York is a little easier today. Again, today, Metro North trains are running on a regular schedule. The bridges to Staten Island are back open now. The upper deck of the George Washington Bridge is open too, and the Lincoln Tunnel is open today. But the Holland Tunnel into lower Manhattan is closed until further notice. The New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ, American Stock Exchange, all closed down today. They are not certain yet if that will reopen tomorrow or Monday. That decision is still pending. You know, the names of some of the victims are starting to come in slowly now. We do not know many of the names yet, but we are presuming that we know some and perhaps many are from Connecticut. One of them, a flight attendant who grew up in Madison. That's her, Diane Snyder, a wife and a mother of two. She has a son and a daughter. Snyder was on one of the American Airlines flight that hit one of the Twin Towers. Her sister-in-law, Mary Ellen Snyder, says her husband can't bear to think of what happened to his sister in those final moments.
What he kept saying was, I hope she didn't suffer, I hope she didn't know what was going on. And then, you know, I'm finding out today that some of them were stabbed and killed probably ahead of time. So the horror is striking, I think, today too.
A memorial service for Snyder will be held in Madison, where her parents still live. You know, all of this is affecting school kids in Connecticut. Not only are they dealing with all of this, but now the state has postponed the state mastery test for 2 weeks. They were supposed to start next week. That has been pushed back now. And joining us now to talk about it from our Capital City newsroom is Connecticut's Education Commissioner, Theodore Sergey. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Commissioner.
Darren, nice to be with you.
We set up our camera there. First off, why the delay?
Well, I think, as you can imagine, after talking to a number of school superintendents and our department staff and other educators, we decided that it would be best to have a more settled time for youngsters to take the mastery test. It's a very important thing we do every year in Connecticut, but right now we think it's more important that young people spend time with their teachers and their classmates and their families, talk about the events of the last couple of days, and all we've done is delay the beginning of the mastery test 2 weeks, and we think it's in everybody's best interest.
If people are unfamiliar with these tests, tell us a little bit about them. Which kids take them and what they're about?
Every fall, our students in grades 4, 6, and 8 take tests in reading, writing, and mathematics, and we hope that this message is clear to parents and to all of our school personnel that what we've done is reschedule the test from beginning September 19th to beginning on October 3rd.
How are the schools helping kids deal with all this? I was in a restaurant last night listening to, it must have been about a 10-year-old talking to his parents about it, and it was a tough conversation. What are the schools doing to help kids deal with it?
Yeah.
Oh, apparently we lost. Mr. Sergey, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I was explaining, my next question for you is this. This is difficult for kids to deal with. I overheard a conversation between some kids and their parents at a restaurant last night, and it was difficult. How are the schools helping the kids deal with this disaster?
Well, Connecticut schools are doing a tremendous job, to be very honest with you. We've been hearing from superintendents, principals around the state. Young people want to talk about what they've seen. This is a first in their life, as it is in many of our lives, to experience this kind of tragedy. And we're encouraging young people to understand that they're safe, that they can get help, they can talk about these events, that they can get counseling, they can get support at school, and that as a nation, we will get better. As I said earlier, I'm not sure we'll ever be exactly the same, but that things will get better and that they should be safe in their homes and their schools and their communities. And I have to commend again Connecticut's school teachers and principals who have done a great job so far.
All right. Thank you much. Connecticut's Education Commissioner Theodore Sergey. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Darren. Nice to see you.
All right. Well, we're going to go and talk about how other folks are dealing with this, not just kids, but all of us. There is a lot of emotion around Connecticut and the nation and the world today. News Channel 8's Sarah Welch is live at the University of New Haven, where there is a prayer vigil underway today. Sarah?
Well, Darren, right now there's a gathering hosted by the school president right now, talking to students and faculty members about what they can do to help, how they can ease the emotional pain of all of this. Joining us now is one of the student body presidents, James Kirsten. Thank you. He'll be speaking in just a couple of minutes. What will you be addressing to your classmates?
I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the students on what we can do to help. The American Red Cross is here right now. I believe she's actually speaking behind me. And a lot of outpouring of students has happened the last couple of days. We really want to help. That's what I'm going to be speaking on, is the opportunities we're going to have and how we're going to coordinate it here.
What specifically, possibly blood drives, donations, that sort of thing?
Yes, we are. Probably a combination of all.
Thank you very much. And Jess, you are also a student involved in this. What have you been doing over the course of the last couple of days to try to comfort those?
We've been holding a candlelight vigil here, as well as we're doing Donate a Dollar next week to raise money. Red Cross is looking for money, also donating blood. The Red Cross will hopefully be coming here next week so we can all donate blood.
Is there a message to other students? I know this is emotionally troubling, not only for those directly tied, but indirectly as well.
Well, I just think that we all just need to hold together and try to come together as a community and see whatever we can to help. We have some friends that are in New York right now helping, so as much as possible just to try to help those who are in need.
Jess, thank you so much for joining us. And Darren, again, you can see behind me the crowd here at the University of New Haven. The outpouring of support is just incredible in this time of crisis.
Sarah Welch, live in New Haven. Thank you, Sarah. So many people looking for an outlet to deal with this. And there are a number of other memorial vigils happening around the state this evening. There will be a sunset memorial at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. That at 6:40 tonight. There's one at 7 o'clock on the West Haven Green. Also at 7 o'clock, a candlelight vigil on the Madison Town Green. And there is a vigil at 7:30 at Lighthouse Point in New Haven, 7:30 in Hamden at the Mount Carmel Congregational Church, at 8 o'clock tonight at the Islamic Center of Greater Hartford in Berlin. And at 7 o'clock in Hartford, also a candlelight vigil at Bushnell Park. You can check out that entire list, and we'll update it for you constantly at our website at WTNH.com. You know, the attacks are even having an effect on the sports world, too. Just a few minutes ago, the National Football League announced that it is canceling all games this weekend. We don't know yet, and they haven't decided if this is a postponement or a cancellation, but there will be no football in America this weekend because of fears about the safety of the fans and the players. Along with the NFL, UConn and Yale have put off their games through Sunday. Still no word when the New Britain Rockcats, the Eastern League Championship Series, will resume. Major League Baseball postponed its entire schedule of games until at least tonight. College football postponed tonight's games, and a lot of them this Saturday, too. And local high school football is on for the most part, though. The PGA Tour canceled this weekend's tournament in St. Louis. And now Olympic officials say security for the Salt Lake Winter Games will be reevaluated. Well, support in this time of tragedy is pouring in from Connecticut and all over the country. Fairfield-based General Electric has pledged $10 million in aid. The money will be used to set up a relief fund for firefighters and police officers, rescue and emergency personnel who died trying to help the victims trapped in the World Trade Center. Meanwhile, Governor Rowland has all kinds of resources standing by at Sherwood Island State Park in Westport today. Big equipment is there. Bulldozers, cranes, fuel, and other essential services have been set up there in a staging area to help with the cleanup up 95 in Manhattan. SNET has also pitched in. They've installed about 1,000 phone lines. No word yet how much of this stuff will be needed, but if it is there and ready to mobilize. In Old Saybrook today, the town's Office of Emergency Management is collecting donations for the New York recovery effort, too. They're looking for bottled water, canned food, white T-shirts, and white socks, they say. Donations can be dropped off at the town green. Same thing going on today in Bridgeport at the state police headquarters. Also in Old Saybrook, flags are flying at half-staff, just like they are all over Connecticut, honoring the victims of those terrorist attacks. The Red Cross is taking in blood donations, and the response here in Connecticut has been big so far. So big, in fact, that a blood drive today at Hartford Hospital had to be shut down to walk-ins because more people showed up than they could handle there. If you have an appointment, please do still go. Show up. Other blood drives are underway today, still accepting walk-ins too. The wait has been so long at some places that donors are being redirected to other Red Cross locations. Yesterday alone, the Red Cross in Connecticut collected about 1,200 units of blood. That is double the normal amount on a big day. If you want to donate, here's what you should do. Call up to the Red Cross. There are a couple of phone numbers, 1-800-GIVE-LIFE or 1-800-HELP-NOW. They'll tell you where to go and when to be there. You can also come to our website for a list of blood drives, that again at WTNH.com. While all of this is going on, there has been a train collision in western Utah today as well. It happened this morning near a town called Wendover. An Amtrak passenger train hit a freight train. The passenger train caught fire and derailed. 6 people there were hurt. The good news is all of those injuries are minor. No one died in that accident. The cause is still under investigation. All right, we're going to take a look at your weather forecast now. Dr. Mel is here, and Mel, we were talking a short time ago about the air quality here in Connecticut.
Yeah,
it's changing, right?
Yeah, you know, I got a couple of calls from people along the shoreline saying, you know, could that smoke from New York City be working up into Connecticut? You know, the first reaction is, oh, it's going to be, you know, very well dispersed. But I checked with the Department of Environmental Protection, and between 11 and 12 o'clock, the level of particulate pollution in New Haven on a continuous monitor went up from 26 parts per million to 62 parts per million, which is a pretty big jump. It's still in the moderate range. It's not unhealthy. But if you're out there and you detect some smoke in the air this afternoon, it could very well be from the plumes of smoke that are coming from Manhattan. Meantime, let me show you our school net, because you can see where the wind directions are from. And along the shoreline, you see those arrows, they're coming up from the south and the southwest, especially along the shoreline, and that's helping to bring some of that plume northward. There's another problem that we may be looking at as we move along in time, and that is some rain. Right now, the radar is pretty quiet. There is some shower activity off to the west of us, but that rain could become locally heavy once a front gets in here tonight and tomorrow morning. In fact, the latest computer outputs show as much as an inch or an inch and a half of rain possible. And for the recovery effort in New York City, that volume of rain could create some problems. The rainwater itself will be heavy, and that could cause instability in some of the buildings, besides delivering quite a mess. Meantime, tomorrow, we're looking at rain in the morning, and then skies will clear out as the front slides off to the east, and then fair cool weather will move in as we head into the weekend. There's another issue on the weather map, and that is a brand new tropical storm. This morning we were talking about a tropical depression in the Gulf of Mexico that could become Gabrielle. It is Gabrielle right now, with winds of 45 miles an hour. Now, over the next 2 to 3 days, the storm is expected just to meander around the Gulf of Mexico, but some of the computer outputs eventually, by early next week, bring that storm northeastward, and it'll be kind of close to the East Coast if it takes that track. And that's one thing that people don't need in the Mid-Atlantic or Northeast, and that is a tropical storm on top of everything else. Let me show you the details of our forecast for the afternoon. Sunny, just a few clouds mixed in, temperatures that will be near 80 degrees. And there is a shower possibility toward evening, but tonight rain is most likely. That's when the front will be crossing the area, and the rain could be locally heavy. We could have some pretty good downpours developing late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Lows will be near 60. There'll be some lingering showers around tomorrow morning, but our forecast is looking at some afternoon clearing and a real cool and blustery day. Winds out of the north with 10 to 20, temperatures in the low to mid 60s. And then as we move through the next 8 days, we will see fair weather over the weekend. Our next chance for rain will come along late Monday and early Tuesday, depending upon what Gabrielle does, and that could be responsible for some more showers at that point. Darren?
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mel. We're going to return now to ABC and the continuing coverage of the terrorist attacks on America. We'll have more here from Connecticut as it happens right on News Channel 8.
This question of the World Bank meetings in Washington as to whether or not they had been canceled was talked about even before these attacks on the Pentagon. It was first shrunk in size, and that, as much as anything, has been the reaction to the number of non-governmental organizations and demonstrators of one stripe or another who've been showing up at these international meetings attempting to disrupt them. At the same time, neither leadership in the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund or anybody wishes to be seen to be intimidated into getting out of town by those people who wish to disrupt them or who disagree with them. In New York City, Bob Jameson. Bob.
Peter, first of all, I'd like to touch on a point which you and Claire Shipman were making a couple of moments ago about President Bush's possible visit or President Bush's visit here tomorrow. I think we were both in San Francisco in 1989 when President Bush's father visited after the earthquake there in October. And while it is certainly not on the same scale, that was carried out, as you will recall, with a pretty small entourage and done pretty quickly. Today here, near Ground Zero, New York City police officers tell us that the area around the World Trade Center, around Ground Zero, has been sealed off for a reason which is not yet apparent, and the FBI has gone in. At the same time, we've been watching a fairly vigorous fire that flared up at mid-morning in the remains of World Trade Center building number 7. It underscores just how dangerous the recovery work has been down there, because there are a number of fires smoldering in that compressed rubble and occasionally flaring up like the one today, which sent a great deal of black smoke into the sky. In addition to that, underscoring the difficulty of the rescue operation, Mayor Giuliani says 12 buildings have been damaged, and 2, World Trade Center building number 4 and the Millennium Hotel, that make that World Trade Center building number 5 and the Millennium Hotel, there are questions about the stability of those 2 buildings. And to that point, the fire department today asked the Metropolitan Transit Authority to stop almost all subway traffic at 42nd Street, to go no further south below 42nd Street, because the rumble of the trains might aggravate the damage that has been done to the buildings. And so, with the exception of one line, all of the subway traffic in New York City for some hours has been stopped at 42nd Street. But the rescue operation does continue. However, with the area around the World Trade Center sealed off, no new volunteers or rescue workers are being let in. And in fact, Peter, a number of them have been sent back to the staging area at the Javits Center up in the 40s.
Bob Jameson, thanks very much. And in the lower part of Manhattan today, close to what we've all come to call Ground Zero, also on the streets of New York. We're waiting for John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, now to come and brief us. I suspect that what we're going to have, from Mr. Ashcroft the same tone that we have from the rest of the government, a very limited amount of information. But in the meantime, we'd like to talk to Cynthia McFadden, who is also downtown at the moment. Cynthia?
Hi, Peter.
Go ahead.
Well, I can give you the latest number of the morning. 2,300, as you know, we reported it early this morning, have made their way to area hospitals. The number's probably a little bit higher than that, but they're all rescue workers. Officials here say that in the last 34, almost 35 hours, no new victims have been brought to this hospital or to area hospitals. So the rescue effort is very slow indeed. Air quality is a problem for the rescuers downtown. Firefighters are being brought in. There have now been 11 firefighters brought in since midnight last night with various kinds of abrasions and breathing difficulties. Governor Tommy Thompson, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, is scheduled to pay a visit to St. Vincent's this afternoon, sometime between 1 and 4 o'clock Eastern Time. And Peter, I can tell you one of the great concerns is the weather. The weather prediction is for rain tonight, and officials here are saying that unstable buildings downtown and rain will not mix favorably. They are very concerned about survivors who may be trapped in some of those air pockets we've discussed, and whether or not rain will add sufficient weight to make those already unstable buildings more unstable. They say that any burn victims, anyone who sustained serious burns, they doubt has survived till this point. People who are on the bottom levels of the building have a greater chance at having survived at this point. But here the mood is very, very somber with the fact that so few people have been brought out, no one in the last 34 to 35 hours.
Thanks very much, Cynthia McFadden, downtown New York. Just an observation about rain, as we have seen from natural disasters before. There are pros and cons. Indeed, heavy rain would added to all of the debris, would add to the weight, but people survive on water. And so if people are in a fairly secure location and are still alive, the thing they desperately need is water, and water will keep them sustained for a longer period of time than anything else. Cynthia's observations about the burn victims is a little hard to grapple with, of course. And I think about the only thing we can add at the moment is the current figure from the mayor himself, who says that 4,763 people are missing in New York, and that includes the 2 people from the aircraft. I mentioned that we've been talking a little bit about the UN General Assembly. In fact, it opens on the 24th of September. Today is the 13th. This accident occurred on these attacks on the country. It occurred on the 11th. And what we have been doing today is trying to get some grasp how the country is not only doing what it's been doing in front of us for some time, which is to say government, the investigative agencies, and the relief and volunteer agencies trying to save life and find the perpetrators, but get back to business. And in just a couple of minutes after we hear from the Attorney General John Ashcroft on whatever it is he will tell us about this investigation, we're going to talk about the business of the country and whether or not the country has been seriously damaged economically and in terms of business by this, what measures of recovery it may be, what aspects and facets of the economy have been most affected. What does it mean, this whole business of not having air travel across the country? What does it mean, not having these brokerage houses at work? We're very much haunted in some ways by this one particular company. I mean, there are many companies involved, of course, but there is this one particular company, Cantor Fitzgerald, which does so much business in the bond business, losing 80% of its employees or having them missing. And this is the kind of thing we see everywhere. It is, again, typical, and I mean that in the best sense, of what happens at times of disaster. People come together and wish in some way to memorialize those people who have perished or who are suffering as a result of the current circumstances. And I'm not altogether sure precisely what this or these persons have erected there, but it is certainly reminiscent of something that is tall. It may indeed be intended to be a large building. It may be a large candle. I do not know. But every part of the country in the last couple of days has been crowded with its share of important symbolism, whether it be a man just simply thinking about what has occurred, whether it is a flag flying in some dramatic or less dramatic place, and in some respects wherever the flag has flown in the last couple of days has been dramatic. I saw one picture yesterday, and I might even ask our control room to see if we can find it. You know, there was a television tower on top of the 110-story trade tower, and that antenna came down with everything else, and yesterday there was a quite extraordinary moment. We were watching a fireman walking through the rubble carrying an American flag with him, and I wondered where he was going. We lost sight of him for a while, and a short while later we caught him using the antenna at the top of the trade tower on which to raise an American flag today. And there have been any number of quite stunning images today. I don't know if you can see this one that somebody sent me on an email today. Do you want to try? This is an email today of firefighters raising a flag somewhere. It's very small, I know, and on one side, as you can see, the firefighters raising a flag somewhere yesterday, and of course on the other is the most famous flag raising in American history, I would argue. That's the memorial on the edge of the Potomac River of the Marines raising the flag during the war in the Pacific, called the Iwo Jima Memorial. That's the kind of thing we've been getting on. I haven't had a chance to turn around and look at my email for the last hour or two, but every time we turn around there is a message from somebody giving us some piece of this entire development. Sometimes here, sometimes overseas. People send us the Pakistani newspapers this morning. Here is at St. Vincent's Hospital downtown, where somebody is now hanging the latest flag. And all of these are emblematic of individual Americans, individual organizations, but think of the power of it collectively. People trying to assert their patriotism, their determination, their will, and their goodwill, not only to their fellow citizens, but ultimately to the rest of the world. Because one of the horrible things about modern terrorism is that it's so magnified. I don't mean horrible in terms of terrorism is horrible, period. one of the things about modern terrorism is it's magnified by the media. So if you think all the way back to the attack on the Israelis at the Munich Olympics in 1972, when you just go forward through all of the major terrorist incidents that you, just as television viewers, have been party to in the last 30 years, they've all been magnified in one way or another by the media. And now, of course, we do it live. Among the things I got this morning on the email was we've had a lot of messages from Canadians, obviously, in part because the two nations are so close. Secondly, because the two nations are in some way so competitive at the best of times. Another because so many Americans and others have spent the last couple of days in Canadian communities because their aircraft have been diverted to Canadian airports. And somebody sent me a commentary from Canadian radio, which has actually been kicking around the internet. I'm not sure this person appreciated it for many, 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 many months. And it's been exchanged by a lot of people, and it's turned up again today, and I shall explain why. It's a commentary by the late Gordon Sinclair, a Canadian television commentator, of remarks that he had made. I said they've been on the internet for months, which were actually picked up and printed in the in the Congressional Record. And here are just a couple of excerpts. This Canadian thinks it's time to speak up for the Americans as the most generous and possibly the least appreciated people on all the earth. Germany, Japan, and to a lesser extent Britain and Italy were lifted out of the debris of war by the Americans, who poured in billions of dollars and forgave others billions in debts. And he goes on to talk about the Marshall Plan and the Truman policy that pumped billions of dollars into other countries. And he says, and this is written a long time ago, I've forgotten the date, but it's quite a long time ago. I'd like to see just one of those countries that is gloating over the erosion of the United States dollar build its own airplane. Does any other country in the world have a plane equal to the Boeing jumbo jet, the Lockheed TriStar, or the Douglas DC-10? And if so, why don't they fly them? You can tell this was written a long time ago because, in fact, the French have the Airbus now, and it's pretty competitive. But you talk about American technocracy, and you find men on the moon not once but several times and safely home again. I can name you, Gordon Sinclair says, 5,000 times when the Americans raced to the help of other people in trouble. Can you name even one time when someone else raced to the Americans in trouble? I don't think there was outside help even during the San Francisco earthquake. Our neighbors, he's speaking as a Canadian, have faced it alone. And I'm one Canadian, Mr. Sinclair speaking, who's damn tired of hearing them get kicked around. It is a very lovely sentiment which we have seen reflected here in our news division, not only from Canadians, but from people in many other parts of the world today. And as we listen to the President, and I apologize for going on so much here, but we're actually waiting for the Attorney General to talk, and I don't want to start talking about economics now and then have to interrupt for the Secretary, for the Attorney General just as soon as we get going. But as we listen to the President this morning talk in the office in his conversation with the Governor of New York and the Mayor, he said, as he had said several times before, that he's been on the telephone to an awful lot of people. One person I think he has not yet talked to, who's important to talk to, is the military general who currently runs Pakistan, General Musharraf. The U.S. ambassador, the new U.S. ambassador, has talked to General Musharraf, and the head of the Pakistani intelligence services. There's going to be a lot of talk about them in the next several days because they are a very troublesome element in this war against terrorism. I was in Washington the other day and called in and read something of the Riot Act by officials in Washington about the Taliban and about the terrorism, which does get a considerable measure of protection in that country. But President Bush had talked to so many people, and he said that in terms of international cooperation, Jiang Zemin of China agreed to them. President Putin of Russia, he said, agreed to them. The point the President was trying to make, and said so quite directly, was they have seen what has happened in the United States and now believe that it can happen to them. So while, as Mr. Bush said, he is weeping with America, he is resolved and steady as strong, and everybody appreciates that this is a new kind of war, and the President said that the American government will indeed adjust. President Bush Sr., President Bush number one, 41-year President Bush, President number 41, also spoke today in Boston earlier today. He had a speaking engagement, and he calls on his own history to help put things in perspective. He says at one point, "I've seen some of the commentary comparing this attack with Pearl Harbor. I'm probably the only guy in this room old enough to remember when I was there when the first reports of Pearl Harbor came in, and in some respects, the President said there are similarities. Pearl Harbor awakened the country from the notion that we could somehow avoid the call to duty and defend freedom in Europe and Asia in World War II, and this, the President said, is a call to duty for the United States as well." Check in quickly with Pierre Thomas in Washington. Pierre.
Well, Peter, we're expecting the Attorney General and FBI Director Bob Mueller any moment. Again, they are going to express that the investigation is unfolding very quickly. And as we said the other day, it began with the flight manifest, where they looked at and found names. They have identified the 4 people that they think piloted these attacks. Also, from there, they went to associates, and they're expanding out. Now, one of the critical questions as they move forward is the issue of civil liberties, that some of these people are being detained. They're not being charged with any specific crime, but they're being held and questioned. So that's an interesting civil liberties question, Peter.
Will be Andrew Hill, Betsy Stark. Thanks very much, Pierre Thomas. I was just trying to say to the control room here that we've a variety of people here who need to be heard from at the moment, because the business of America is not business today, but it's certainly the business of America in many respects. And I think people all over the country, in fact, I know people all over the country are quite eager to know just what sort of state we are in. And so I want to introduce you to a panel that we have put together, and I'll introduce them in reverse order as I currently have them on a card, by introducing first Andrew Hill, who is the New York bureau chief of the Financial Times, one of the world's really good newspapers, which covers business both nationally and internationally, along with everything else. Here in our New York studio, Ken Auletta of the New Yorker magazine, who probably knows more about the Microsoft case than anybody else in the country and writes extensively on the matters of business in the country. Don Marin, who is the chairman of UBS America, and I hope you won't mind me saying so, but just for context today, was mentioned by many people as a possible Treasury Secretary in the Bush administration. We won't get into that today, of course. And finally, and very importantly for us, Betsy Stark, who was our business and economics correspondent at ABC News and talks to us every day, and also talks to these people every day. So I think I'd like, in deference to seniority, to start with Don Marin. And Don, just ask you, if you would, for a moment, give the country some sense, in as broad terms as you wish, where you think the country is at in terms of business and economics at the moment.
Well, I think, first of all, for those of us here in New York, this is a tragedy of unimagined proportions. And our first thoughts and our first focus are on the victims and helping the victims and their families in every way that we possibly can. Having said that, this is a human tragedy. It is not a financial tragedy. What we do is important, but it's not as important as helping all those people that have been hurt and worse down at the World Trade Center. As a financial structure in this country, we're very proud of what's happened. The Fed system is up and running, the banking system is up and running, and today the bond markets are up and running. And these things are important because economics are not just American, they are worldwide, and we are the leaders in every part of the world in this very, very important activity. From here we go next to bringing up the equity markets. And that takes the cooperation of all the firms in the business. And all the firms are working together. We're sharing ideas, we're sharing space, we're offering help to people who have been hurt particularly badly down at the World Trade Center. And this combination is working well. The financial firms are ready to go up as soon as things can be done. We need 4 things to happen. We need communications downtown. and that's very important. Verizon is the key communicator there. We need power. Con Edison still has all kinds of problems. We need the ability to settle transactions. It sounds very technical, but the reality is you can't do trades unless you can work out how to settle them. And fourth, we need liquidity. And the Fed is definitely preparing that and is available and is there right now. With those things, we can get up and running, but we don't want to do anything that will interfere with the rescue effort downtown. So we're balancing that priority, which is the first priority by far, with getting our own industry ready to go, which it will be very shortly.
Could I, Don, ask you just about one of those points? I think people will understand almost all of the points about getting the infrastructure up and running again, but what do you mean that you need liquidity?
Well, when you're in a situation like this, people are afraid. There is a flight to quality, a flight into the bond markets, and there is now important activity in the bond markets, and we anticipate when the equity markets open, there will be a large number of orders, buys and sells from all over the world, and we have to be sure that we have the capital to deal with the demands that are created by those orders and deal with the whole ability to settle those orders, to make sure when you sell your shares, our industry can make sure that's handled in the way it's always been handled.
But you've actually put your finger on another problem, because if people are afraid and they want to get out of equities into bonds, I understand that the government must be there in a support situation, but you are saying that people are afraid or nervous as a result of what has happened, and that is going to have an effect on the international financial market.
It could have an effect in the short term. First of all, we are determined to show and are showing that these ghastly people who did this ghastly deed are not going to impede or alter the strength of this economy or the strength of these financial markets. We all know, however, in the first stage of something, uncertainty creates its own issues. My experience in these things is that those issues get resolved very quickly in the markets. We just have to be ready for all contingencies, because that's one of the hallmarks of the American system and of these markets, that we work well no matter what the climate.
Are you saying quite emphatically, though, that this attack on the United States is not going to weaken the U.S. economy?
I'm saying it's absolutely for sure not going to weaken the financial markets and our whole financial structure. It obviously has some very specific economic impacts, which in my view will be very, very short term. This country will come out even stronger out of this crisis.
Okay, well, you've set the stage very well for us, and I apologize, but we must interrupt now to listen to the Attorney General, which of course we wish to do.
September the 11th, 2001 was a day of unspeakable violence and outrage, but also a day of heroism and sacrifice. As endangered men and women struggled to make their way out of burning, collapsing buildings, firemen and policemen, emergency rescue personnel struggled to make their way in to those structures. Many, and we don't know how many yet, never made it out of the buildings. Even as we continue to hold out hope that more of these brave Americans will be found alive, it is my duty as Attorney General to begin to process the provision of relief to the families of public safety officers who sacrificed so that others might survive the attacks of September the 11th. The Public Safety Officers Benefits Act of 1976 provides for approximately $150,000 in benefits to the families of law enforcement officers, firemen, emergency response squad members, ambulance crew members who are killed in the line of duty. This morning, the President of the United States, President George W. Bush, directed me immediately to implement procedures to streamline application processes and approval processes of claims for benefits under this act. Pursuant to the President's directive, the Department of Justice this morning has taken the following actions to expedite the delivery of benefits to public safety officers' families. First, the existing regulations under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Act requires that officers' families and employing agencies fill out individual forms certifying that the officer was killed in the line of duty and that no disqualifying circumstances were present, and that the officer was in fact related to the family members seeking the benefits. These regulations direct the Bureau of Justice Assistance in the Justice Department to give substantial weight to evidence presented by federal, state, and local agencies and to resolve in favor of payment any reasonable doubt concerning the circumstances of the officer's permanent disability or death. In view of the unprecedented loss of life and the debilitating injuries to public safety officers, I have directed, pursuant to the President's request, that this process be streamlined in this case. I am directing the Office of Justice Programs to exercise the full scope of its direction and its discretion under the statute and regulations to accept applications, consider evidence justifying claims, and to process prompt payment of benefits. In cases in which benefits are sought by survivors of officers killed in the line of duty on September 11, I am directing that blanket certifications from executives of public safety agencies be considered as evidence of eligibility without requiring further individualized documentation. In addition, the family claim form will be abbreviated and streamlined. Secondly, the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs is immediately making available additional resources to see that the claims of fallen officers' families are processed as quickly as possible. Staff are being brought to New York from a variety of other settings to assist in case processing. Second, a separate computer database is being established to expedite and monitor the case processing. Third, lawyers from the Office of Justice Programs are immediately reviewing all cases from New York to make sure that those cases move as quickly as possible. Office of Justice Programs, fourth, staff members are being sent to New York to assist with family contacts and the assembly of claim packages, including the gathering of pertinent records. The Office of Justice Program representatives will be available on site, if requested, to pre-certify claim packages in terms of the completeness of those packages. These representatives will also work with the Treasury Department to expedite the payments to families once claims are approved. The provision of benefits is an insufficient but a necessary response on behalf of the American people to the unknown number of individuals who fought fires, law enforcement officers, and medical rescue personnel who died answering the call of their fellow citizens on September the 11th. It is President Bush's and my hope that the actions that we have taken today will provide a measure of relief to the husbands and wives and children that have been left behind. I know that it is the nation's hope that this assistance will stand as a gesture of the inexpressible gratitude that so many Americans feel, as well as a small tribute to the honor of the sacrifice of those who were willing to lose their lives so that others might be saved. Additionally, today I announced with the Treasury Department a step that has been taken to provide additional security at airports across the country. As airports reopen and as travel is resumed, there will be substantially increased security presence, on the ground at designated security checkpoints throughout the country. The Departments of Justice and Treasury have deployed hundreds of U.S. Marshals, individuals from the U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Patrol, and U.S. Customs officials as part of a broad effort by federal law enforcement authorities to provide a larger police presence at airports in addition to the heightened security procedures already put into effect. We will take all precautions necessary to protect American travelers. Finally, Our nation calls on us in times like this to be at our best. If we are to prevail in difficult times like this, we must be at our best. Since Tuesday, the Justice Department has received reports of violence and threats of violence against Arab Americans and other Americans of Middle Eastern and South Asian descent. We must not descend to the level of those who perpetrated Tuesday's violence by targeting individuals based on race, religion, or national origin. Such reports of violence and threats are in direct opposition to the very principles and laws for which the United States of America stands, and such reports of violence and threats of violence will not be tolerated. I now have a few updates with regard to the ongoing investigation. Legal attaches of the FBI around the world are receiving enormous cooperation from law enforcement authorities in the host countries that are cooperating with us to assist us in following up on leads. We have also received numerous offers of help from other countries if we need those elements of assistance, and we are grateful for the assistance that has been offered and the assistance that has been rendered. With regard to federal law enforcement personnel casualties, there is an FBI agent assigned to the New York field office who remains missing. 3 U.S. Marshals who are assigned to the Southern District of New York sustained minor injuries. We are also in the process of collecting information nationwide regarding the loss of life and casualties among law enforcement personnel. As of this morning, the FBI's Leads hotline has received 2,055 phone calls. Some of these leads have been helpful to the investigation. The website, which was opened virtually immediately after the crisis, has received more than 22,700 suggested tips. The FBI is working thousands and thousands of leads. As of this moment, none of the black boxes has been recovered yet. However, we believe retrieval of the black box at the Somerset County location is the most feasible in the short term. Last but not least, the total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18, unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate. 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each. The director of the FBI, Mr. Mueller, is here with me, and we would be pleased to respond to your questions.
All the hijackers, were they ticketed passengers? And if not, do you know how they got on the planes?
Yes, they were ticketed passengers.
General Ashcroft, are you convinced, based on the evidence in Florida and Boston and elsewhere, that the bombing was or may have been behind this?
I'm not prepared to identify or to comment on persons ultimately responsible at this time.
How many people at this point are detained around the country, and why are these potential accomplices, Mr. Director, of such concern to the Bureau?
Well, I can't give you a specific number. What has happened, as I indicated yesterday, that we're, as a result of following up leads, we're interviewing a number of people. And in the course of doing those interviews, we find that a number of the individuals, when asked for identification and the like, are out of status. And when we find somebody out of status, we quite obviously bring in the INS and they are detained. And that is the policy and procedures we're following.
And they're a concern to you regarding the investigation?
Some may be concerned to us and some may not after we interview them.
What sort of indication do you have of other operations being aborted, other plane hijackings, or perhaps other terrorist operations?
I'm not prepared to make comments about any other items at this time.
Has there been any determination about where the plane crash in Somerset County might have been?
I missed.
Has the FBI
Any determination about where the plane crashed in Somerset County, what its target might have been, and what happened to cause that plane to crash where it did?
I think it's fair to say that we're unable to comment on that.
How many associates are you looking at? How many hijackers and associates do you have?
Well, obviously, I've just announced that there are 18 hijackers. The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number. We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had.
Associates are in the country.
Sir?
Do you believe the associates are in the country, or do you have evidence that they are?
First of all, if we knew exactly where associates were, it would make our work easier. But we are interested in finding associates and making inquiry of them.
What can you tell us about the flight training that any of the hijackers have received? Did they receive any training here in the United States?
It is our belief and that the evidence indicates that flight training was received in the United States and that their capacity to operate the aircraft was substantial. It's very clear that these orchestrated, coordinated assaults on our country were well conducted and conducted in a technically proficient way. It is not easy to land these kinds of aircraft at very specific locations with accuracy, or to direct them with the kind of accuracy which was deadly in this case.
There were some reports that at least one of the passengers on the flight from New York kept the airphone off the hook as this was going on, as they were preparing to take the plane back from the hijackers. Were law enforcement officials or FAA people able to listen in on some of what was going on?
I'm not prepared to make a comment on that at this time.
General, which flights have hijackers have you identified, and what can you tell us about who they are, where they came from, and how long they lived?
I think you might be able to say which flights had which numbers on them.
On the American Airlines number 11 flight out of Boston going to LA, there were 5. We believe our preliminary investigation indicates that 5 of the passengers were involved in the hijacking on that plane. United Airlines 175, also out of Boston to LA. Our preliminary investigation indicates that there were 5 of the hijackers on that plane. On United Airlines 93, Newark to San Francisco, 4 hijackers. And American Airlines 77, Dulles to Los Angeles, 4 hijackers. That is our preliminary. The results of our preliminary investigation. The investigation is continuing. That is our best view at this time as to the numbers in the planes they were on.
Can you clarify us, please, on what you've been able to verify and document concerning the flight path of 77 into the Pentagon? Did it go over Washington, D.C. first?
I really can't comment on what we have with regard to that particular flight.
Tell us the national origin of some, if not all, of the hijackers. What can you say at this point about the national origin?
I'm not prepared to comment on that.
Can you talk about the warrants? Can you tell us how many warrants, and tell us what cities, what states?
I can tell you that throughout the country, and not necessarily in a particular region, but throughout the country, when we receive leads, we have followed those leads. We are interviewing any number of people across the country. The number of FBI officers that are involved in the investigation, directly involved in the investigation, has expanded, and they are interviewing witnesses. They are, where necessary, obtaining search warrants, obtaining grand jury subpoenas, and whatever is necessary to obtain the evidence to identify more particularly identify the particular hijackers and anyone associated with them.
Were any of the hijackers believed to be U.S. citizens?
I'm not going to comment on anything with regard to the hijackers.
We're already on the terrorist watch list.
Can't answer that question either.
Any suicide notes? Have you found any suicide notes? Thank you.
All right, that is the Attorney General John Ashcroft, and the brand new director of the FBI, Robert Mueller. And we'll come back and summarize that for you in just a moment. But there's another news conference going on with the Secretary of State, and we'll pick that up during the question period.
A place where terrorist groups get training, or is it a mixture?
We have provided to the Pakistani government a specific list of things that we think would be useful for them to work on with us. And I will be discussing that list with the President of Pakistan later this afternoon.
Mr. Secretary, can I, as you said, since the attacks, you've been receiving lots of messages of condolence, lots of statements of condemnation about the attacks, some that appear to be solicited, like this morning from the Pakistanis, who seem to be falling all over themselves to condemn terrorism in all its forms, but also some unsolicited ones, like I assume from the Cubans, from the Libyans, from the North Koreans. But of all of the 7 countries on the State Department's state sponsors list, only one of them, I believe, has not condemned this, has not said anything. Does it raise any red flags with you that Saddam Hussein and Iraq have been silent about this?
I'm not surprised. He is one of the leading terrorists in the face of the earth, and I would not expect the slightest drop of the milk of human kindness to be flowing in his veins.
Between Iraq and
Osama bin Laden? No, I would not. I would rather, if I were able to talk about such a matter, I don't think I would do it here. Thank you.
Senator Powell, you keep talking about this specific list provided to Pakistan. When you talk to them later, when Secretary Armitage talks to them later, or you talk to them, will it be you have to do everything on this list, or you're against us? The United States keeps putting out this with us or against us?
Pakistan is a friendly country. We've had friendly relations with Pakistan for many, many years. Those relations have had ups and downs as a result of various things that have happened over the years. But right now, we have friendly relations with Pakistan. I have spoken to President of Pakistan over the months, and we had a very good conversation just a month or so ago. And so I will approach this as if I'm talking to a friend, and let a friend know what we would like to see happen in order to improve the situation in the region and the situation in the world. And I hope that the President will respond as a friend. Our initial indications are that he will. He put out a very fine statement that you have a copy of. It's general, and we will get more specifics on it. And our ambassador, who went in yesterday, and we got the report of her discussions with him after she presented her credentials. She's just arrived. And he gave her a strong expression of support, the kind of expression of support that you would expect from a friend who is trying to help us during this time of trial. Yes, George.
Just to follow that, will you be asking the President of Pakistan to have U.S. troops stationed in Pakistan if you choose that?
I really don't want to get into what I might or might not be asking the President of Pakistan until I have asked the President of Pakistan.
Secretary
Andrea?
It sounds as if what you're saying is that up until now you've been hearing very positive statements, but that now it's sort of time to put their money where their mouth is?
I wouldn't characterize it quite that crudely, Andrea.
I'm sorry, I'm not a diplomat.
Some say neither am I. But the fact of the matter is, we're going to have a responsible, sober discussion with the Pakistani government. And when the results of those discussions are complete and we have something to present to you, I assure you I will present it to you.
Why all the focus on Pakistan? Why is it
We're focusing on everything and everybody. We're looking at those terrorist organizations who have the kind of capacity that would have been necessary to conduct the attack that we saw on the 11th. We haven't yet publicly identified the organization we believe was responsible. But when you look at the list of candidates, one resides in that region. So without waiting for the whole body of evidence to be ready for us to make a judgment and a presentation to you, I think we're acting in a prudent way by talking to those governments in the region. One at a time. Robin.
Can you tell us what you expect Undersecretary Armitage to get out of his talks with the Russians on Afghanistan? Are you asking for a very specific kind of help?
We have not yet put together the agenda, but what impressed me is that Foreign Minister Ivanov, when I spoke to him the other day, was anxious for this meeting to take place. Deputy Secretary Armitage has spoken to his counterpart in Moscow, and 2 conversations that President Putin had with President Bush suggest to me that they are ready for active discussions, but I don't have the specific agenda with me right now. Jane.
The Russians know Afghanistan very well from their time in the 80s. They will be able to be helpful on topography, installations, what kinds of things?
I'm sure they will be helpful on many things. It's their neighborhood. They do have a great deal of experience in Afghanistan, and we will draw on all of that experience.
Secretary.
Reports as of 1 a.m. That bin Laden was reported under house arrest by the Taliban. Also 2 leaders, one an Egyptian and a military commander. If so, where would we ask? Would we ask The Hague for extradition to the World Court? What would we do?
Well, I have seen those reports, but I've also seen subsequent reports that say the first reports are not accurate. So let me not speculate on what is at the moment just a rumor. Yes, Terry?
Do you know if David Donahue is still in Kabul? We haven't heard that he's left.
I don't know. I'll let Richard.
Okay,
He's left. Okay.
My question is, are we having talks with the Taliban in Islamabad? They are said to be desperate to avoid a U.S. attack and perhaps ready to talk about things they weren't ready for before.
We have ways of talking to them, and we're exploring those ways now. And we also want to make sure exactly what it is we wish to present to them as items of discussion and not just general conversations.
More flexible, possibly listening more?
I wouldn't say that yet. Yes, Barbara.
What kind of leverage do we have with Pakistan? They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs. We have give them very, very little aid anymore. What can we possibly offer them that would make them cooperative in this case?
You kind of said it in your question. They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs, and they don't have that much aid now. But I think that we have been exploring with the Pakistani government many ways that we can move forward in the relationship, and we want to do so. Yes.
Are you delivering an ultimatum to the Taliban to deliver bin Laden or else to face the wrath of the United States?
I don't think I said that. What I'm saying is that we are assembling the evidence that will tell us in a way that the world will fully concur with us who was responsible for this. And when we have done that, we will announce it. And at that point, we will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up. And when we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general. Okay, let me...
Mr. Secretary, the list for Pakistan, does it include only requests for assistance in terrorism to rip up this network that you're talking about, or does it go broader than that?
I would rather not characterize or comment on the list until we have had a chance to discuss it with the Pakistani government in detail. All the way in the back.
Mr. Secretary, just for the record, when you spoke of the candidate who resides in that region, were you speaking of Osama bin Laden?
Yes.
Could you answer the question about Iran? We've hopscotched all around. There are 2 significant factors here. As of January, there were several, if not more than a dozen, Shia Saudis training in aircraft and piloting down in Florida. Osama is a Sunni, not a Shia. He has no attachments to Iran, and Iran has a close attachment to, possible attachment to the Al-Khobar bombing, as you know. Are we barking up the wrong tree here?
We're barking up every tree that's out there. We're going to find the right tree with respect to what happened on the 11th of September. But we also recognize that there are other groups out there that mean us no good, that have conducted attacks previously against U.S. personnel, U.S. interests, and our allies. And the point we've been trying to make over the last several days is, with the severity of this tragedy in Washington and New York against America, we now have to use this tragedy and respond to those and take care of those who are responsible for it But at the same time, we should see this in a broader sense, that this is a horrible blight on the civilized world. And so we will also be focusing on other organizations, terrorist organizations, who go after us, our citizens, our interests, and allies.
The Secretary of State, Colin Powell, answering questions at the State Department just a little while ago. A lot of them focused on Pakistan. The new American ambassador to Pakistan, brand new, just got there, is Wendy Chamberlain, and she has been in to see General Musharraf, and the Secretary of State says he is going to talk to the President of Pakistan, General Musharraf, this afternoon, later today. And there are lots of reasons to talk about Pakistan, which we'll do at a subsequent time, but basically so much of this is happening in their neighborhood, and it is not only widely assumed but almost confirmed by the Taliban in next-door Afghanistan that Osama bin Laden is still being given safe harbor in Afghanistan, because when the Taliban said they didn't have anything to do with this, they also said, well, nor did Osama bin Laden, because he had no access to phones, telephones, and fax, etc., like that. But as the Secretary of State says very clearly, when asked the question, are you barking up the wrong tree in one case? We're barking up every tree out there. And the one other thing he said, which needs a little bit of filling out, there's 7 states which are on the U.S. list of countries which actually can be regarded as state sponsors of terrorism. And they are Syria, Iraq, Libya, Iran, Sudan, Afghanistan, and North Korea. And it was pointed out that only one has not offered condolences or sympathy for this attack in the United States, and that is Saddam Hussein in Iraq. And you heard Mr. Powell's remark on that, not surprised at all. It was, of course, Saddam Hussein who Colin Powell faced in the Gulf War. They're looking at any terrorist organization that has the capacity to do this, and there is a long list of candidates. Now, very briefly, before we get back to our discussion on the business of the country and America's place in the universal business community, little pieces of news. 3 firefighters have been pulled alive from the rubble in New York City. 3 firefighters have been pulled alive from the rubble in New York City. We anticipated that there were going to be people who survived in that rubble. It's always been the case before in major disasters like this. One of them asked for water, reaffirming that what you need if you're trapped under these circumstances is water. And ABC's John Miller is with us again. And John, I understand there has also been some sound heard from beneath the rubble.
Yes, Peter. At Trinity and West Street, which is, I guess, the east side of the World Trade Center complex, in the rubble, some of the people from the crime scene unit who have been looking for evidence there, well, actually, they're part of the search and rescue also, they're doing both at the same time, heard a series of taps, continuous taps coming in sets. So what they've called for is enhanced listening equipment and police canine dogs to climb up there with them and see if they can put them in a better direction of where these sounds are coming from so they can carefully burrow under there. What they're hoping, obviously, is that those sounds are coming from someone trapped in the rubble and that they can get to them.
Okay, thanks very much, John Miller. This is absolutely precisely what happens in a disaster like this. There's very sophisticated equipment to listen for and smell for, not always look for, people who may have survived under this extraordinary rubble. And 4,763 people are missing. Let's reduce that by the number of 3. 4,760 people are missing because 3 New York firefighters, a department which has suffered quite extraordinarily, losing, well, now less than 300 firefighters in this disaster, and it will be a minor but an important relief for this body of men and women. One other small piece of news, which we offer up with some caution, because it's a dimension of this that's been around for a couple of days. It's on the Reuters news agency out of Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Flight 93 with 38 passengers and 7 crew went down, and on which we're now told by the director of the FBI there were 4 terrorists/hijackers. The federal investigator there this morning said they could not rule out the possibility that United Flight 93 had been shot down. Now, Bill Crowley, the FBI agent there, says simply, we have not ruled that out. told a news conference this morning when he was asked about reports that a U.S. fighter jet may have fired on that Boeing 757. That's been around for a couple of days. The Defense Department has denied this in the most vigorous fashion, and we simply put it on the record simply because it is on the record. To summarize very quickly and very briefly, the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI, John Ashcroft, said, and we knew this was coming because Mayor Giuliani and the President talked about it publicly this morning, that the government is moving very quickly to assist those families of those officers and volunteers who've lost their lives, or as the Attorney General put it, been those affected. They've set up a database to monitor it. They're going to make initial financial contributions available to people who are in the greatest need. Bob Jameson is on the street and is hearing another important sound. Bob.
Peter, what I'm hearing is applause, cheers, whistles. It's the reaction as the news has reached us here north of the World Trade Center that those 3 firemen were found alive. The news has been moving from one small group to another, and just a second ago we heard that large cheer and shouts of joy.
Thanks very much, Bob. 3 members of the New York Fire Department being pulled from the rubble, and what that does to the morale of rescue teams under circumstances like this is extraordinary. It gives people an incentive to renew their efforts and to go on. We've seen it time and time again in natural disasters. It has an extraordinary effect on the morale of the people working at the immediate site of the catastrophe. Back to John Ashcroft. Just to point out in very general terms, he's asked all of the government agencies that are relevant to process very quickly packages to sustain people whose families have been lost. By this I mean official members of the government families. That would include firefighters, police, and others who have been sustained loss. And he points out that it's a gesture of gratitude, quite naturally, from the government and the people to sustain them in this immediate sense of loss. On the subject of security, he pointed out that additional security had been mounted or was in the process of being mounted at airports all across the country, and this includes hundreds of marshals making a very serious presence at the airport. And I think we can come back to that at this point. But we want to go back now, because I don't want to lose anybody here, because they've all got other business to this business of the country's economy. And, forgive me while I find my place in my notes, because Don Marin, the chairman of UBS, set a pretty good table for us there in terms of this discussion by saying this is a human tragedy, not a financial one. The bond markets are going on. There's some question about the equity markets because they need people to invest. They need liquidity. But all of these companies are cooperating at all sorts of levels, he says, and the need to settle these transactions, which is why the markets are being delayed, but mostly they need liquidity. This is not going to affect the financial markets in the long run, he said. Let me go to Andrew Hill, who's the New York bureau chief for the Financial Times. Andrew, if you would, pick up where Mr. Marin leaves off, comment if you wish on what he had to say, and try as you will to give us a general sense of the economic status of things.
Sure. I'd be picking on sort of perhaps 3 areas where I think markets and investors are nervous. Clearly, there's the immediate reaction to this atrocity. There's the fact that markets have been closed for an unprecedentedly long time in the equity markets, which is bound to make people nervous about whether they can get out of investments if they want to, or indeed buy in if they want to. But the most worrying aspect, I think, for the medium term in the markets is a concern that this atrocity might have a big impact on consumer confidence in the United States. It might dent business, and therefore there'd be a ripple effect around the world on the global economy. I don't want to over-dramatize this, but I think there is a sense in which people are concerned that the reaction will be much more economic. There might be a short-term market reaction, but in the longer term, the concern is that this pushes the United States over into a recession, 2 quarters of declining growth, and that the markets begin to worry and pick out companies that they think they are going to be punished during that downturn.
And the third point, or did I miss the third point?
The third point, I suppose, is the ripple effect to the global economy, and the fact that international investors are also, who have in many cases been supporting the markets in the United States, considering their options now while markets have been closed for so long.
I could point out that the ABC Money Consumer Index, as of last Sunday, was at its lowest level since 1977. And I'm going to come back to Don Marin. I want to apologize to Ken and Betsy because we're going to lose Don Marin in just a minute because he had another engagement. Don, you still there?
I'm here, Peter.
Talk a little bit about the broader economy. Talk about business. Talk about this possibility of pushing the country into recession. We've heard it any number of times in the last while.
Well, I think there's no doubt that the economy is suffering now from a slowdown in productivity. I think it's because our own research base has been used up too much in terms of development, and we need to do more in long-term investment in research. The consumer is keeping the economy going, but the consumer is 2/3 of the economy. Anyone looking at your pictures and hearing these tragic comments is going to have a pause as to what the impact is going to be. My own view is that the consumer is very resilient. And while there'll be a short-term impact on this, the fundamentals that were there before this dastardly act will still be there after it's over. They are basically, the economy is slowing down. The consumer, as 2/3 of the economy, is supporting the economy. And it may take us a little longer before these things resolve themselves into resumption of growth.
I wonder if it's possible that actually the consumer, as an act of patriotism, as an act of solidarity, may invest in the market more vigorously.
Well, I think, and we thought about that, there is no doubt Americans will come out of this with stronger resolve to underscore our leadership position in the world. We will not let these criminals slow this economy down or slow us down. I think there is no question about that. So I think we will come out very, very strongly, and my guess is there will be a rallying cry to make this country even stronger, go forward even faster.
And just before we do lose you, because I know we're going to, let me ask you the question about government leadership. What must government do? There is the open checkbook notion in order to fight this campaign against terrorism in the Congress today. There'll be huge, there's already the beginnings of a debate about reallocating or re-emphasizing on what to spend in terms of defense spending. Do you see that having a big impact?
Well, I think first of all we should spend everything we can as fast as we can pointed at this terrible act and in supporting the families that are directly impacted by what's going on there. I think going forward, the most important thing that government can do in addition to that in the short term, and the President is doing that in my view extremely well, is to show the American public that he understands, as he does, how serious this issue is. He is going to resolve it. He is going to do the right thing for this country. And that further, in a few days or a few weeks, he understands how important the consumer is to the economy and how important it is that the government and the consumer work together over the next 6 months or a year to make sure that this growth is renewed.
Okay, thanks, Don. I appreciate the fact that you've got other engagements today, and I understand why other people want to hear your opinions. Thanks very much for taking the time to join us. Ken Aletta from The New Yorker, just pick up, if you will, on what you've been listening. I think we've talked about the broad themes, haven't we?
I think we have, but, you know, as Emerson said, in the long run, we're all dead. I don't know what the long run holds in terms of the world economy or investor confidence. And I think Don Marin is right that it is a human tragedy. We know that, probably more than it is an economic tragedy. But in the short term, here in New York, the micro impact as opposed to the macro impact that Don was talking about, clearly it's going to have an impact on New York City and its economy. Just think of the companies that are out of business in terms of having office space. Where are they going to work at it? There's a story in the Wall Street Journal today that the SEC lost a lot of its records in terms of enforcement. So there are a lot of people that will be impacted for a long period of time in New York.
Don Marin may wish to put an optimistic face on this, and one can't question that, but he seems to imply that this is in some respects a technical problem, that there are backup records somewhere, that these offices and companies, as badly as they've been hit and hurt, will manage to recover, and there's even a measure of cooperation.
No, but the Wall Street Journal story today, for instance, on the enforcement division of the SEC pointed out that a lot of records were not put in the computer, were not in letters, were interviews and notes and notebooks that were taken by investigators, and those are not duplicable.
Betsy, I'll come to you in 1 second. I apologize for this. Well, I know you are, and I want you to add to it. But this is about, as Don Marin says, as we all know, 2/3 of the economy is made up of consumers. And I want this little panel to just listen to some folks today. First of all, in Miami, and then in Dallas. We just asked people what they were thinking.
As far as business, it's been down. We have had people coming in who want to come in to see something happy. It started yesterday morning, and and then yesterday afternoon a few more people. They're not buying though. And I'm right here now adjusting orders and things for the business that we've lost in the past week and a half.
Business is slow, you know, it's slow, and we expecting to be more slow because we have a lot of people from South and Central America that this is our, you know, priority in the business is the people from Venezuela, Colombia, Peru, everywhere. And now we don't think that they are coming.
Been quiet, very quiet. In fact, the streets have been empty. Plenty of empty parking on the street here because a lot of people are glued to their TV sets at their offices or at their homes.
I think everybody has probably reassessed their economic impact and you know, what disposable income they may have. They're probably going to be somewhat reserved, but as our leaders have asked us, we need to try to get the country and our lives back to normal.
You never know about the security of your job, and I'm close enough to the retirement that I don't want to jeopardize any of my retirement funds, and I'd just like to see what's coming up in the next 30 days before I'd make any major purchases.
Patience that man has, and it's rather what the President asked the country to have. Now let me turn to Betsy Stark, weigh in.
Well, a couple of points I want to pick up on, Peter. First, I think what we were hearing is, in a broad sense, the mood of the consumer. And the mood of the consumer is a very important factor in how the economy is going to perform. I mean, stores are open, so in that respect, it's business as usual, but nobody's in a mood to buy. I mean, there's a gloomy atmosphere. People are preoccupied, or people are at home following the coverage here in New York City, of course, in a more personal way, trying to grapple with it. But if you have people who are gloomy, if you have people who are preoccupied, if you have people wondering how the markets will open, you do get an economic impact from that. That's why some economists are saying this may tip a fragile economy into recession. I also want to follow up on a point that Ken was making. For sure, there are some businesses whose records will be lost, whose records were only on paper, but the major Wall Street firms all run what they call hot backup sites, so that whenever they're performing transactions, there is in another location, a secured location, a simultaneous record of everything that's taking place. And a lot of this was beefed up during the preparation to Y2K. That's when they thought the big meltdown would occur. They would have, you know, power blowouts and the computers would crash. In fact, what they're finding now is that a lot of the preparations they made for Y2K are working to benefit them now because they've had that kind of crisis situation they need to grapple with.
And yet one of the things that Don Marin said, they need a way to settle transactions. Now, is this simply a temporary disruption because of what's happened to the World Trade Center and on the edges of Wall Street?
My understanding of what he was saying there was that what they need is enough cash in the system to make sure that whether it's you going to your ATM or businesses looking for payments from customers, that money will be there. And the Fed has injected many more billions than usual dollars into the system. Central banks in Europe have done the same thing there to make sure that wherever people are transacting business, that the money is there in the banks, in the system, to let them do that. And that will be, of course, important when the markets open.
Ken, let me ask you this, because it's you and Betsy now here. I'm very grateful to our other guests. They just had to go on and do other things, and I know you do as well. We've been talking for several years about whether or not the financial markets don't have more power than government, and the money markets don't have more authority in international relations than governments do. Is this a time when money markets are likely to operate in such a self-interested way that government won't be able to control them?
I don't think government does control them. I mean, I think they operate under their own selfish interests in the best sense of the word. That is to say that people are making investments based on whether they think they're going to make money on it and not lose money on it. And that goes on all around the world. So government is peripheral in many ways. Now, obviously, they help with credit and enforcement, etc. But I actually think the issue is not so much the macro issue of what's going to happen to the world economy based on this.
Do you think this will essentially not change it?
I essentially think it probably will not change it. But I do think it alters and it does change some things in New York. I mean, just think about 10 million square feet of real estate that's empty, and where do those people go from Morgan Stanley and Cantor Fitzgerald? I mean, Cantor Fitzgerald, the talk is that 9 out of 10 people are gone.
Right.
What happens? I
Which
mean,
is this huge bond trading company.
yeah, I mean, and that's just one of many. And will American Express and Lehman Brothers be able to get into their building nearby? I mean, there are a lot of other companies, Merrill Lynch.
Well, yeah. I mean, in fact, Peter, we know that that many of these companies, not just World Trade Center businesses, obviously, they're, you know, that space is gone. But across the street in the World Financial Center, the headquarters of American Express, the headquarters of Merrill Lynch, the headquarters of Dow Jones, they can't work in those buildings. They may be out of those buildings for several months. Now, the big Wall Street firms, they have locations all over the city. And many of them have offices in Midtown. Many of them have backup operations in suburban Connecticut, across the river. So some of those people will be absorbed in those locations. But Ken is right, for smaller businesses particularly, I mean, the loss of human capital, I mean, you're missing critical personnel. That's an irreplaceable problem. But, you know, New Yorkers are going to have to show their ability to cope. They pride themselves on that. They're going to have to improvise. Apparently, there are businesses already running out of hotel rooms, handshake deals being made on new space to lease in the area. There was a developing surplus of space in Lower Manhattan.
Right.
Now that commercial space is at a premium.
So the general overall real estate market in this enormously influential city is affected as well. Ken, talk a little bit about the other ripple effect. You know, we've heard, at least in the last couple of days, how entertainment is shifting its emphasis. They've canceled some things, they've held back some movies. Actually getting affected by public opinion. The National Football League has decided to at least postpone, if not cancel, its game. Baseball has. What about baseball? Aside from the metaphorical importance of baseball in the national life, what does this mean in terms of the way the country runs?
Well, you're talking about people. I mean, it all comes back to people and how they feel in baseball and in football. The players, as I understand it, have been expressed the desire not to play Sunday, which is one of the reasons the NFL cancel the games this Sunday. But I think they're human beings, and they have friends and loved ones who die, and they just don't feel up to it, or there's a real concern about security with so many people in the stadium, legitimate concern. But it has a ripple effect throughout the country. There's also the question of taste. I mean, is it good taste for you to have a public forum and the national pastime when people are suffering? And there's still uncertainty about whether you can get some more live bodies out.
Isn't it very interesting how quickly we turn to what Don Marin referred to as not a financial tragedy, which it is, but a human tragedy as well. As you've listened, so let's just shift just a little before we let you go as well. You've talked to hundreds of people, I assume, or dozens of people all across the country in the last couple of days, friends, relatives. I know that you and I have both lost friends of friends. I think that's the case with hundreds of thousands of people. What do you think about the state of the country?
I mean, you have to think multiple things that are sometimes contradictory. I mean, I think on the one hand we're suffering, and those who haven't lost a loved one, as I haven't, are suffering less than some others who have. But on the other hand, you just look around at these amazing, and you've talked about it eloquently, these amazing expressions of courage and compassion that are extraordinary, and it brings tears to your eyes. I mean, it's really quite extraordinary.
You get some sense, I hate to talk about time in one respect, but do you get some sense that next week, though this will linger in the American psyche forever perhaps, this largest attack on the United States since Pearl Harbor, the largest attack since the Civil War, will this have, do you think, a profound effect on the national psyche which is deleterious, negative?
Let me ask the question, turn around your question by asking one. I was walking the other day, the day of the tragedy, when the explosions took place, and a little boy looked up at his dad, and he said, "Dad, will they bomb our building?" Now what happens to that little boy? Will that little boy keep asking that question, or will he forget it? And as most children do, you know, memory heals and you forget and you move on. But if it lingers in that little boy's mind, then obviously it's going to have a profound impact on a lot of little boys and a lot of little girls and a lot of parents in this country.
It's interesting. I had another chance, thank goodness, to talk to my daughter this morning who goes to college, and I've heard from several colleges in the country.
I bet you she's called you a lot.
She's called me a lot, thank goodness. And she was saying that her college, which happens to be in the northeastern United States, that they were setting up a zone of a race-free and anti-bigotry-free zone on the campus. I heard exactly the same from the University of South Florida this morning. And every single public official we have talked to, every public official the country has heard has brought up this issue of caring for people from the Arab world, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, South Asians. John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, is on the latest person to recognize publicly that we have a problem, Betsy, in this country when it comes to bigotry about others.
One of the things that strikes me as interesting, Peter, as you and Ken are talking about the mood and will it be forever changed, I think in the aftermath we may see the mood shift first from, and as it shifts, the impact on the markets as they reopen change and may move from being frightened to being angry to being defiant. And you were talking before about emails you had received. I received a couple this morning talking about a patriotism rally, just that sort of thing that you had actually raised. I mean, that kind of talk's already in the air. And there is reassurance. You are hearing people here in the United States look at the markets abroad and say, you know, we're not surprised to see that on the day this happened and the day after this happened, people were selling stocks and wondering if the financial system in the United States and in the world would have been crippled. But they came back because it was not brought to its knees. This system went on.
As I said, we lost both Don Marin, the chairman of UBS America, and we lost Andrew Hill, the New York correspondent for the Financial Times, because they both had other things to do. But I wonder if you two would like to stay and listen to an interview which is important to this subject. We've talked a lot about Cantor Fitzgerald, the bond company, which lost, I think 80% of its employees are still missing. We know all companies took a devastating hit at the Trade Center, but this company has risen to the forefront as having suffered grievously. And Connie Chung has sat down to talk with Howard Lutnick, who is the head of Cantor Fitzgerald. And why don't we listen to that?
You got a call this morning that meant a lot to you.
Yeah. One of my employees' wives, actually I had two this morning, one from Jonathan Newman's wife and one from Glenn Kerwin's wife, both men who are in their the young 30s. Both have kids under 5. And so I picked up the phone and spoke to their wives, and they both had the same message, which was unbelievable, which is they said that if their husbands had to die, that it should have been now, because they were so happy. They loved their job. They loved working for me. And they loved the firm, and they thought they were doing great things, and they were really happy. And so for a woman who just lost her husband with little kids to actually have the strength to call me, to try to tell me good things, to support me, it's just unbelievable. These are the kind of people that I have, and they're unbelievable.
You have suffered such great professional and personal loss. What is the fate of your brother and your roommate who worked for the company?
My brother was on the 103rd floor. He worked for me, and he worked at Cantor, and he called my sister just after the plane hit, and he told her that he said that the smoke was pouring in. He was stuck in a corner office. There was no way out, and the smoke was coming in, and he's not good, and things are not good, and he's not going to make it. And he just wanted to say that he loved her, and he wanted to say goodbye, and tell everyone that he loved them. And then the phone went dead. So while I'm the head of the company, I'm trying to help my 700 employees who are missing their loved ones. I'm just another one of them. Just another one of them.
Normally, you would have been in your office on which floor?
105th floor. On
the 105th floor, and yet you didn't go in early that morning because of a critical decision you made.
My little boy, I have a 5-year-old, and it was his first day of kindergarten at Horace Mann, so I took him for his first day of big boy school. And because of that, I was late getting down to the office, and therefore I wasn't in the building. I was on my way to the building.
And when you got to the building?
Well, I saw the building on fire, so I didn't go in. But I stood at the door off of Church Street, where there were flags there, and I stood at that door, and people were coming out, and I was yelling at them, to run and get out. And there were police sort of around me, yelling at people, telling them to get out, and I would ask them what floor they were coming from, what floor are they coming from. And I stayed there, and I kept staying there and yelling, what floor are you coming from? And I got all the police and firemen around me to grab anybody, because these people are coming out completely dazed, a straight look, and I'd grab them and shake them, say, what floor are you on? And someone would say, 55, and I'd scream, we have 55, and because I kept wanting to get up the building and get
Because
people
all
out
your
of the building.
employees were on
101 to 105, the top floors of number 1 World Trade Center, which they call now the North Tower.
So how high was the highest number that you got to?
I got to the 91st floor, and I knew if I got one employee, if one person came down from that floor, then I know that there had to be others. There would be others behind them. There would be others going out other doors that would be good. But I got up to 91, and then I heard this sound. It sounded like another plane was going to hit the building, but it didn't sound like it was far away. It sounded like it was like right where the ceiling is above us. It was so unbelievably loud. And someone screamed out, another one's coming. So I just turned around and ran, and I was running.
What was it?
It was number 2 World Trade Center collapsing. So I'm standing underneath a building like an idiot, and I start running, and I'm trying to get ahead of the smoke, and then the smoke comes around the corner on Trinity Church where I ran and knocks me down underneath a truck, and I'm sitting there in this the blackest black that can ever be. I reached up, I tried to see if I could see it, and I took my hands and I put it up, and I actually touched my eye. And it was so much smoke, and I wasn't
You
smart
couldn't
enough.
even see your own hand?
I couldn't see my hand. I could feel the particles in the air. They were like this big. I could feel them going in, and I couldn't think to like pick up my shirt and put it. I was just sitting there thinking, I can't believe it. I can't believe by standing there I died. I can't believe it. I called my wife, and she was hysterical crying. And so I understand why it took lots of people a long time. I'm a pretty together person, and 4 hours I just walked north. I just kept walking.
We had received a report that one of your other offices had a squawk box open, and the other offices were able to hear the screams. Is that true?
I don't know that they heard. It is true that we have a squawk
line?
box. Yeah, we have a speakerphone because all our offices are connected in our equity business. They're all connected to each other because they talk to each other all day, and they heard them saying, we need help, we need help, we need help. It wasn't screams. There was nowhere to go. Couldn't go down, couldn't go up. There was nowhere to go.
This morning you went to see 2 of your employees in the hospital.
Yeah, at Cornell. I had 2, Lauren Manning and Harry Weiser, and both, I think, were on the concourse. And there was a fireball that went through the concourse, and fortunately, it seems to have caught both of them, and they are very, very badly burned, and they're in critical condition, and we're just praying for them. We're praying for them to pull through and be strong. And I've got. When I told their families, I said, look, I have 700 families who are dreaming for the way you feel. You might feel terrible, but I got 700 families who are dreaming to find someone in your husband or your wife's position. So it's just the definition of tragedy.
You actually lived the American dream. You made it. Unfortunately, your parents died of cancer and didn't know. But now, can you gauge or tell us what you think can happen to you and your company?
I have no idea why things happen, and I don't know why this should have happened to us and our 1,000 families. But things are different. I mean, my view of business is different. I need to try to be successful in business so that I can take care of 700 families who, I gave my home number out on all the websites for people to call me. I have women calling me saying they don't know if they can pay their mortgage, how they're going to live, what are they going to do. And I think, the remaining staff, both the people in New York The 200, roughly 300 people we have who are okay in New York, and it's sad, but the 300 people were just not in the physical office. They may have been walking in, they may have been in near the elevator, they may have been 5 minutes late, they may have been on vacation or out, but I don't know of a single one of my employees who got down. Zero, and it's really sad, but I think we're all pulling together with the view that we want to make things happen for them. We need to take care of them. We need to figure out how to take care of them, give them more, take care of them, and I think it's going to be a different kind of drive than I've ever had before. It's not about my family. I get to kiss my kids. I get to kiss my kids tonight, but other people don't get to kiss their kids, and I just have to help them. And I think it's amazing, and I think it's amazing. We have 300 people. They lost all their friends. They lost the person to their left. They lost the person to their right. And they call me up and they say, I want to go to work. I said, why do you want to go to work? Let's just go to funerals. And they go, no, I want to go to work. I can't stay home. I can't stay home. I have to work. I have to do something. And so they actually wanted to try to figure out how to be in business. It's unbelievable. It's great. It doesn't make sense. But the reason they want to be in business, and there's only one reason to be in business, is because we have to make our company be able to take care of my 700 families. 700 families. And that 700 families. Just, I can't say it. I can't say it without crying.
Howard Lutnick, the CEO of a company which had 700 employees, or as he puts it, Cantor Fitzgerald, 700 families. And their survivors, 200 of them, want to go to work. He says, why not go to funerals? He lost his own brother from the 101st to the 105th floor of the World Trade Center. He knows of not one of his employees who got down. 2 on the concourse were badly burned, are in critical condition. You heard that as clearly as we did. Connie Chung is with us. Connie, what strikes me aside from the story is how extraordinarily generous it is of this man to share this story with us, because, man, it was hard for him.
I agree with you, Peter. He, every day, he goes to the Pierre Hotel where he set up a crisis center where all the relatives can come, and he has phones set up, he has information banks, and he goes and talks to every single one of them. If they have any questions, he answers them. He's given out his home phone number on his website so that anyone can call him, so that he can receive phone calls at 3 a.m. in the morning, and he takes those calls. He talks to his employees. I mean, there is no question that this small, scrappy company, which has now become a symbol, actually, for Wall Street in many ways, since it may very well have suffered the greatest loss of all the companies that were housed in the towers. He's an extraordinary boss. I said, you know, perhaps these employees are calling you because you are an extraordinary boss. And he said, no, it's the other way around. I have extraordinary people who are working for me.
Thanks, Connie, very much. Connie Chung talking to Howard Lutnick, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald.
Peter,
let me just ask you, I mean, and I know it's hard, we just want to sit here and think about that, I know, but let me ask you a question based on what Connie said. Is it the company which has suffered the most? Do we actually know that? I keep thinking back to, is it Morgan Stanley that has 15, 20 floors, Ken, in the World Trade Center?
They have, as I understand it, 3,500 employees in the World Trade Center, but they have a total of 65 or so thousand around the world. So. This company, I suspect, was percentage-wise was decimated, except for some smaller companies that were there, proportionally probably the most decimated. I was just struck by what a good man he is, and you didn't hear talk about profit margins, and he just said, I'm going to do whatever it takes because I'm a human being first, not the CEO first. And I just thought he was extraordinary.
And we talk so much about families. He can kiss his kids tonight, as he said. And we've heard any number of people who have survived this, who've turned to us and said, hey, man, make a connection with your kids?
Peter, in the last couple of days, as New Yorkers wander around, they ask each other, did you know anybody? And everybody seems to know somebody or know of somebody who was lost in this tragedy. And at Cantor Fitzgerald, everybody knows 40 or 50 or 100 people who were lost in this tragedy. So the magnitude is astonishing.
Please go on.
Yeah, I was also, as Connie said, that Cantor Fitzgerald had set up an operation in one of New York's hotels. I was reminded that other firms are doing that as well, that they are recognizing that in the aftermath they need to cope with not just logistically how are they going to get their businesses up and running, but how are they going to heal their employees. And so Oppenheimer Funds, for example, has set up in 4 different hotels what they're calling reunion groups. So employees can get together and share the experience, share what they saw, and begin to kind of heal psychologically before they actually have to get back to, you know, what really is the rat race of Wall Street, where you've got to be able to keep up with this frantic pace, this real-time pace of trading in the markets.
It was quite, I don't know if you saw it, Ken, and it's hard to move on from an interview like this that we've just heard, or from an experience like this, not the interview, but the experience that we listened to in this, but we must. And it was interesting to see the Mercantile Exchange in Chicago today. Did you see it? I mean, there was a moment of silence at noon Eastern Time, 10 o'clock in the Midwest. And then when it was over, wham, it was in some respects a reinvigoration of the energy of the country to see them go back to trading almost immediately.
Well, you have to move on. You can't be frozen, and this man will move on too, and his company will move on. But it's hard to imagine that at this moment.
Yes, exactly. It's always the moment. Betsy, you talked very briefly about the Federal Reserve tomorrow, and I'm not sure people fully understand that the Federal Reserve today was made, what, about $50 billion available primarily to bolster the liquidity of European markets?
Well, the central banks of Europe, in a coordinated action, moved to bolster the liquidity of European markets. Our markets aren't up in trading, so the ones that are, financial regulators around the world want to be sure are operating smoothly.
So this was basically the subsidiaries of European banks operating in the United States?
This was a move by the central bankers of Europe, the Fed equivalents, to make sure that the European banking operations and European markets have the liquidity they need.
Okay, well then help me. I'm not understanding this then, because the AP is reporting out of Washington that the Federal Reserve was making $50 billion available, the U.S. Federal Reserve, to stabilize the operations of European banks in the United States.
So that would be our contribution to that greater sum.
And the Fed also announced Thursday it was temporarily moving operations of the New York Federal Reserve, which performs these key operations, implementing the interest rate, having another operation which has had to move in New York City.
The New York Fed is located right in that World Trade Center area, Peter. Is probably another one of those buildings that to re-enter it now might interfere with rescue operations, and who knows what kind of damage has been suffered there.
What else do you think we need to understand at the moment about the business of the country? We heard the consumers in Dallas, we heard the consumers in Miami, we've heard those of you who watch it very carefully talk about the impact of consumer confidence, 2/3 of the economy. What else do we need to understand about the running of the country at the moment, Ken?
I think we've covered a lot of it, Peter. I think one of the interesting questions, it's not the huge question that you just posed to us, but one of the real questions is, will they rebuild the World Trade Center? Because you can make an economic argument from a real estate point of view with a soft real estate market that, in fact, there's an argument not to rebuild it. And the argument to rebuild the World Trade Center may be more symbolic than it is economic.
I actually raised this yesterday for the first time and raised it delicately. But has it been talked about out there about whether or not it should be built either from an economic point of view?
No, but I was interested when Giuliani was asked this question at one of his press conferences. I think it was yesterday. He said we're going to build something. I'm not going to say it's going to be 110 stories, but we're going to build something. And I think that was an indication that, in fact, there are lots of people who are probably telling the mayor of New York and prospective mayors of New York that maybe we shouldn't rebuild 2 110-story towers.
It does remind me a little bit of Oklahoma City and the very intense and very often painful debate after the Oklahoma City disaster about what to build in place of the Murrah Federal Building. and they ultimately built a memorial which I think has satisfied most of the people in Oklahoma City, but not everybody. But there was a real debate about what you do for yourselves in your community in order to sustain or cherish this memory, and what you do to show the rest of the world who you are. Right. A very tough call.
And we've heard, Peter, in some of our coverage, people say, well, I wouldn't want to go work again in a building that is such a symbol, as well as an office building. That's a notion that gives some people pause. And I think New York City officials will be thinking about how to make sure they can keep Wall Street as Wall Street. Make sure that there isn't some exit over to Jersey City where some of these firms have operations because of some feeling of vulnerability.
That's a very interesting point. We've seen several pieces today. I've seen several reports today that this vulnerability of New York. People have always been tempted away. People in other places are always tempting New York businesses to go somewhere else, and this, I agree, is a real issue for the financial capital of the United States. I want to thank you both very much. Betsy's going to stay, Ken.
I can go to work.
But yeah, absolutely. and I look forward to whatever it is you write in the New Yorker about this or anything else. Great reporter. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Steve.
Ken Aletta of the New Yorker, Betsy Stark, our financial editor in so many respects. You're not going anywhere.
Okay.
Except maybe to the phones. Thank you both very much. Well, it's 9 o'clock Pacific time. I beg your pardon. It's 11 o'clock Pacific time. Try always to have things in focus from the point of view of those in other parts of the country, not just those of us who live here in New York. And we're going to try to there's been a good deal happened this morning, and those of you who have been with us very recently saw this quite astonishing expression of his company's experiences from Howard Lutnick, who is the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald. And we will undoubtedly see that or portions of that again today. But we've been talking here about the business of the country, and the general consensus, or the consensus, I think, among Ken Aletta, Betsy Stark, and others who joined us here this morning is that the financial markets now rely very much on the question of American consumer confidence. And we mentioned at one point consumer confidence was, a week ago, at least according to ABC polls, at its lowest level since March of 1977. And we've been discussing the impact, and you at home and everywhere else have been thinking about the impact of this attack on the country, on business consumer confidence as well as life in general. But we wish to, if we may, set the scene or reset the scene of what is happening in a variety of places at the moment. In New York City, not long ago, 3 firemen were pulled alive from the rubble, reinvesting for people, people reinvesting in themselves, the hope that there may be others down there. So we're going to go first to the street to ABC's Cynthia McFadden.
And
Cynthia?
a firefighter.
Cynthia?
Yep, not a... Peter?
Yes?
Peter, we are standing by here outside St. Vincent's Hospital with great expectation. You have seen this site throughout the day today, Peter, and there were no doctors and nurses on the sidewalk until just about the last half hour. From the time that you began reporting that there were 3 firefighters found buried in the rubble, until now we have seen a steady stream of doctors and nurses come out of the hospital in anticipation that St. Vincent's will in fact be the place that they are brought. We thought that perhaps this ambulance you see here was going to contain them, but it does not apparently. It was a woman brought inside the hospital. I can tell you a couple of other things here, Peter. Inside the hospital right now is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Governor Tommy Thompson. He arrived about an hour ago. He went upstairs to visit with some of the people who are patients now at this hospital. He intends to talk to the rest of us in about half an hour from now. I understand from hospital officials he's actually staying inside to make certain that his speaking to us does not interfere with the arrival of the firefighters. Just a couple of other things. I heard you discussing earlier, Peter, if the president indeed comes to this hospital tomorrow. We know he's coming to New York, and perhaps he will be coming here. How big an entourage he will arrive with? I can tell you that Tommy Thompson arrived with 8 unmarked cars today and 2 police motorcycles as well as another police van. And in terms of the firefighters themselves, we have an as yet unconfirmed report that the 3 firefighters who have been rescued from the rubble were in a van under a bridge when the building collapsed. Again, that's unconfirmed, but those are from fellow rescue workers who have told ABC News that that is the reason that perhaps they were able to be rescued. We hear sirens all around us, and we hear one coming down right now. Yeah. What the hospital official is reporting behind me is what we suspected. This ambulance here is not related, in fact, to the rescue. Peter, back to you. We'll let you know when they get here.
Yeah, Cynthia, I just want to ask you one more question. What was the effect on people's morale when they heard that the firefighters had been rescued?
Oh, Peter, I mean, hard for me to describe. I mean, these doctors, these nurses have been extraordinarily depressed that they haven't been able to use their enormous skill and talent to actually do some good. They have been enormously frustrated that now we're going into hour 37 since they have received a patient here, someone that they could actually help. So they were enormously elated. I can also tell you, Peter, that we've taken a little walk around the immediate vicinity here in Greenwich Village. We are on 7th Avenue and 11th Street, and everywhere you go, plastered all over the walls, are pictures of people who are missing. Having covered Princess Diana's funeral, and the bouquets of flowers that were everywhere all over London, these flyers may perhaps be remembered, remember this tragedy that way. They are plastered everywhere. Back to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Cynthia. And your mention of Diana, the former Princess of Wales, leads me to say that in London today, where they change the guard every day at Buckingham Palace, the Coldstream Guards, the band of the Coldstream Guards, part of Her Majesty's household regiments, played the Star-Spangled Banner, while hundreds of Americans outside the palace gates wept, waved U.S. flags, and sang the words to the national anthem. That's outside Buckingham Palace in London today. It was Queen Elizabeth herself who has a long and very deep relationship with the United States, both in personal terms with numerous leaders and, of course, as a country, ordered the special ceremony as a sign of solidarity with the American people suffering, as we all know, from the worst terrorist strike ever. And there were thousands of people there today. The U.S. Embassy in London is in a square called Grosvenor Square. And outside the embassy, there has been, as we have seen here in New York City and elsewhere in this country, large numbers of flowers being laid. The embassies had to add extra consolation books to those they normally have so that people can write messages of sympathy and condolences to American families who have lost loved ones. But at some point today, we do indeed want to see and hear the Coldstream Guards playing the national anthem outside Buckingham Palace, and I have no doubt that our news desk will be looking for that already. Now, John Miller is with us. John Miller, can you bring us any more information on this issue with the firemen?
Yeah, and there's a lot of confusion down there, which is why many different versions of the stories are coming out. But as we can sort through this, there's 2 or 3 different things happening right now. Number one, there's been a shift in the rubble, not as much as a secondary collapse, but certainly something that's kicked up a lot of dust and a new plume of black smoke. They have pulled all rescue workers out of the area of West and Liberty Street, which would be the southwest corner of what had been the Trade Center complex. There were several injuries there. We are told all minor injuries, just cuts and bruises. They are being transported to area hospitals, including a group that's been put on a tugboat towards New Jersey, where they still have a triage staging area. Number two, 2 firemen that were involved in the rescue effort fell into a void while they were looking for their colleagues and other victims. Their fire company was then pulled out for their own safety. Then another rescue company was sent in, and they worked for 2 hours to free those 2 firemen. So those firemen were freed from the rubble, but they were not part of the original collapse more than 48 hours ago. Number 3, there are rescue workers opposite the firehouse on Liberty Street towards the center of the rubble who are working now still to free 4 firefighters. So there's many operations going on there at once. All of these reports are coming out at once, and that's what's generating the confusion between city officials, between medical officials, and between our people.
Okay, and of course we're passing it on sometimes, but not often, I hope incorrectly. Just to clarify, John, when I said a while ago that 3 firemen had been rescued, in fact it was 2, and it was 2 firemen not who'd been trapped in the original disaster, but who'd fallen into a hole while they were looking for their colleagues. Am I correct?
Right. But at this moment, the thing that you and I were talking about a short time ago, the sound of tapping from that location, they have apparently found 4 firemen, but they are not pulled out yet. They're still working on that.
Can you be more precise by what people mean about a shift in the rubble?
I spoke to someone who was there who said, I don't know what happened. Suddenly there was smoke everywhere. I had to pick myself up. My hand is injured. He's going to the hospital. There was an alarm that sounded, a 3-2 on a horn down there, which is a signal to pull out. And then the word from people on the scene there was to evacuate that area because there had not been a secondary collapse, meaning not another building had fallen, but there had been a shift in the rubble, which meant part of the collapse that was already there had fallen over and kicked up some new dust and smoke. So we don't know what caused that.
Okay, John, thanks very much. John Miller, keeping us abreast as best we can of the reality of what is really happening on scene in the lower end of Manhattan today. It does remind me again to tell you, and I think you already know this, that one of the emergency room doctors, Dr. Andrew Feldman, I think it was, came to see us yesterday, who had been working in the rubble precisely at Ground Zero. And I said, what's it like compared to what we see on television? And you know, he just answered the question I think we all know, that we see on television a very different view than reality. It's one of the complaints that military commanders sometimes make, is that war is seen in a different way than it really is when it's seen on television, and therefore affects people's perceptions. But there's no doubt none of us have had any difficulty, whether we have been to the site, as many of us have, or not been to the site, as so much of the country has been having some deep connection to what is happening here and at the Pentagon. It has been a very busy morning in Washington. The President has had a very public phone call with the political leadership in New York. The Secretary of State has been talking to the press about the relationship to the international community and the search for the terrorists. The Attorney General and the Director of the FBI have all spoken, as has the Secretary of Transportation, about opening airspace across America. And so let's go to Washington and Claire Shipman and see how best we can get caught up. Claire.
Well, Peter, it has been a busy day here in Washington, and we've seen an emotional president today, both right after the very public phone call you mentioned in which he talked to the mayor and governor of New York. He talked about the sense of grief that everybody's feeling, and you could see on his face just how moved he was. He also made a trip to a local hospital, the Washington Hospital Center, to see injured Pentagon workers. Again, something he's been talking to his staff about wanting to do. In fact, he's declared tomorrow a national day of prayer and mourning, and the president is going to make 2 very public appearances in churches, one here at the National Cathedral in Washington at noon, where he'll participate in a prayer service, and then tomorrow, as you know, he's coming to New York. He's going to attend a memorial service at St. Patrick's Cathedral, and then try to figure out some way where he can see the site there without getting in the way of those rescue efforts, because they're very concerned about that. In terms of congressional news, Congress is on the verge of passing a large anti-terrorism package that the president asked for, $20 billion to help fight terrorism and deal with this disaster that the country has on its hands. And Congress is also on the verge of passing essentially some support for the president to use force, a broad authority to use force, which is what the White House was hoping for. We've also learned, Peter, that security detail in Washington is considering some new security measures around the White House. They're thinking about closing a few more streets that surround the White House. We're not sure which ones yet, but we're told that we should know by the end of the day if they're going to move ahead and do that.
Okay, thanks, Claire, very much. just trying to get people very quickly caught up on some of the other things that developed in Washington. John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, who's not going to talk about the investigation in very much detail, said the government was moving as quickly as it could to help the families of those public officials or public employees who were involved. By that he meant the firefighters and the police and other relief workers who work for various levels of government. And so they're trying to make money available and support available, really, as he said, as a gesture of gratitude to people who have lost their lives in the service of the country. He went on at some length about additional security at the airport, said there was going to be hundreds of marshals deployed in order to create a larger police presence at the airports in the country. He did say at one point, as have numerous other public officials, that there had been concern in government about any threats to Arabs and South Asians in the country, or Americans of Arab and South Asian descent, he put it that way. And he said, as every other public official has said, we as Americans must be at our best. I think we all know what he means by that. He said that as far as the overseas investigation was concerned, that legal attaches at the embassies in many parts of the world are getting lots of local cooperation, that the lead hotline for the FBI had had 2,055 calls. There had been 22,000 suggestions for leads on the government FBI website, but he said they were basically just dealing with thousands and thousands of leads. In terms of the black boxes from the 4 aircraft that went down, he did point out the obvious in some respects, that the ones in New York are going to be most difficult to retrieve if they are ever retrieved. But he did say that the black box from the crash of the United Flight 93 in Pennsylvania was probably the most feasible. And that is, even though the plane is in pieces over a very, very large area at the moment, he thought, and when I say large area, I mean over 6 miles. We'll try to understand that in a little while. But it is the least complicated disaster site, now a crime site, of the 4 aircraft that went down. In terms of the hijackers, he said they now believe there were 18 of them on the 4 aircraft. 2 aircraft, the American Airlines out and the United Airlines out of Boston, had 5 on them each, and that the one that crashed in Pennsylvania and American Flight 77, which of course crashed into the Pentagon, each had 4 on them. He wasn't prepared to identify any of the people who they are looking at in the country, but if you've been listening to the television or to the radio, you will see that there have been a number. There's a group of people out there at the moment, maybe 49 or 50 of them, I think is the latest figure, in which federal authorities are very interested. And then Robert Mueller, the director of the FBI, said they were looking for people who were out of status, by which he meant there's a series of Immigration Naturalization Service regulations, and they're looking for people who they have in their system who may be out of status, so they can at the very least talk them. But they have not yet made any arrests. He would make any other comment on any other operations. It was the Attorney General, I think, or the Director of the FBI, forgotten, who said that indeed they could confirm that some of those involved in these terrorist acts had flight training. Yes, they had the capacity to operate planes, and it was substantial. They were, in all respects, technically proficient. No comment whatsoever on this whole issue of the White House as an argument, as a target, and no comment whatsoever on any of the ongoing operations of the Justice Department. But let me go at that particular point to ABC's Pierre Thomas, who's in Washington. Pierre, have I got the investigation right? And if I haven't, please correct me and add to it.
Peter, you're exactly on the money. One major point today, however, the 18 hijackers. We now have information from our sources that they have identified all 18 hijackers. They actually have photographs, and we may be getting those photographs and their names in the next couple days, maybe as early as today, Peter. So that is a very significant thing in terms of their investigation, knowing who these people are, and they're moving out in concentric circles from that particular group.
Pierre, I wonder if you know any more about the investigation of the crash site in Pennsylvania, do you?
Well, the only thing my sources are telling me there is that, again, the black box is so critical because that will augment what they heard from the cell phone calls. It will give them more information about how these attacks were first launched.
And the Attorney General has said he is not prepared. Everybody's being asked about Osama bin Laden. He said he was not prepared to identify anybody who had ultimate responsibility for that. And is that precisely the company tone, the company rule at the moment in terms of talking to the public?
Peter, it is the company tone, but I can tell you I've talked to a number of very senior officials in government, and they say Osama bin Laden is prime suspect, that a number of these suspects had connections to him and they're pursuing them, but they want to be clear on all the details before they make that final announcement, because after that, action will be coming very, very quickly.
Okay, thanks very much. Now let us move to the international dimension of this, because this is a crisis, which many people call a war, certainly a crisis, which has any number of international dimensions. The Secretary of State, Colin Powell, held a briefing today, said a couple of things that were simply interesting, including the fact that of all the 7 countries which are on the U.S. list of those countries which sponsor, those states which sponsor terrorism, only Iraq had not extended its sympathies or whatever to the United States. Syria, Iraq, Libya, Iran, Afghanistan, North Korea, and Sudan, all are on that list, and only Iraq, not to the Secretary's surprise, he said, has not said anything to the United States. They're looking at a terrorist organization which has the capacity to have done this. There is a list of candidates. We're pretty certain that Osama bin Laden is currently in Afghanistan. Whether he's under arrest or not, we do not know. The Secretary has said any number of times that one of the key issues is Pakistan. The new American ambassador to Pakistan, Wendy Chamberlain, has been in to see General Musharraf, and Secretary Powell is going to talk to him this afternoon. I think at this point we want to bring in Martha Raddatz, who is our correspondent at the State Department and who was at that briefing. The first headline, I think, Martha, am I correct here, is that retaliation, for which so many people in the country hunger almost, is going to be months away.
Well, Secretary Powell did not say that on the record today. I have talked to several people who say that things should calm down in the language of retaliation. Indeed, they are looking at suspects, and in fact, Secretary Powell did say on the record today that one of those suspects is bin Laden, and he's the first cabinet member, first senior official to say that on the record. But they are saying that any sort of military retaliation will take time. Even if they determine who did this, who was behind it, it is something that could take months. They're very nervous about hitting the right targets and hitting a target that will matter. They also want to rally world opinion, and if the United States went in quickly, hit the wrong targets, had a lot of civilian casualties, then they would lose world opinion.
Martha, I'm sure you ask people in the State Department this, or remind them, as if they need to be reminded, that there are a great many people in the country who feel an urgent need to retaliate against somebody. So what's the department say about that?
Well, indeed, there is that urgency. There's a lot of that feeling at the Pentagon. There's a lot of that feeling in the State Department. But they really want to be cautious about this. They do say if something happens, it will not be pinprick strikes. They said in the United States in the last 5 or 6 years, you've seen pinprick strikes. You know how the campaign in Bosnia started. It was just pinprick strikes. They said this will be a measured response. We want to make a difference. And also, the senior official I spoke to said this sort of campaign could go on for months and months.
Now, every country in the world has a desk officer, an American who works on that country's desk at the State Department today. Put aside America's friends for a moment. What are you getting from those desk officers about those people in the country who can genuinely be regarded as America's enemies and allies?
Well, it's funny you should use the word friends, Peter, because that's the word Colin Powell used today to describe Pakistan. And in fact, he has already just a short time ago, he has talked to General Musharraf about what Pakistan is expected to do here. He will not, again, say that on the record. I've talked to some senior officials, desk officers as well, about what he said to Pakistan. And basically what they're demanding is that Pakistan provide airspace in case there is some sort of military military response, that they close the borders to Afghanistan, that they stop sending fuel to the Taliban. As far as enemies, you heard Secretary Powell today talk about Saddam Hussein. He certainly wouldn't say whether he thought he had anything to do with it, whether Saddam Hussein had anything to do with these attacks, but he did say he doesn't expect any kind words from his kind. They are getting some sense of support. You've heard the world condemn the violence, but they really want action. They really want formal answers, and they have not gotten formal answers, including from Pakistan.
Okay. Thanks very much, Martha Raddatz at the State Department. Many Americans have had a hard time. I'm just trying to think precisely how to begin this. Many Americans have had a very difficult time understanding. Let's put it this way. I think all of us have had a hard time understanding those characters, those terrorists, those people who are so indifferent to human life that they would take the lives of innocent civilians into their hands on 4 aircraft and then take the lives of so many other Americans by crashing them into 2 buildings and the Pentagon and into rural Pennsylvania. But what we want to try to do in the next period of time is to try to understand in a little broader terms why people out there feel so strongly about the United States. In some cases, why do they hate the United States? And we've asked 3 people to come and join us who we all think can make a contribution to our understanding about this. And I think it'll be a very interesting discussion. I beg your pardon, 4 people, of course. In no particular order, I want to introduce first in our Washington bureau Hisham Melhem, who is the Washington reporter for As-Safir, which is a Lebanese newspaper. Mr. Melhem, thank you very much for joining us. In Washington as well, David Makovsky, who is at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and a former editor of the Jerusalem Post, which is an English language newspaper in Jerusalem. On the telephone from Ramallah in the Palestinian territory. Oh, she's on television. That's wonderful. Well, then you have to tell me where she is. She's Hanan Ashrawi. It's important where she is. Hello, Hanan. Hanan Ashrawi is
Hello, Peter.
widely known in the United States and is a spokesperson for the Arab League. She is, of course, a Palestinian. Where precisely are you, Hanan?
I'm in Ramallah, Peter.
Oh, you're in Ramallah. She's in Ramallah, which is her hometown on the West Bank.
Yes.
And finally, in our Washington bureau, Judith Kipper, our longtime analyst of affairs both East-West and Middle East. And Hanan, you know America very well. You went to school here, as I recall. You're a scholar from the University of Virginia. Your children have gone to school here as well. I don't know many people in the Arab world, certainly among Palestinians, who know the United States any better. Those people who attacked the United States yesterday, why do they hate us? That's the question everybody's asking.
Well, it's very hard to forecast and to conjecture on motives, but certainly the whole issue of the legacy of the Cold War is still with us. And I think in many cases there are a combination of factors. U.S. foreign policy, a sense of power and unbridled power. If by any chance Osama bin Laden or any of the other groups are involved in that, it would mean that the U.S. Itself had contributed to the formation of these groups in the days of the Cold War, when it trained people like that. The CIA funded them, trained them, gave them weapons in its fight against communism. And also during the days in which the U.S., for example, fought Arab nationalism, and instead of using it as a cohesive force and viewing it as a source of stability, it fought it and supported all sorts of extremist groups in order to undermine that and, as they said, to fight communism. There are other factors, a sense of extreme victimization, a sense of exclusion. There could be also factors of fundamentalism and zealotry. These exist in all religions, and I would caution against attributing it only to one religion. We in Palestine feel the impact of fundamentalism from 3 religions, not just one. Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And any person or group that feels that God gave it a divine right and a superior status over others certainly is going to go to extreme measures, and they would have disregard for human lives if they believe in the so-called absolute justice of their cause. But there are also other factors involved.
I'll ask you to come back to factors. Let us involve some other people. First, let me go to Washington and ask David Makovsky the same question, former editor for the Jerusalem Post. It's the question on people's minds, Mr. Makovsky. Why do they, whomever they may be, hate us?
Well, I guess that's really, Peter, the real question. Who is they? I mean, if bin Laden is the leading suspect, and we have to be very careful until we know if that is the case, I think we have to listen to what he says. And what he's talking about is a sense of rejection of Western civilization. He sees in the U.S. going in the Middle East or out in the world as blocking somehow the ascendance of Islam. I think he has a very distorted view of Islam and uses that to purvey hate. So I think his grief is with Western civilization. He says it, and I think we should listen to what he says.
You said, and other people believe, that the United States, or the West, the material West in some respects, is blocking the ascendance of Islam. What do you mean?
Well, from what he says so long as the U.S. is in the Gulf, and the U.S. has a presence there, that he will fight to liberate it from Muslim lands. And I mean, the fact that the U.S. 3 times has used force in the last 10 years, it's interesting. It's always been on behalf of a Muslim state, for the Albanian Muslims, for the Muslims in Bosnia, for Kuwait, which was a vanquished Arab state, although it was fighting another Arab state. But 3 times the U.S. has used its military, and it's been on behalf of Muslims. And yet, he has a beef with the U.S.
Let me go to Hisham Melhem, who's in Washington, the reporter for As-Safir, which is the daily newspaper. First of all, am I pronouncing your name both correctly?
Hisham Melhem. Yes.
Melhem, that's what I said. It is, of course, As-Safir.
Right.
Try to answer the same question. I mean, no country in the Middle East has been so tortured, perhaps other than the Palestinian and Israeli conflict, has been tortured by Islam, capitalism, communism, Christianity, Islam, as has Lebanon. So you should understand who out there hates the United States and why.
Well, there are many people in the region who have deep feelings of resentment against the United States policy in the region. I mean, beyond the obvious reasons of the United States being the only empire in the world today with an incredible reach, incredible cultural, political, economic influence that affects the daily lives of the region, including people in Lebanon and throughout the Arab world. But I think if we're talking about Osama bin Laden, we're talking about zealots. Religious zealots are absolutist, whether they are Christians or Jews or Muslims, and they believe that they have the right, a divine right, to impose their will on other people. Osama bin Laden, if he is the culprit here, is waging a war not only against the West, a crusade against the West, he's waging a war against his own people because he has a malignant, malign, distorted view of Islam that he would like to impose on the rest of the region. And although it is ironic that these views of the West did not bother him a lot when he was in collaboration with Western powers, when they were fighting together the communists in Afghanistan. I think bin Laden is exploiting the deep sense of grief, resentment, anger in the Arab world because of certain U.S. policies towards Israel, towards Iraq, and he's taking that into extreme. But I think we should put this whole thing in context. Obviously, American-Arab relationships are complex, multifaceted. If you look, and when Arabs look at the United States, they see different Americas. They see, if you ask the Kuwaitis and the Saudis, they see the United States as the savior and the protector. If you ask the Iraqis, many of them, they will tell you it's the tormentor. If you ask many Palestinians, they will tell you it's the facilitator of Israel's continued occupation. And beyond that, there are many Arabs who also lament the fact that the United States doesn't speak strongly against the abuse of human rights in those Arab states that are close to the United States. But I would add, Peter, quickly that this is a recent phenomenon. For more than a century, there was a huge reservoir of goodwill towards the United States in the Arab world because it was the only major Western power without colonial legacy in the region, and because of the immense contributions of American educational institutions in the region, such as the AUB, and you know it very well, American University in Beirut, American University in Cairo. But this began to change with the establishment of Israel and Palestine, and particularly after the '67 war, when for most Arabs, the United States became the protector of Israel, and the United States, embraced Israel very tight.
Mr. Melhem, I apologize for interrupting you, and,
Sure.
and you're very eloquent on the subject. I want to, if I may, just hold the Israeli-American-Palestinian question for just a second. Because there is a tendency, let me ask you this first and then go to Judith Kipper, our analyst in Washington. There is a tendency in the United States and in other countries as well to believe that, despite what Hanan Ashrawi said and you, that there is something about Islam that breeds this kind of terror. What do you think?
Look, I'm a secularist. I'm not a Muslim, although I believe that Islam is part of my cultural heritage. There are many zealots in every religion. The historic encounter, I know this is not the place to talk about history, maybe. The historical encounter between Islam and the West was very complex, multifaceted. We've seen armies from the West coming to the Middle East, from the Middle East going to the West. The Mediterranean was a great bridge for exchanging goods and ideas and people. It was also a bridge for warfare. So we have that legacy. Only the Western Muslim powers threatened the West at one time. And in modern times, many Muslim countries, many Arab countries were under the yoke of Western colonialism with all the ramifications of such a control. So yes, we have a legacy.
We cannot escape history, I think, is the point you're making.
Absolutely. Okay. That's the problem. And we are, in many ways, we are still hostage to the suffering that kind of complex history brought about. But we are not condemned to fight a civilizational war, as some people allege in the United States, as some people like Osama bin Laden allege on the other side.
Okay. Now let me ask Judith Kipper a question, and I apologize for interrupting you. I just want to make everybody gets a fair crack at this. Judith Kipper has got a long experience in the Middle East. We've been very careful, Judith, talking to the audience and saying that we're not sure this is Osama bin Laden, and until the United States points its finger directly and finds Osama bin Laden responsible, we have to be just that careful. But if it were not Osama bin Laden, specifically, the people who did this to the United States and others who applauded it, are they the same kind of people?
I think they are, Peter, and I think the legacy of petrodollars after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, when enormous wealth came into the area without work and produced a lot of infrastructure, but none of the Arab regimes really took a lesson from it to produce decent education or participation or democratization or even economic opportunities. And today you have 70% of the population of the Middle East that were born since petrodollars. They're under the age of 25. So this 70% is extremely frustrated. They witnessed the Iranian Revolution, the Iran-Iraq War, the Oslo peace process, 2 intifadas, and a number of other events that perhaps I am missing. So you have people, young men without direction, terribly frustrated, not very well educated, have no stake in the systems in which they live, very angry, and the object of their anger tends to be the United States, because it's very, very difficult for them to demonstrate or to show publicly any anger against their own regimes, because it's simply not tolerated.
There is no truly democratic regime anywhere in the Middle East. It can be argued in many cases with the exception of Israel, correct?
I would say that there are processes of democratization in a few countries, but no democracy. Ironically, the country that has a process of change by a major process of democratization is Iran. And of course, the United States and Iran are not speaking, and we have a unilateral embargo on Iran, and we're not engaging with Iran to try to influence the outcome of that process in a positive way. And this is also a huge legacy, not only of petrodollars, the youth explosion, the slow economic growth, but of the, every action has a reaction. And after Afghanistan, there were a lot of young men roaming around who had nothing to do. And all they know how to do is fight guerrilla wars, and we see it now.
You're talking about after the struggle in Afghanistan to get rid of the Soviets, in which the United States and Osama bin Laden were actually in many respects on the same side. And in some, are you arguing, let me turn to Hanan Ashrawi and ask her this question, because many of these young men come from the Arab world. Hanan, do you think that the West is just simply reaping, in some respects, the crop that it helped to sow in Afghanistan?
Yes, I certainly think so. And while I agree with much of what Judith has said, but I certainly don't agree that the U.S. is the unwitting target of the young people's frustrations with their own situation, disenfranchisement, and the status of their regimes. No, I think that the U.S. has had a very direct role in the politics and the realities of the region. I think it has helped shape attitudes directly. As I said, many of the mistakes of U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War as well, and the fact that it harbored and encouraged extremism and fundamentalism as a means of trying to fragment the Arab world. And of course, since the creation of the State of Israel, and particularly since '67, as Hisham Milham had said, all this goodwill that the Arab world had for the U.S., it squandered by its blind support for Israel. I can give you a few examples. Palestinians are being shelled and killed. Individuals are being assassinated by rockets, by missiles fired from Apache helicopters, gunships, fired from F-16s. They all have made in the USA on them. And so in a sense there is a direct, I'm using this only as an example, a direct intervention. So the Palestinians feel that the US is not just a peace broker or a sponsor or whatever. They feel that it is taking an active role, an active part in their daily realities. And at the same time, they're trying to make a distinction.
Can I stop you for just 1 second? I apologize, because I think it's important in broad terms for Americans to understand or to know whether or not the current conflict, the current enduring conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis, which is at an extraordinary level of intensity at the moment, constant Israeli attacks against the Palestinian territories, Palestinian, in many cases, terrorist bombers going into Israel. Is that a contributing factor to the global terrorism and what we're seeing here in the United States?
I would say that's a contributing factor to instability, distrust, hostility, and a sense of victimization. The unbridled use of power, unchecked, the fact that Israel is given preferential treatment, treated as a country above the law, all its sins forgiven even ahead of time, a priori, while the Palestinians are totally deprived of the protection of the law and are constantly even blamed, even though they are under occupation, being killed, starved. I mean, the Palestinians now, for the first time, I see genuine hunger, totally fragmented.
And the Palestinians is the point you're making the Palestinians hold the United States as accountable for that as they do Israel?
I think there's a serious paradox here. I think it's a dilemma. The Palestinians are desperately reaching out to the Americans, and you hear that all the time. First of all, believing that the American people have a sense of fair play, and they don't understand why the American people are maligning them. But two, they're reaching out to the American administration and saying, you launched this peace process, we trusted you. We sort of cast our faith with you, and then you betrayed us, in the sense that you allowed all these things to happen without intervention. You continue with this support and cover for Israel.
David McCoskey.
So there is this double attitude, I think, between the Palestinians and the Americans. But I don't want to oversimplify the issues. I think so long as the Palestinians are being treated this way, and the whole Arab world now with the information revolution and Arab satellite stations, the whole Arab world is watching daily bodies being charred, shelled, destroyed, homes being shelled and destroyed, trees uprooted. This feeling has become part of a collective grievance.
I recognize that I am in danger here of generalizing about one of the world's most complicated subjects, but I do want to, for which I apologize to all of you, because you could talk about this and have talked about this for years. David Bukovsky from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. How does the United States, in your view, go forward under the current circumstances? The United States has been attacked by people. What does it do?
Well, I think we need to understand, first of all, and to follow up on some of the things being said before me, there's frustration here on all sides. The Israelis are also frustrated with being the victims of suicide bombing. The issue, Peter, I think, is what are governments doing about it? What sort of tone are they setting? Let's give an example of this morning in the United States. President Bush, before him, Mayor Giuliani, set an important tone by saying to the American street that we cannot tolerate any anti-Muslim sentiment. I was very proud that they did that. That was the right tone of leadership.
Isn't it interesting, though, that they feel compelled to say so?
Yeah, they do feel compelled to say so, but it's important that they're doing it. Unfortunately, what I think is the question is what sort of tone is being set elsewhere. You know, Ms. Ashrawi talks about Palestinian sentiment. The very morning of the World Trade Center bombings in the official state organ of the Palestinian Authority, these are not Hamas radicals. It says that suicide bombing are the noble successors of the people who blew up the Marines, and it said that these are the most noble people on earth. This is what the Palestinian Authority state organ is saying. The question is the tone. And I think if you say, what can the U.S. do? Of course, there's the military side, and there's a lot of different dimensions of this. But one of the most important things, in my mind, I feel very strongly about this, is to get leaders across the world, and that includes in the Arab world, but not exclusively so. And I want to be clear about that, not exclusively so, on all sides, to say religion does not condone suicide bombings, and that is illegitimate. And if we don't root out this sort of idea that religious leaders can get on television, state television, and call for the killing of Americans, which is what's going on in the Palestinian Authority and elsewhere, if they don't set that tone, then what do we expect? And I think Judith is 100% right about the economic failures and all that. The point is that the leaders find it easy to deflect attention from their own failures in terms of their own economies. What they could do constructively, if you say tomorrow morning what should be done, what should be done is very simple. Ask every religious leader to get up and to say that suicide bombing is against religion.
Okay.
Have a world conference of leaders, of religious leaders across the world. Get up and say any leader who says that suicide bombing is legitimate is outside the pale.
Okay, I apologize for interrupting you two. I just want to ask Mr. Melhem, Hisham Melhem, a colleague reporter in Beirut, to give us the last word here, because Americans just cannot understand why many Arab leaders don't stand up in front of their own people and say this has been a horrible act, or other acts are horrible acts. And is it in part because there is such a disconnect between government and the street in the Arab world?
Well, to begin with, I'm not known for being very nice to Arab leaders, but at least we have to say that most of them, if not all of them, condemned in the strongest terms.
You make a very good point.
What occurred? I mean, the tragedy and the inferno that we saw in New York, and I think they were genuine, and some of them actually, and again, I don't want to defend them. Some of them, like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and others, were subjected to this kind of incredible terror against them from the likes and from the soulmates of Osama bin Laden, if not from Osama bin Laden himself. Now, about the disconnect between the Arab leaders and their own street, the disconnect between the Arab leaders and some of the world opinion, yes, of course it exists. Most of these rulers are autocratic rulers. They were not elected. They are not accountable for the opinion, public opinion in their own country, although we have to admit that even though we are dealing with non-democratic regimes on the whole, there is such a thing called public opinion in the Arab world, and we can measure it in so many ways, including opinion poll, but there are other ways also to measure it. And some of them are aware today that there is a great deal of resentment and anger and frustration in the Arab street because of the ongoing tragedy in Palestine, because the United States appears to them as the protector of Israeli conquest of the Arabs. I mean, the Arabs will understand an American commitment to the survival of Israel, but they cannot understand and they cannot tolerate America's support, or it seems the American support for Israel's conquest or continued conquest of the Palestinians. There is also the frustration over the tragedy of Iraq, although not only the sanctions are responsible for it, the regime, the brutal regime of Saddam Hussein is also responsible for it, but many people sometimes probably find it easier to lump it on and to blame the Americans. Again, this is the empire. I mean, the American reach in the Arab world, Peter, is incredible. It's cultural, it's political, it's economic, it's strategic. It affects the daily life of every Arab, and that's something sometimes the average American cannot understand. The incredible heavy weight of the American influence in the region, and sometimes the Americans do not use that influence for good deeds, for the welfare of the people there, and that's why I mentioned in passing the issue of human rights in the Arab world, where we see a great deal of violations there.
Okay, again, I apologize. To have four people who know this so well, and to realize that this is what they have discussed throughout their lives, and to have to cut them off, not a good idea. But I want to thank them all. Hisham Melhem, the reporter for As-Safir, who is based in Washington; Hanan Ashrawi, who is the spokesperson for the Arab League. And it's interesting, on the television from Ramallah tonight, in the Palestinian territories, a city that is very often cut off under the current circumstances. Hanan, thank you very much for giving us the time. David Makovsky at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy in Washington, and our own Judith Kipper, ABC's analyst Judith Kipper. And we're going to keep you around, Judith, to help us interpret not interpret, but to restate some of the opinions that we've heard so eloquently today. Thank you all very much. Let us continue with our coverage by turning it over for just a couple of minutes to Charlie Gibson. Charlie, find out what you've discovered in the last bit.
Well, Peter, I want to talk to you a little bit about the mood down at the rescue site at the World Trade Center, the former World Trade Center site, really, I guess is the only way to refer to it. The rescue workers, and there are thousands of them, were going in and out in shifts during the day, at night. The mood was so discouraged yesterday. They are rescue workers, and they had no one to rescue until this afternoon. Now, I know you and John Miller were trying to discuss the absolute number of people who had been found today. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to clear it up for you, but I'm going to give you some sense of how elated the rescue workers are down there that finally some people have been found alive. You're going to hear the voices of some of the people that were down there. One, a carpenter from Harlem here in the New York area who was volunteering, going in there on his own time. Then a fireman who seems so elated that they have found some people. The carpenter again, and then a second fireman. But they are up now that some people have been found alive. Just listen to them.
Today is a lot of good hopes today because a lot of firemen is coming out. I see 5 firemen come out in the last 2 hours walking on their own feet.
And they've been buried this whole time?
They've been buried for 2 days, and they coming out there, and they coming out alive. So keep our hopes up. We should have a whole lot more living under there.
We were removing the debris. We had a large steel wall behind the beam. When they removed that, 2 firefighters just came crawling out. It was unbelievable.
What was your feeling after having been there yesterday, seeing nobody, no living come out?
Amazing. You can't believe it. The whole place went crazy. Everybody screaming, chanting, just happy you could do something good.
How are they physically?
They walked out on their own. Let's take it from there. I think they'll be okay. They walked out, and that's amazing. And some good we'll get out of this. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
It's a much better day than it was yesterday because yesterday all I seen was body bags.
A lot of body bags?
A lot of body bags.
Tell me how today is better than yesterday.
Because at least it gives you more hope to see the firemen. I mean, every time a fireman comes out of there, and that's all I have seen. I've only seen firemen. I haven't seen any survivors from the building. But everybody's cheering, USA. It keeps us strong, keeps the people working, keeps us happy. It gives us a reason to come back out here tomorrow, that's for sure.
All I know is 5 alive, 2 walked away. That means there's going to be more survivors. There's finally a good feeling coming out of this.
They were all firemen, sir?
Yes, ma'am, from my understanding.
That is a wonderful phrase. It is euphonic and it is euphoric. 5 alive, they're able to say. 5 firemen who were found today. 2, as they said, just walked away. We're not sure if a 3rd walked away, but all 5 are alive. And that, as you saw, gives a sense of hope to all those who are down on a site that has been so difficult. But I don't mean in any way to sugarcoat this. It is really a hellish scene is being described by all of those who are down there. And so just as a counterbalance, I want to show you, Peter, a piece of videotape of another fireman who was down there who as he sat after a shift at the Trade Center site, he was talking on a cell phone to his mother and also conversing a bit with reporters, but giving us some sense of just, there's no other word for it, just what a hell it is down there on the World Trade Center site. Take a listen.
All those signatures on my bandana are for guys that I fought with within the last 3 days, and 2 of them are dead. And I can't disclose their names. And my heart goes out. My heart goes out.
Will you be going back in?
I don't know. Maybe. Are you still there? You look... I love you, Ma.
I said this earlier, but Glenn Ray is talking to his mother. We've just made contact with her in Long Island.
It's hell. I've been trying to beat a lot of stuff in my life, but it's hell.
Can I get some water, please? Can someone give me some water, please?
I've never seen anything like it. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. But we're all brothers. We all got to stick together.
So just some reflection of the really the different emotions that exist for people that are on the site involved in the rescue. The hopefulness of the firemen having seen 5 of their brethren emerge, and that young carpenter who said so eloquently yesterday it was all body bags and today it's live people, and that gives us hope. And then the other rescuer who has been in there talking to his mom and talking to reporters, just talking about what a hell it is with the body parts and the debris and the extreme depression that a lot of the fellows feel that are in there. So 2 snippets there, Peter.
Thanks very much, Charlie. 2 very important and more than snippets indeed. Thank you very much indeed for your continuing contribution. Now I want to go to the street and just have both Cynthia McFadden and ABC's Bob Jameson as we see other examples of unification on the street. And it's fascinating in the wake of this conversation we've just had about another very, very violent, troubled part and complicated part of the world, to see the unity which exists here in the United States. It is just so extraordinarily different. There are a lot of airplanes, by the way, now on the move all over the United States, and I think in a couple of minutes we'll be able to give you a sense of what air travel and air traffic looks like throughout the United States and Canada today. But for the moment, let's go to Cynthia McFadden, who is on the street, and then to ABC's Bob Jameson. Cynthia.
Hi, Peter. I can tell you that things here have really increased in number. A huge crowd is gathered behind us, a couple hundred people lining the sides of the street, with word that some of these firefighters have been rescued and perhaps will be brought here. It's still a waiting game, of course. They have not yet been brought here. The number of press reporting from this location is also about quadrupled in size in the last hour and a half. But so far, the firefighters have not arrived. I can tell you a little bit about Governor Tommy Thompson's remarks, having gone inside and met with some of the survivors of the building collapse. He says that he came because the president wanted to make sure that the American people understood that we were doing everything possible, that there was no resource that wouldn't be provided to this, that he fully expected the $20 billion to go through, and that would just be the first round of funding. He said 2 important things, I think, to the people of New York. One is that the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, would immediately be coming to New York to test the quality of the air and water. We've talked a lot about the air and about the acrid smoke in the air and about the problem that the rescue workers are having breathing downtown. As you know, when the wind shifts, that air starts coming uptown. And they said the CDC testers would be here imminently to start testing the air. Water, of course, is also a concern. And he said that that should be happening any moment. There's a counseling line been set up nationally for anyone who wants to call and feels that they need support. That number is 1-800-331-7767. With the Commissioner Thompson was the Secretary of New York's Commissioner, Health Commissioner, Novello, and she said that the commissioners of health in Indiana, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey had all called her offering any amount of resource. She says she expects to hear from other states as well. They both emphasized, Peter, that resources were not the problem. Resources are not the problem, but rather just getting to the people, that the problems at this point are simply a question of trying to get to anyone who still may be alive downtown. Commenting about the number of people, the Commissioner of Health said that as to reports that there are tens of thousands of people buried, he believes the number is lower than that, but that there are no numbers. There are no official numbers, at least as far as he was willing to confirm on the record. And Peter, at this moment, it's pretty much hope. As you said earlier, it's the awkward, strange position that these doctors want someone to treat. The frustration is that they haven't been able to treat anyone so far. We're now in hour 38 since anyone has been brought out of the rubble to this hospital.
Thanks very much, Cynthia McFadden, downtown. On the subject of statistics about lower New York, the New York Department of Economic Development gives us a sense of the scope as well. 292,000 people live below 14th Street in New York City, and that is, so you have a better appreciation of it, equivalent to the population of Savannah, Georgia. And just to repeat that counseling hotline, which I hope I have right, which the Secretary of Health and Human Services mentioned, a counseling hotline is 1-800-331-7767, a counseling hotline set up by the Department of Health and Human Services, to which, by the sounds of it, anybody can call and seek answers. 1-800-331-7767. In Lower Manhattan, Bob Jameson. And Bob, we see from this vantage point another large cloud of smoke. It's not the same cloud of smoke, and there have been a couple of very random reports about at least another building in trouble from a structural point of view. How can you help us there? Bob Jameson, do you hear me?
Peter, I'm sorry. We were discussing the location of a vehicle with police and National Guardsmen. Could you please repeat the question?
By all means. I was simply asking you to bring us up to date on what you know, and pointing out that behind you I think we see a billowing plume of smoke, or a cloud of smoke, which we haven't seen in the last several hours. And there are very sporadic, so far unreliable reports, or not unconfirmed reports, of another building in difficulty and in danger of collapsing.
Well, to the smoke first, it has grown and receded throughout the day. Several hours ago, when all activity at the site of the former World Trade Center was stopped because of shifting rubble.
And good afternoon. I'm Keith Kuntz. We're going to get you back to network coverage in just a couple of moments. But right now we want to go to our reporter Leon Collins, who is live in Manhattan. And Leon, what sort of activity are you seeing this afternoon?
Well, Keith, I'm standing on the side of our satellite truck. I'm on 3rd Avenue, and I'll tell you why I'm standing here in just a minute. The first thing I would like to show the viewers at home is the National Guard Armory on Lexington Avenue at 26th Street. Let's take that picture. Since 8 o'clock this morning, families, friends, anyone who feels that they've lost a loved one has been asked to come down to this armory. And what they've been asked to do is bring all sorts of records, anything that might help to identify either victims or perhaps even human remains that the rescue workers and volunteers and firefighters and policemen are all digging out of that rubble from what used to be the World Trade Center. And they started at 8 o'clock this morning. We know that they have helped several hundred people coming with pictures. Maybe they're holding them up. I can't see the picture that you can right now, but they're holding pictures of their friends or whatever up, passing them out around the city. And if you'll come back to me now, I'll show you what's going on here. So overnight, I don't know what happened to our satellite truck, but it started out with just these 3 pictures. I saw the satellite truck at about 3 o'clock this morning, and I saw these pictures on the side, so I left them. And we've been at various locations throughout the city, and what has happened is people, many of them I'm sure either going to or coming from the armory, have decided to use our satellite truck as, I guess, a last billboard of hope. And maybe we'll read some of the names here. We have Sean Lugano, 5'9", 165 pounds, hair brown, eyes brown, last seen, KBW, maybe that's the name of his company, on the 88th floor, Tower 2. Over here, Richard Allen Perlman, missing, 18 years old, last seen 9/11, 10 a.m. Another woman, Norma Tade, maybe that's how you pronounce her name. J. Cyril de Chavez, a woman who didn't have a picture but just left a name and a phone number up here. Gwen Jenkins. You know, and we know that there are so many people who are trapped, most of whom at this point are presumed dead, it being some 50 or so hours after the towers have collapsed. And then you read something like this. You got a man here named Mark F. Hemshoot. He worked for Iron Core on the 105th floor of Tower 2. He's 45 years old, brown hair, hazel eyes. And then you get to this part. Medical alert. Insulin dependent. Diabetic, where's insulin pump? And we know that people have things that make life difficult, and here you got a guy like this who his family's worried about him. And people have just been adding these pictures all day long. Another one, Frankie Serrano. Frankie's 23 years old. His birthday is 9/23/77, and it just keeps growing. It just keeps growing. You know, a little while ago, my photographer, Jim Hester, and we saw someone who looked like he recognized a picture up here, and he just started frantically writing down the numbers, and he got away before we could talk to him. And we've seen other people who have recognized some of the faces on the boards. I have a woman here now with me, Margot Wetrich. Margot, and you stopped, and I saw the look on your face, and when you looked at the side of my satellite truck, what did you see?
I saw Vanessa Richards and Angela Rosero. These are two young girls from my neighborhood, and both of them, they frequent quite often the bars and the clubs. I've seen them. They're in their 20s or their 30s. They're students, or they're girls that I've seen them often in my neighborhood.
Right now, for the people in Connecticut who don't understand exactly where we are in Manhattan, we're on 3rd Avenue and about 27th or 26th Street, and Baruch College is near, so there are a lot of college students that you see regularly, and I guess you recognize some of them on the side of our truck.
Most definitely. There are a lot of restaurants. This is a very popular area for these kind of girls, and I can quite emphatically say that I've seen these two girls quite often in our area. One of them, Vanessa Richards, I've seen her at Lyric Diner in the morning. I've had breakfast with her. I've had conversations. I don't know. I don't have words. I don't know what to say. I wish her family, I just wish her family well. I just hope that she turns up.
Thank you.
My prayers go out to her.
Margot, thank you very, very much for your time. And then in this time of tragedy, what you also have are people. You have the New York spirit, you have the American spirit that's coming by. You got people wearing flags, carrying them, American flags draped over hoods. There's another man right over here, walking by with an American flag. The American pride is coming out in this time of disaster, and it's what's needed right now. And it's these kind of things that are just popping up, and we'll have many more to tell you about before this is over. Keith, back to you.
All right, Leon, thank you very much. So many touching stories of how people are trying to step up at this time of need. Thank you. Also today, commercial airlines are flying once again. Flights and departures, though, are very limited. We want to get the very latest now from Jody Latina, who's live at Bradley International Airport. And Jody, I wouldn't imagine there's much traffic coming in or out right now.
That's right, Keith. The airports have been open now for about 4 hours, and we have yet to see a commercial flight come in or go out. There are a lot of travelers showing up, though. They're going to the ticket counters. They're asking when they can get on the next flight, if their flight is still scheduled and will still be lifting off. There are many flights that are scheduled for this afternoon, but they're also running into many delays, which is why we may not be seeing any coming off. Security measures for one. A lot of folks are having to go through lots of checkpoints. As you can see right there, they have the bomb sweeping dogs going through numerous times today. A lot of the little restaurants and kiosks are open so folks can, get a bite to eat as they're waiting. But their bags are being thoroughly checked. They have to bring ID. The ticket counters are not as backed up as usual, but getting up to the counter is one thing, and then finding out that you might not have a seat on the plane because it's overbooked or they're trying to get folks out all at once. So many people are getting bumped. Many are being told to come back later or come back tomorrow. So it's definitely one of those things where you want to leave a lot of time when you do come up to the airport because you may not get out as fast as you think you would. Also, another thing, there's a 300-foot buffer zone. That looks like a place where you might want to park, but that is being cleared out. No one is allowed to park there except for state police cruisers. That is a new FAA security measure. They're trying to keep as much area in front of the terminals as clear as possible. So please do not forget a picture ID. Leave some time because you're going to go through a lot of checkpoints. Also, no curbside check-in. You must do everything at the ticket counter. And also, if your friends and family come to wish you well, they cannot go down to the gate with you to wave through the window. They're going to have to stay back in front of that checkpoint. Only passengers are allowed to go down there. And again, call ahead to your airline. There are some airlines that are not running today. American, TWA, Southwest, we're told, are not flying out, but you can come down, check your reservations, and find out when your flight may be leaving. Some point, maybe tomorrow, maybe Saturday, they'll be back up and running. Keith, back to you.
All right, Jody, a whole new level of airport security we're all going to have to get used to in the future. Thank you.
Yep.
As we've said before, we're going to keep you updated with any information that's being generated from here in Connecticut, and of course keep it right here on News Channel 8 and ABC News. for continuous coverage. Now back to ABC.
We've talked to a number of child psychologists in the last several days. We've all of us have had a chance to talk to our own children. In listening to a little earlier the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, who said he lost almost 700 employees, or 700 employees are missing, and he's got 700 families. At least we have our own children to talk to. And there's so many questions people have on dealing with children. And at the risk of playing armchair psychiatrist here, you want to talk to people who know, and most parents have this own instinct themselves, to answer the questions which they have. Is there anything that kids can do or to help the victims? Should we allow our kids to dwell on the tragedy, or should we just get on with our normal routines? A lot of concern in the country about whether or not the tragedy will have a long-term effect on children, and by this, children of every age. And what should I do if I'm too distraught to talk about this with my kids? A lot of us talking to our children in the last couple of days, appreciating to the depths of our being what it is to have our children, find ourselves in a bit of a mess as they are in a bit of a mess and trying to talk to each other. It's okay for the kids to express anger. How do we answer the children's question, what's next? Incidentally, on Saturday morning on ABC, we've done this before with previous important issues to the country. We're going to have a program in which we'll try to answer children's questions, and we'll hear from children. I always find it a great experience because very often children are just so much smarter than adults, and we adults get to look over their shoulders or listen over their shoulders and have them answer and ask questions that we're sometimes too embarrassed to deal with. That'll be on Saturday morning at 10 Eastern Time, so I am told by my superiors. Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, is going to try to answer the press's questions, some of which we hope are your questions, in the next minute or so about what the president has been doing today. We have a pretty good sense of what he has been doing today. He's talked a very public, unusually publicly intimate conversation between, as intimate as politicians can get in public, between the president, the mayor of New York, and the governor of New York. And they've talked many times, as the president pointed out, in the last couple of days. But it was very interesting to watch them today. It wasn't by any means an unguarded moment, but it was a very interesting conversation between political representatives. And the president has been on the phone to a lot of overseas leaders, so has the Secretary of State. The president has made it clear he's going to come here to look at this in person in New York City tomorrow as this work continues. He and every other political leader in the country has worked very hard and in most cases very naturally to identify as best they can with the struggle here and at the Pentagon. We must not lose sight of what is going on at the Pentagon. Pentagon officials say that their casualties are probably going to be about 190 dead and missing. They've already said publicly that 74 members of the Army, 42 of the Navy, none of the Air Force or the Marine Corps are either dead or missing. And the last time we checked in, which was a couple of hours ago, it's quite a frantic scene. Not frantic's not the word for it. It's a very busy scene there still. ABC's John McCarthy went outside this morning with the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, and they walked up and looked at it together. And Mr. Rumsfeld said to John at one point that when this aircraft penetrated the building, you've heard us talk in the past about it only got through several rings of the Pentagon, but the Secretary told us this morning that the nose portion of the aircraft had got pretty far through, closer to that inner courtyard, which helps to make the Pentagon so familiar. On the subject of which we have heard from our investigative unit recently that United Flight 93, the 757 which crashed in Pennsylvania, now taking a look at that wreckage, the front of the aircraft and the back of the aircraft, we are told by our investigative unit, is 6 miles apart. That's something we're definitely going to come back to. Here is Mr. Fleischer.
Good afternoon. I want to give everybody a report on the President's activities for the day, and then share with you some information about what the various agencies are doing to combat this terrorist attack. There is no evacuation of the OEOB. No. I'll be explaining everything. The President today has made a series of phone calls to world leaders. He has spoken to Prime Minister Koizumi of Japan, Prime Minister Berlusconi of Italy, Lord Robertson of NATO, Crown Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia, and Egyptian President Mubarak. As you know, earlier today he spoke with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki to express his concerns about events up in New York and inform them, of course, that he will be going there tomorrow. The President also visited a local hospital today. I'm going to have a little bit more to say of that shortly. And beginning in just a few minutes, the President will meet with members of Congress from the Virginia area and the New York area to talk about the ongoing efforts of the federal government to be of assistance to the families and to the victims. Tomorrow will be a national day of prayer and remembrance. The President will attend a church service here at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., and the President is asking all Americans at their lunch hours to go and attend a church, a synagogue, a mosque, a place of their own choosing for worship, to say a prayer in assistance to the families and the victims of this horrible incident. As for the activities of the federal government, let me fill you in on several activities, including the one Helen just asked about. The Department of Defense will be announcing the names of those who were killed in the Pentagon disaster, if families have been notified, for those families that have been notified. The Department of Housing and Urban Development announced that they will direct all FHA-approved lenders to provide relief to families with FHA-insured mortgages affected by the recent attacks by providing additional mortgage flexibility and not to start or threaten foreclosure actions for at least 90 days. Secretary Martinez has also asked all major mortgage lenders, including those who are not insured by FHA, to consider providing relief to families as well. The Department of Treasury, in conjunction with the Department of Justice, has announced the deployment of agents from U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Control, and U.S. Customs at designated airport security checkpoints throughout the country as part of the heightened security measures that have gone into effect. The Secret Service has expanded the security perimeter around the White House, this is what you have seen here, as a precautionary matter. All further questions that I'll refer to the Secret Service. The Department of Transportation, Secretary Mineta, has ordered that national airspace will be reopened to commercial and private aviation. They did so earlier this morning. Airports will reopen on a case-by-case basis only after implementing a more stringent level of security. The Department of Justice, in conjunction with the Department of Treasury, I indicated, has beefed up the security at the airports, and the President has directed Attorney General Ashcroft, and he announced it earlier today, to streamline the application, approval, and payment process for benefit claims of eligible survivors of firefighters, police officers, medical rescue personnel, and other public safety officers who died in the line of duty as a result of the act of terrorism in around our nation on September 11th, 2001. Secretary of Health and Human Services Tommy Thompson is in New York. He has announced that the Department of Health and Human Services will be working with the Federal Emergency Management Administration to provide coordinating counsel and service to victims, their families, and rescue workers. And the Director of the Environmental Protection Agency, Whitman, is also in New York today, and she'll be having a briefing at 5 o'clock. Finally, let me just say this. The President was very touched by his visit to the hospital today. At the hospital, he met with people who are in a burn unit now, who have survived. Some people are there as a result of the heroic actions they took in saving lives. The President met with one family where a mother stood by the bed of her son in the company of a soldier who rescued her son. And she said, "Mr. President, you have no idea how much this means to my family that you're here." He and Mrs. Bush were very touched by the courage that they saw at this hospital, and by the determination of our nation and its military and all the people who were affected by this and the people in New York City. The President is also aware there are people in this room who haven't seen their children in days. The President is determined, his resolve is clear and strong, and America is united. And I'm more than happy to take your questions.
Ari, the President is not legally bound to seek a resolution from Congress authorizing the use of military force against whoever is responsible for these terrorist acts. And indeed, he already has a resolution from Congress showing solidarity in any response that he chooses to undertake. Why does the President believe it's necessary to have a separate resolution authorizing the use of military force?
Well, the President views this as a real show of unity by the United States Congress. This is a real result of the expression of the bipartisan, bicameral leadership that met with the President 2 days ago to discuss Congress's role in this matter. So while the premise of your question is accurate, per the Constitution, the President as Commander-in-Chief has authority vested in him to take actions as he deems appropriate. It is also a recognition of the unity of our nation as expressed by the Congress.
Can I do a follow on that, Ari, please? If it is actual war, as the President and others in the administration have declared, does he indeed not need a congressional approval to wage war on anyone? And the second part of the question, yesterday you said from that podium that the plane that hit the Pentagon was destined to hit here, and yet the plane came up from the south along I-95 and hit the West Wing. It doesn't seem to figure. Can you perhaps clarify it for us?
Well, on your first question, the answer is the same as I indicated to Mr. Roberts. The Constitution vests in the President the authority as Commander-in-Chief to take action that in that capacity he deems appropriate. Nevertheless, our nation should be heartened to see the joint action with the Congress as the United States government unites and the President and the Congress discuss the terms of any type of joint resolution that the Congress may offer. On the second question, I think we've really exhausted that topic.